a disdainful manner. Disdainful. The state or quality of being disdainful. Disdainingly. With disdain. Disdainings. Plural of disdaining. Disdainly. With disdain, disdainfully. Disdainous. Disdainful. Disdainously. Disdainfully. Disdains. Third person singular simple present indicative of disdain. Desdar. Alternative form of disdar. Desdars. Plural of disdar. Disdaify. Simple past and past participle of disdaify. Disdaifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of disdaify. Disdaify. To divest or deprive the da, or of a deific rank or condition. Disdaifying. Present participle and gerund of disdaify. Disdain. Obsolete form of disdain. Disdain. Simple past and past participle of disdain. Disdaining. Present participle and gerund of disdain. Disdains. Third person singular simple present indicative of disdain. Disdaclast. One of the dark particles forming the doubly refracting disc Z lines of muscle fibers. Disdaclasts. Plural of disdaclasts. Disdapasin. An interval of 2 octaves or a 15th. Disdapasins. Plural of disdapasin. Disdrometer. An instrument used to measure the drop size distribution and velocity of falling hydromeres. Disdrometers. Plural of disdrometer. Distrometric. Relating to the disdrometer. Distrometry. Measurement with a disdrometer. Dizzy. A surname. That. An abnormal condition of a human, animal, or plant that causes discomfort or dysfunction, distinct from injury insofar as the latter is usually instantaneously acquired. Disease boat. In early societies, a boat, canoe, etc., in which community members suffering from a disease were exiled in the belief that the evil spirits of the disease would be carried away. Disease boats. Plural of disease boat. Disease enhancement. A side effect of a therapeutic treatment whereby the putative therapeutic agent, instead of alleviating the disease, enhances the pathology, such as an antibody introduced or incited by the treatment binds to the disease agent, causing it to function better, such as antibodies binding to virus spike proteins and increasing its ability to infect cells. Disease enhancements. Plural of disease enhancement. Disease monitoring. The practice of widening the diagnostic boundaries of illnesses in order to expand the markets for treatments. Disease of despair. A behavior-related medical condition among those who experience despair, caused by the feeling that their long-term social or economic outlook is bleak. Disease X. A hypothetical, unknown pathogen that could cause a future epidemic. Disease-free. Free of disease, not having curing or suffering from any disease. Disease-modifying. Of a treatment that reduces the progression and activity of a disease by altering its underlying pathophysiological processes. Disease-ridden. Dominated by disease. Delit. Affected with or suffering from disease. Diseasedly. In a diseased manner. Diseasedness. The state of being diseased, sickness. Diseaseful. Full of, afflicted by, or causing diseases. Diseasefulness. The quality of being diseaseful, trouble, tile. Diseaseless. Free of disease, uninfected. Diseaselessness, absence of disease. Disease-like, resembling or characteristic of a disease. Disailment, uneasiness, inconvenience. Disailments, plural of diseasement. It has, plural of disease. Diseases of despair, plural of disease of despair. Disath, third person singular simple present indicative of disease. Diseang, present participle and gerund of disease. Diseasam, all the disorders and diseases of an organism viewed as a whole, with special reference to genetic features. Diseasums, plural of diseasum. Diseconomies, plural of diseconomy. Diseconomies of scale, the characteristics that lead to an increase in average costs as a firm grows beyond a certain size. Diseconomy, a financial drawback or cost arising from a process. Dissection, misspelling of dissection. Dissections, misspelling of dissections. Dissector, a device that counts objects in 3 dimensions, 2 orthogonal planes. Dissectors, plural of dissector. Dissetting, to deprive something of an edge, to render blunt, to blunt or dull. Dissedit, simple past and past participle of disedge. Disedge as third person singular simple present indicative of disedge. Disedging, present participle and gerund of disedge. Disedification, the process of disedifying. Disedifications, plural of disedification. Disedify, simple past and past participle of disedify. Disedifies, third person singular simple present indicative of disedify. Disedify, to fail in edifying. Disedifying, present participle and gerund of disedify. Disallying, the binary compound of hydrogen and selenium HCCH analogous to hydrogen peroxide. Disallons, plural of disalane. Disaleni, any inorganic selenide containing 2 atoms of selenium per molecule. Disalenides, plural of disaleni. Diselenium, 2 selenium atoms in a compound. Disau, a removal of something. Disembalm, hypothetically, to undo the embalming of. Disembalmed, simple past and past participle of disembalm. Disembalming, present participle and gerund of disembalm. Disembalmed, third person singular simple present indicative of disembalm. Disembarkation, the act of disembarking. Disembarkations, plural of disembarkation. Disembark, simple past and past participle of disembark. Disembarkee, one who disembarks from a vessel such as an airplane or ship. Disembarkees, plural of disembarkee. Disembarker, one who disembarks. Disembarkers, plural of disembarker. Disembarking, present participle and gerund of disembark. Disembarkings, plural of disembarking. Disembarkment, disembarkation. Disembarkment syndrome, a persistent rocking, swaying or bobbing feeling experienced after time spent in a ship or other moving vehicle. Disembarkments, plural of disembarkment. Disembarks, third person singular simple present indicative of disembark. Disembarrass, to get someone out of a difficult or embarrassing situation, to free someone from the embarrassment of a situation, to relieve someone of a burden, item of clothing, etc., often used reflexively. Disembarrass. Simple past and past participle of disembarrass. Disembarrasses. Third person singular simple present indicative of disembarrass. Disembarrassing. Present participle and gerund of disembarrass. Disembarrassment. Plural of disembarrassment. Disembed. To remove something from what it is embedded in. Disembedded. Simple past and past participle of disembed. Disembedding. Present participle and gerund of disembed. Disembeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of disembed. Disembellish. To deprive of embellishment, to undecorate. Disembellish. Simple past and past participle of disembellish. Disembellishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of disembellish. Disembellishing. Present participle and gerund of disembellish. Disembetter. To free from bitterness, remove bitterness. Disembetter. Simple past and past participle of disembitter. Disembittering. Present participle and gerund of disembitter. Disembitters. Third person singular simple present indicative of disembitter. Disembody. Simple past and past participle of disembody. Disembodiedly. In a disembodied manner. Disembodiedness. The state or condition of being disembodied. Disembodies. Third person singular simple present indicative of disembody. Disembodiment. A soul, spirit, or consciousness that has been disembodied, or which otherwise lacks a physical form. Disembodiments. Plural of disembodiment. Disembody. To cause someone's soul, spirit, consciousness, voice, etc. to become separated from the physical body. Disembody. Present participle and gerund of disembody. Disembar. To come out into the open sea from a river, etc. Disembarked. Simple past and past participle of disembark. Disembarkment. The act of disembarking, discharge. Disembarkments. Plural of disembarkment. Disembarks. Third person singular simple present indicative of disembark. Disembarking. Present participle and gerund of disembark. Disembosom. To separate from the bosom. Disembossomed. Simple past and past participle of disembosom. Disembossoming. Present participle and gerund of disembosom. Disembossoms. Third person singular simple present indicative of disembosom. Disembowel. To take or let out the bowels or interior parts of, to eviscerate. Disemboweled. Simple past and past participle of disembowel. Disemboweler. Alternative form of disemboweler. Disembowelers. Plural of disemboweler. Disemboweling. Present participle and gerund of disembowel. Disembowelings. Plural of disemboweling. Disemboweled. Simple past and past participle of disembowel. Disemboweler. One who disembowels. Disembowelers. Plural of disemboweler. Disemboweling. Present participle and gerund of disembowel. Disembowelings. Plural of disemboweling. Disembowelment. The act of disemboweling. Disembowels. Third person singular simple present indicative of disembowel. Disembowered. Deprived of or removed from a bower. Disembrangle. to free from wrangling or litigation. Disembrangled, simple past and past participle of disembrangle. Disembrangled, third person singular simple present indicative of disembrangle. Disembangling, present participle and gerund of disembrangle. Disembroil, to free or extricate from confusion. Disembroiled, simple past and past participle of disembroil. Disembroiling, present participle and gerund of disembroil. Disembroils, third person singular simple present indicative of disembroil. Disembryoplastic, misspelling of disembryoplastic. Disemburden, to disburden. Disemburden, simple past and past participle of disemburden. Disemburdening, present participle and gerund of disemburden. Disemburdens, third person singular simple present indicative of disemburden. Disseminate, misspelling of disseminate. Disemplane, synonym of deplane, disembark from an airplane. Disemplane, simple past and past participle of disemplane. Disemplanes, third person singular simple present indicative of disemplane. Disemplaning, present participle and gerund of disemplane. Disemploy, to deprive of employment. Disemployed, simple past and past participle of disemploy. Disemploying, present participle and gerund of disemploy. Disemployment, the state of being disemployed or deprived of employment as sometimes distinguished from unemployment. Disemploys, third person singular simple present indicative of disemploy. Disempower, to strip power from someone or some group. Disempowered, simple past and past participle of disempower. Disempowering, causing a loss of power or agency, debilitating. Disempoweringly, so as to disempower. Disempowerment, the act of disempowering. Disempowerments, plural of disempowerment. Disempowers, third person singular simple present indicative of disempower. Disavow, to remove the vowels from, for example, for the purpose of expurgating offensive words. Disavowed, simple past and past participle of disavowal. Disavowing, present participle and gerund of disavowal. Disavowed, simple past and past participle of disavowal. Disavowing, present participle and gerund of disavowal. Disavowalment, the act of disemvoweling. Disavowals, third person singular simple present indicative of disavowal. Disenable, to disable, render unable. Disenabled, simple past and past participle of disenable. Disenables, third person singular simple present indicative of disenable. Disenabling, present participle and gerund of disenable. Disenamor, U.S. standard spelling of disenamor. Disenamor, to free from being in love, to cause to fall out of love. Disenamored, simple past and past participle of disenamor. Disenamoring, present participle and gerund of disenamor. Disenamors, third person singular simple present indicative of disenamor. Disenchain, to free from restraint. Disenchain, freed from restraint, unrestrained. Disenchaining, present participle and gerund of disenchain. Disenchains, third person singular simple present indicative of disenchain. Disenchant, to free from illusion, false belief, or enchantment, to undeceive or disillusion. Disenchanted. Simple past and past participle of disenchant. Disenchantedly. In a disenchanted manner. Disenchantedness. The state or condition of being disenchanted. Disenchanter. One who disenchants. Disenchanters. Plural of disenchanter. Disenchanting. Causing one to become disenchanted. Disillusioning. Making something unattractive. Disenchantingly. In a disenchanting manner. Disenchantment. The act of disenchanting or the state of being disenchanted. Disenchantments. Plural of disenchantment. Disenchantress. A female disenchanter. Disenchantresses. Plural of disenchantress. Disenchants. Third person singular simple present indicative of disenchant. Disencharm. To free from the influence of a charm or spell, to disenchant. Disencharm. Simple past and past participle of disencharm. Disencharming. Present participle and gerund of disencharm. Disencharmed. Third person singular simple present indicative of disencharm. Disenclavation. The disruption of an enclave. Disenclavations. Plural of disenclavation. Disenclave. To open up an enclave. Disenclaves. Third person singular simple present indicative of disenclave. Disincline. Rare spelling of disincline. Disinclines. Third person singular simple present indicative of disincline. Disenclose. To free from being enclosed. Disenclose. Simple past and past participle of disenclose. Disencloses. Third person singular simple present indicative of disenclose. Disenclosing. Present participle and gerund of disenclose. Disencourage. To discourage. Disencouragement. Discouragement. Disencumber. To remove an encumbrance or burden from someone or something. Unburden. Disencumbered. Simple past and past participle of disencumber. Disencumbering. Present participle and gerund of disencumber. Disencumberment. Synonym of disencumbrance. Disencumberments. Plural of disencumberment. Disencumbers. Third person singular simple present indicative of disencumber. Disencumbrance. Freedom or deliverance from encumbrance or anything burdensome or troublesome. Disencumbrances. Plural of disencumbrance. Disendorse. To cease to endorse, to withdraw endorsement. Disendorsed. Simple past and past participle of disendorse. Disendorsement. The act of disendorsing. Withdrawal of endorsement. Disendorsements. Plural of disendorsement. Disendorses. Third person singular simple present indicative of disendorse. Disendorsing. Present participle and gerund of disendorse. Disendow. To deprive of an endowment. Disendowed. Simple past and past participle of disendow. Disendower. One who disendows. Disendowers. Plural of disendower. Disendowing. Present participle and gerund of disendow. Disendowment. The ceasing of endowment or endowments, especially said of the church. Disendowments. Plural of disendowment. Disendows. Third person singular simple present indicative of disendow. Disenergize. Synonym of de-energize, which is the more common term for the concept. Disenergize. Simple past and past participle of disenergize. Disenergizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of disenergize. Disenergizing. Present participle and gerund of disenergize. Disenfranchise. To deprive someone of a franchise, generally of the right to vote. Disenfranchise. Simple past and past participle of disenfranchise. Disenfranchisement. Explicit or implicit revocation of or failure to grant the right to vote to a person or group of people. Disenfranchisements. Plural of disenfranchisement. Disenfranchiser. One who disenfranchises. Disenfranchisers. Plural of disenfranchiser. Disenfranchises. Third person singular simple present indicative of disenfranchise. Disenfranchising. Present participle and gerund of disenfranchise. Disengage. A circular movement of the blade that avoids the opponent's parry. Disengage. Simple past and past participle of disengage. Disengagedness. The state or quality of being disengaged. Disengagement. Release or detachment from a physical situation or other involvement. Disengagements. Plural of disengagement. Disengager. One who, or that which disengages. Disengagers. Plural of disengager. Disengages. Plural of disengage. Disengaging. That causes one to lose commitment and interest, alienating. Disengagingly. In a manner that disengages. Dissonance. Of or pertaining to an organism that had been subjected to a disenhancement. Disenhancement. A genetic modification of an organism that removes a capability such as sight or the capacity to feel pain. Disenhancements. Plural of disenhancement. Disenjoy. To fail to enjoy. To take no pleasure in. Disenjoy. Simple past and past participle of disenjoy. Disenjoying. Present participle and gerund of disenjoy. Disenjoyment. Lack of enjoyment. Disenjoyments. Plural of disenjoyment. Disenjoys. Third person singular simple present indicative of disenjoy. Disennoble. To deprive of what ennobles, to degrade. Disennobled. Simple past and past participle of disennoble. Disennobles. Third person singular simple present indicative of disennoble. Disennobling. Present participle and gerund of disennoble. Disenrich. To reverse a previous enrichment. Disenrich. Simple past and past participle of disenrich. Disenroll. To cancel enrollment of, to remove from a list. Disenroll. Simple past and past participle of disenroll. Disenrolling. Present participle and gerund of disenroll. Disenrollment. The removal of an entry from a register. Disenrollments. Plural of disenrollment. Disenrolls. Third person singular simple present indicative of disenroll. Disenrollment. Alternative form of disenrollment. Disenrollments. Plural of disenrollment. Disenrolls. Third person singular simple present indicative of disenroll. Disinsanity. Insanity. Folly. Disenshroud. To divest of a shroud, to unveil. Disenshrouded. simple past and past participle of disenshroud. Disenshrouding, present participle and gerund of disenshroud. This enshrouds, third person singular simple present indicative of disenshroud. Disenslave, to free from slavery, to emancipate. Disenslaved, simple past and past participle of disenslave. Disenslaves, third person singular simple present indicative of disenslave. Disenslaving, present participle and gerund of disenslave. Disentail, to free from entailment. Disentailed, simple past and past participle of disentail. Disentailing, present participle and gerund of disentail. Disentailment, the act of disentailing. Disentailments, plural of disentailment. Disentails, third person singular simple present indicative of disentail. Disentangle, to unravel, to separate into discrete components or units. Disentangled, simple past and past participle of disentangle. Disentanglement, removal of or extrication from twists, tangles, complications, or confusion. Disentanglements, plural of disentanglement. Disentangler, a person who disentangles. Disentanglers, plural of disentangler. Disentangles, third person singular simple present indicative of disentangle. Disentangling, present participle and gerund of disentangle. Disentanglings, plural of disentangling. Dissenter, obsolete form of dissenter. Disinter, simple past and past participle of dissenter. Dissentering, present participle and gerund of dissenter. Dissenters, third person singular simple present indicative of dissenter. Disenthrall, alternative spelling of disenthrall. Disenthrall, to free from slavery or captivation, thraldom. Disenthralled, simple past and past participle of disenthrall. Disenthralling, present participle and gerund of disenthrall. Disenthrallment, alternative form of disenthrallment. Disenthrallments, plural of disenthrallment. Disenthralls, third person singular simple present indicative of disenthrall. Disenthrallment, alternative form of disenthrallment. Disenthrallments, plural of disenthrallment. Disenthralls, third person singular simple present indicative of disenthrall. Disenthrone, to remove someone from their position as monarch, to deprive of a position of supremacy. Disenthrone, simple past and past participle of disenthrone. Disenthronement, dethronement. Disenthronements, plural of disenthronement. Disenthrone, third person singular simple present indicative of disenthrone. Disenthroning, present participle and gerund of disenthrone. Descentes, a village and municipality in Graubünden Canton, Switzerland, officially named Dissenes/Mustère. Disentitle, to deprive of title, right, or claim. Disentitled, simple past and past participle of disentitle. Disentitlement, a process or an instance of disentitling. Disentitlements, plural of disentitlement. Disentitles, plural of disentitle. Disentitling, present participle and gerund of disentitle. Disentomb, to remove from a tomb. Disentomb, simple past and past participle of disentomb. Disentombing, present participle and gerund of disentomb. Disentombment, the process of disentombing. Disentombment, plural of disentombment. Disentrail, to pull something out of the entrails. Disentrail, simple past and past participle of disentrail. Disentrailing, present participle and gerund of disentrail. Disentrails, third person singular simple present indicative of disentrail. Disentrain, to disembark from a train. Disentrained, simple past and past participle of disentrain. Disentraining, present participle and gerund of disentrain. Disentrainment, the act or process of falling out of entrainment, precipitation form of flow or current. Disentrainments, plural of disentrainment. Disentrained, third person singular simple present indicative of disentrain. Disentrance, to awaken from a trance or deep sleep, to arouse from a reverie. Disentrance, simple past and past participle of disentrance. Disentrancement, the process of awakening somebody from a trance. Disentrances, third person singular simple present indicative of disentrance. Disentrancing, present participle and gerund of disentrance. Disentropy, negentropy. Disentwine, to free someone or something from being entwined or twisted, to untwine. Disentwine, simple past and past participle of disentwine. Disentwined, third person singular simple present indicative of disentwine. Disenvelop, to unwrap or disentangle. Disenveloped, simple past and past participle of disenvelop. Disenveloping, present participle and gerund of disenvelop. Disenvelopment, the act of disenveloping. Disenvelopments, plural of disenvelopment. Disenvelops, third person singular simple present indicative of disenvelop. Disenvenom, to remove the venom from. Disenvenomed, simple past and past participle of disenvenom. Disenvenoming, present participle and gerund of disenvenom. Disenvenoms, third person singular simple present indicative of disenvenom. Disenviron, to deprive of its environment. Disenviron, simple past and past participle of disenviron. Disenvironing, present participle and gerund of disenviron. Disenvirons, third person singular simple present indicative of disenviron. Disenvowel, alternative form of disembowel. Disemboweled, simple past and past participle of disembowel, alternative form of disembowel. Disemvoweling, present participle and gerund of disembowel, alternative form of disemvoweling. Disemboweled, simple past and past participle of disembowel, alternative form of disemboweled. Disemvoweling, present participle and gerund of disembowel, alternative form of disemvoweling. Disembowels, third person singular simple present indicative of disembowel, alternative form of disembowels. Disepolis, having two sepals. Disequalizing, alternative spelling of disequalizing. Disequalities, plural of disequality. Disequality, inequality, inequation. Disequalization, the process of becoming unequal, the act of disequalizing. Disequalize, to make unequal. Disequalize. Simple past and past participle of disequalize. Disequalizer, one who or that which makes unequal. Disequalizers, plural of disequalizer. Disequalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disequalize. Disequalizing, present participle and gerund of disequalize. Disequilibrate, to bring out of a state of equilibrium to unbalance. Disequilibrated, simple past and past participle of disequilibrate. Disequilibrates, third person singular simple present indicative of disequilibrate. Disequilibrating, present participle and gerund of disequilibrate. Disequilibration, the act of bringing about a state of disequilibrium. Disequilibrations, plural of disequilibration. Disequilibria, plural of disequilibrium. Disequilibrium, the loss of equilibrium or stability, especially due to an imbalance of forces. Disequilibriums, plural of disequilibrium. Discert, eloquent. Discertly, expressly, clearly, eloquently. Discerts, plural of discert. Deserve, misspelling of deserve. This is plural of disi. Disespace, simple past and past participle of disespouse. Disespouses, third person singular simple present indicative of disespouse. Disespousing, present participle and gerund of disespouse. Disesquiterpenoi, a dimeric form of a sesquiterpenoi. Disesquiterpenoids, plural of disesquiterpenoi. Disestablish, to deprive an established church, military squadron, operations base, etc. of its official status. Disestablish, simple past and past participle of disestablish. Disestablisher, one who disestablishes. Disestablishers, plural of disestablisher. Disestablishes, third person singular simple present indicative of disestablish. Disestablishing, present participle and gerund of disestablish. Disestablishment, the downgrading or dissolution of something that had been established. Disestablishmentarian, relating to the disestablishment of privileges, especially of an established church. Disestablishmentarianism, the campaign to disestablish the Church of England. Disestablishments, plural of disestablishment. Disestablish, simple past and past participle of disestablish. Disesteem, lack of esteem, disregard. Disesteemed, simple past and past participle of disesteem. Disesteemer, one who disesteems. Disesteemers, plural of disesteemer. Disesteeming, present participle and gerund of disesteem. Disesteems, third person singular simple present indicative of disesteem. Disestimation, disesteem. Desor, a male storyteller or reciter of monologues. There's, plural of disor. Deses, a female artiste who is a skilled and professional reciter of monologues. Disesses, plural of disuse. Disexcitation, the change in state of an excited state as it loses a quantum of energy. Disexcitations, plural of disexcitation. Disfacilitate, to inhibit. Disfacilitation, inhibition. Disfacilitations, plural of disfacilitation. Disfacilitatory, relating to or bringing about disfacilitation. Despain, disobute. Despained, simple past and past participle of disfain. Despaims, third person singular simple present indicative of disfain. Disfaiming, present participle and gerund of disfain. Dispancy, simple past and past participle of dispancy. Dispancies, third person singular simple present indicative of disfancy. Dispancy, to dislike. Disfancy, present participle and gerund of disfancy. Disfashion, to disfigure. Disfashioned, simple past and past participle of disfashion. Dispassioning, present participle and gerund of disfashion. Disfashions, third person singular simple present indicative of disfashion. Disfavor, alternative form of disfavor. Disfavorable, alternative form of disfavorable. Disfavorably, alternative form of disfavorably. Disfavor, simple past and past participle of disfavor. Disfavor, alternative form of disfavorer. Disfavors, plural of disfavor. Disfavoring, present participle and gerund of disfavor. Disfavors, plural of disfavor. Disfavor, lack of favor. Displeasure. Disfavorable, not favorable, unfavorable. Disfavorably, not favorably, unfavorably. Disfavor, simple past and past participle of disfavor. Disfavorer, one who disfavors. Disfavorers, plural of disfavorer. Disfavoring, present participle and gerund of disfavor. Disfavors, plural of disfavor. Disfeature, to deprive of features, to mar the features of. Disfeature, simple past and past participle of disfeature. Disfeatures, third person singular simple present indicative of disfeature. Disfeaturing, present participle and gerund of disfeature. Disfellowship, to subject to disfellowshipment. Disfellowshipped, simple past and past participle of disfellowship, alternative spelling of disfellowship. Disfellowshipping, present participle and gerund of disfellowship, alternative spelling of disfellowshipping. Disfellowshipment, a temporary sanction used within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, more severe than formal probation but less severe than excommunication. Disfellowship plural of disfellowshipment. Disfellowshipping, present participle and gerund of disfellowship. Disfellowships, third person singular simple present indicative of disfellowship. Disfiguration, the act of disfiguring, spoiling the appearance of something or someone, the state of being disfigured. Disfigurations, plural of disfiguration. Disfigurative, disfiguring. Disfigure, to irreversibly damage the shape or structure of something, negatively affecting its appearance or functionality without completely destroying it. Disfigure, having a damaged appearance or form, defaced or deformed. Disfigurement, the result of disfiguring, the state of being disfigured. Disfigurements, plural of disfigurement. Disfigure, one who disfigures. Disfigures, plural of disfigurer. Disfigures, third person singular simple present indicative of disfigure. Disfigurist. Second person singular simple present indicative of disfigure. Disfigureth. Third person singular simple present indicative of disfigure. Disfiguring. Present participle and gerund of disfigure. Disfiguringly. So as to cause disfigurement. Ethics. A subtractive morpheme, that is, a morpheme which manifests itself through elision, the removal of segments from a root or stem. Disfixation. Word formation involving a disfix, subtracting a morpheme from a word. Disfixations. Plural of disfixation. Disfixes. Plural of disfix. Disflavor. To negatively change the flavor of. Disflavored. Simple past and past participle of disflavor. Disflavoring. Present participle and gerund of disflavor. Disflavors. Third person singular simple present indicative of disflavor. Disflavor. British standard spelling of disflavor. Disflavor. Simple past and past participle of disflavor. Disflavoring. Present participle and gerund of disflavor. Disflavors. Third person singular simple present indicative of disflavor. Disflesh. To reduce the flesh or obesity of. Disflect. Simple past and past participle of disflesh. Disfleck is. Third person singular simple present indicative of disflesh. Disfleshing. Present participle and gerund of disflesh. Disfluencies. Plural of disfluency. Disfluency. Lack of fluency in speech. Any of various breaks, irregularities, and non-lexical vocables that occur with an otherwise fluent speech. Disfluent. Alternative form of disfluent. Disfluently. Alternative form of disfluently. Disforest. To disafforest. Disforestation. Archaic form of deforestation. Disforestations. Plural of disforestation. Disforested. Simple past and past participle of disforest. Disforesting. Present participle and gerund of disforest. Disforestment. Alternative form of disafforestment. Disforestments. Plural of disforestment. Disforests. Third person singular simple present indicative of disforest. Disform. To deform or disfigure. Disformal. Not conformal. Disformally. In a disformal manner. Disformed. Simple past and past participle of disform. Disforming. Present participle and gerund of disform. Disformities. Plural of disformity. Disformity. Dissimilarity, non-resemblance, something that is not uniform. Disforms. Third person singular simple present indicative of disform. Disfranchise. To deprive someone of some privilege, especially the right to vote, to disenfranchise. Disfranchise. Simple past and past participle of disfranchise. Disfranchisement. The act of disfranchising. Disfranchisements. Plural of disfranchisement. Disfranchiser. One who disfranchises. Disfranchisers. Plural of disfranchiser. Disfranchises. Third person singular simple present indicative of disfranchise. Disfranchising. Present participle and gerund of disfranchise. Disfrock. To remove from status as a member of a clergy to unfrock. Disfrocked. Simple past and past participle of disfrock. This frocking, present participle and gerund of disfrock. This rocks, third person singular simple present indicative of disfrock. Dysfunction, alternative form of dysfunction. Dysfunctional, misspelling of dysfunctional. Dysfunctions, plural of dysfunction. Disfurnish, to strip of furniture, equipment, etc. Disfurnished, simple past and past participle of disfurnish. Disfurnishes, third person singular simple present indicative of disfurnish. Disfurnishing, present participle and gerund of disfurnish. Disfurnishment, the act of disfurnishing or the state of being disfurnished. Disfurniture, to disfurnish. Disfurniture, simple past and past participle of disfurniture. Disfurnitures, third person singular simple present indicative of disfurniture. Disfurnituring, present participle and gerund of disfurniture. To free from a gauge or pledge, to disengage. Simple past and past participle of disgage. Third person singular simple present indicative of disgage. Disaging, present participle and gerund of disgage. Disgarbage, to remove garbage from a file, to make a file smaller. Disgarland, to strip of a garland or of some positive attribute. Disgarlanded, simple past and past participle of disgarland. Disgarlanding, present participle and gerund of disgarland. Disgarlands, third person singular simple present indicative of disgarland. Disgarnish, to divest of garniture, to disfurnish, to dismantle. Disgarnish, simple past and past participle of disgarnish. Disgarnishes, third person singular simple present indicative of disgarnish. Disgarnishing, present participle and gerund of disgarnish. Disgarrison, to deprive of a garrison. Disgarrison, simple past and past participle of disgarrison. Disgarrisoning, present participle and gerund of disgarrison. Disgarrisons, third person singular simple present indicative of disgarrison. Disgale, to deprive of that principal quality of gavelka in tenure by which lands descend equally among all the sons of the tenant. Disgavelt, simple past and past participle of disgavel. Disgaveling, present participle and gerund of disgavel. Disgavels, third person singular simple present indicative of disgavel. Degene, misspelling of dysgenic. Dysgerminoma, a malignant neoplasm of the ovary composed of undifferentiated gonadal germinal cells. Dysgerminomas, plural of dysgerminoma. Disdes, obsolete form of digest. Disgested, simple past and past participle of disgest. Disgesting, present participle and gerund of disgest. Disgestion, obsolete form of digestion. Disgestions, plural of disgestion. Disgests, third person singular simple present indicative of disgests. Disglorify, simple past and past participle of disglorify. Disglorifies, third person singular simple present indicative of disglorify. Disglorify, to deprive of glory, to treat with indignity. Disglorifying, present participle and gerund of disglorify. Disglory, dishonor. Guy, rid of God, made secular or atheistic. Disgorge, to vomit or spew, to discharge. Disgorgeable, able to be disgorged, surrendered, or given up. Degorge, simple past and past participle of disgorge. Disgorgement, an act of disgorging, giving something up involuntarily. Disgorgements, plural of disgorgement. Disgorger, a device used to remove a hook from the mouth of a fish. Disgorgers, plural of disgorger. Disgorges, third person singular simple present indicative of disgorge. Disgorges, second person singular simple present indicative of disgorge. Disgorgeth, third person singular simple present indicative of disgorge. Disgorging, present participle and gerund of disgorge. Disgorgings, plural of disgorging. Disgown, to divest of a gown of office, to defrock. Disgown, simple past and past participle of disgown. Disgowning, present participle and gerund of disgown. Disgown, third person singular simple present indicative of disgown. Disgrace, the condition of being out of favor, loss of favor, regard, or respect. Disgraced, simple past and past participle of disgrace. Disgraceness, the feeling of being disgraced. Disgraceful, bringing or warranting disgrace, shameful. Disgraceful, archaic form of disgraceful. Disgracefuler, comparative form of disgraceful, more disgraceful. Disgracefullest, superlative form of disgraceful, most disgraceful. Disgracefully, in a disgraceful manner. Disgracefulness, the state or quality of being disgraceful. Disgraceless, free from disgrace. Disgracer, someone who disgraces. Disgracers, plural of disgracer. Disgraces, plural of disgrace. Disgraces, second person singular simple present indicative of disgrace. Disgrace, third person singular simple present indicative of disgrace. Disgracing, present participle and gerund of disgrace. Disgracious, lacking grace, ungraceful. Disgraceful, causing disgrace. Dispredation, degradation. A stripping of titles and honors. Degrade, to degrade. Degraded, simple past and past participle of disgrade. Disgrades, third person singular simple present indicative of disgrade. Disgrading, present participle and gerund of disgrade. Disgraduate, to degrade. To reduce in rank. Disgraduated, simple past and past participle of disgraduate. Disgraduates, third person singular simple present indicative of disgraduate. Disgraduating, present participle and gerund of disgraduate. Disgregate, to disperse, to scatter. Disgregate, simple past and past participle of disgregate. Disgregates, third person singular simple present indicative of disgregate. Disgregating, present participle and gerund of disgregate. Disgregation, separation, scattering. Disgregations, plural of disgregation. Digression, obsolete spelling of digression. Disgressions, plural of disgression. Disgrossing, gross and disgusting. Disgruntle, to make discontent or cross, to put in a bad temper. Disgruntled, simple past and past participle of disgruntled. Disgruntledly, in a disgruntled manner. Disgruntledness, the quality of being disgruntled. Disgruntlement, the state of being disgruntled, usually displayed in a stereotypical form such as frowning and annoyance, the acts of sulky dissatisfaction. Disgruntlements, plural of disgruntlement. Disgruntled, third person singular simple present, indicative of disgruntle. Disgruntling, present participle and gerund of disgruntle. Disguisable, capable of being disguised. Disguisal, disguise. Disguisals, plural of disguisal. Disguise, materials such as clothing, makeup, a wig used to alter one's visual appearance in order to hide one's identity or assume another. Disguised, simple past and past participle of disguise. Disguisedly, in disguise. Disguisedness, the state of being disguised or in disguise. Disguiseless, without disguise. Disguisement, disguised deceptive appearance. Disguisements, plural of disguisement. Disguiser, a person or thing that disguises. Disguisers, plural of disguiser. Disguises, plural of disguise. Disguisest, second person singular simple present indicative of disguise. Disguiseth, third person singular simple present indicative of disguise. Disguising, present participle and gerund of disguise. Disguisings, plural of disguising. Disguise, obsolete form of disguise. Disguised, simple past and past participle of disguise. Disguises, plural of disguise. Disguising, present participle and gerund of disguise. Deas, to cause an intense dislike for something. Desnasta, derogatory name for Augusta, a city in Georgia, United States. Disgustable, capable of being disgusted. Dehaste, filled with disgust. Disgusted of Tunbridge Wells, a stereotypical vocal conservative curmudgeon. Disgustedly, in a disgusted manner. Disgustedness, the state or condition of being disgusted. Disgusted of Tunbridge Wells, plural of disgusted of Tunbridge Wells. Disgusterous, disgusting. Disgusto, disgusting, vile. Disgustfully, in a way that inspires disgust. Disgustfulness, the state of being disgustful, disgust. Disgusting, pronunciation, spelling of disgusting. Disgusting, causing disgust, repulsive, distasteful. Disguster, comparative form of disgusting, more disgusting. Disgustingest, superlative form of disgusting, most disgusting. Disgustingly, in a disgusting manner. Disgustingness, the state or quality of being disgusting. Disgustology, the scientific study of the feeling of disgust. Disgusts, third person singular simple present indicative of disgust. This abbreviation of diffuse idiopathic skeletal hyperostosis. This, the contents of such a vessel. Dish antenna, a paraboloid antenna. Dish antennae, plural of dish antenna. Dish antennas, plural of dish antenna. Ish bitch, an employee of a restaurant who washes dishware, typically a minimum wage position where workers are not well treated. Dishcloth, alternative spelling of dishcloth. Dishcloths, plural of dishcloth. Dish detergent, a type of detergent intended for use in dishwashers, sold in liquid and powder formulations, as well as in gel cap-like pods. Dish detergents, plural of dish detergent. Dish dog, synonym of dish pig. Dish dogs, plural of dish dog. Day drainer, synonym of dish rack. Day drainers, plural of dish drainer. Dish liquid, a type of liquid soap intended to help people clean dirty dishes with their hands, as compared with dish detergent, which is used in dishwashers. Dish off, to pass the ball or puck. Dish out, to put food onto a dish ready for eating. Dish bait, a person employed to wash dishes at a restaurant or similar location. Dish pigs, plural of dish pig. Dish pit, the dishwashing area in a restaurant. Dish pits, plural of dish pit. Dish rack, a perforated rack on which washed dishes, etc. may be placed in order to dry. Dish racks, plural of dish rack. Dish soap, synonym of washing up liquid. Dish soaps, plural of dish soap. Dish stand, any of several devices for supporting a dish, but especially a wooden tripod used in parts of the Middle East. Dish stands, plural of dish stand. Dish the dirt, to tell salacious gossip. Dish towel, a piece of absorbent cloth for drying or wiping dishes, cups or silverware. Dish towels, plural of dish towel. Dish TV, satellite television. Dish that, to serve cooked food, to take food from the oven, pots, etc. and put in dishes to be served at table. Dishwasher, alternative spelling of dishwasher. Dishwashers, plural of dishwasher. Dishcloth, alternative spelling of dishcloth. Dishcloths, plural of dishcloth. Dish base, a round, flat face visage. Dish based, having a round, flat face. Dish faces, plural of dish face. Dishabilitate, to disqualify. Dishabilitative, simple past and past participle of dishabilitate. Dishabilitates, third person singular simple present, indicative of dishabilitate. Dishabilitating, present participle and gerund of dishabilitate. Dishabilitation, disqualification. Dishabille, extreme casual or disorderly dress. For example, with the shirt tail out, sleeves unbuttoned, etc. Dishabiles, plural of dishabille. Dishabit, to drive someone out of their habitation. Dishabited, simple past and past participle of dishabit. Dishabiting, present participle and gerund of dishabit. Dishabits, third person singular simple present indicative of dishabit. Dishabituate, to respond to a stimulus with dishabituation. Dishabituated, simple past and past participle of dishabituate. Dishabituates, third person singular simple present indicative of dishabituate. Dishabituating, present participle and gerund of dishabituate. Dishabituation, a way of responding to old stimuli as if they were new. Dishabituations, plural of dishabituation. Disable, obsolete form of disable. Disabled, simple past and past participle of disable. Disabled, third person singular simple present indicative of disable. Disabling, present participle and gerund of disable. Dishallow, to render unholy, to profane, to desecrate. Dishallowed, simple past and past participle of dishallow. Dishallowing, present participle and gerund of dishallow. Dishallows, third person singular simple present indicative of dishallow. Disharmonic, not harmonic. Disharmonical, alternative form of disharmonic, not harmonic. Disharmonically, in a disharmonic manner. Disharmonies, plural of disharmony. Disharmonious, synonym of inharmonious, lacking harmony. Disharmoniously, in a disharmonious manner. Disharmoniousness, lack of harmony. Disharmonize, alternative form of disharmonize. Disharmonized, simple past and past participle of disharmonize. Disharmonize, third person singular simple present indicative of disharmonize. Disharmonizing, present participle and gerund of disharmonize. Disharmonism, a disharmonious mixture, the combination of traits from different races. Disharmonisms, plural of disharmonism. Disharmonize, to cause disorder. Disharmonized, simple past and past participle of disharmonize. Disharmonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disharmonize. Disharmonizing, present participle and gerund of disharmonize. Disharmony, the absence of harmony or concordance. Disharness, to take off one's armor, to strip off one's armor. Disharness, simple past and past participle of disharness. Disharnesses, third person singular simple present indicative of disharness. Disharnessing, present participle and gerund of disharness. Desarun, a surname from French. Desaruns, plural of desharun. Dishaunt, to leave or depart from, to cease to haunt. Dishaunted, simple past and past participle of dishaunt. Dishaunting, present participle and gerund of dishaunt. Dishaunts, third person singular simple present indicative of dishaunt. Dishboard, a cabinet for the storage and display of plates. Dishboards, plural of dishboard. Dishcloth, a cloth used to wash dishes. Dishcloth gourd, any of several gourds used to scrub dirty dishes, a loofah plant. Dishcloth gourds, plural of dishcloth gourd. Dishcloths, plural of dishcloth. Dishpat, a dishcloth. Dathesh, alternative form of dishdasha. Dishdasha, an ankle-length robe with long sleeves worn by some Arab men. Dishdashas, plural of dishdasha. Dishdashas, plural of dishdash. Dishtati, alternative form of dishdasha. Dishtatis, plural of dishdash. Disvart, obsolete form of dishearten. Dishearted, simple past and past participle of disheart. Dishearten, to discourage someone by removing their enthusiasm or courage. Dishearten, discouraged, despairing. Disheartenedly, in a disheartened manner, dispiritedly. Disheartener, one who or that which disheartens. Dishearteners, plural of disheartener. Disheartenes, second person singular simple present indicative of dishearten. Dishearteneth, third person singular simple present indicative of dishearten. Disheartening, causing a person to lose heart, making despondent or gloomy. Dishearteningly, in a disheartening manner. Disheartenment, the act of disheartening. Disheartenments, plural of disheartenment. Disheartens, third person singular simple present indicative of dishearten. Dishearting, present participle and gerund of disheart. Dishearts, third person singular simple present indicative of disheart. That's simple past and past participle of dish. Dished off, simple past and past participle of dish off. Dished out, simple past and past participle of dish out. Dish the dirt, simple past and past participle of dish the dirt. Dished up, simple past and past participle of dish up. The there. To disinherit. The there. Simple past and past participle of desire. Desiring, present participle and gerund of desire. The that, third person singular simple present indicative of desire. Deshal, a surname from Russian. Dishelm, to deprive of a helmet. Dishelm, simple past and past participle of dishelm. Dishelming, present participle and gerund of dishelm. Dishelms, third person singular simple present indicative of dishelm. Dishouse, plural of dishel. Dishar, a dish maker. Disher scoop, synonym of ice cream scoop. Disher scoops, plural of disher scoop. Disherison, the act of disheriting disinheritance. Disherit, to disinherit. Disheritance, synonym of disinheritance. Disheritances, plural of disheritance. Disherited, simple past and past participle of disherit. Disheriting, present participle and gerund of disherit. Disheriter. A disinheritor. Disheritors, plural of disheritor. Disherits, third person singular simple present indicative of disherit. Dishers, plural of disfer. Deus, plural of dish. Dishes off, third person singular simple present indicative of dish off. Dishes out, third person singular simple present indicative of dish out. Dishes the dirt, third person singular simple present indicative of dish the dirt. Dishes up, third person singular simple present indicative of dish up. Dishevel, to throw into disorder. Upheave. Disheveled, alternative form of disheveled. Disheveledly, in a disheveled manner. Disheveling, present participle and gerund of dishevel. Disheveled, with the hair uncombed. Disheveledly, in a disheveled manner. Disheveling, present participle and gerund of dishevel. Dishevelment, the state or quality of being disheveled. Dishevels, third person singular simple present indicative of dishevel. Dish full, as much as a dish will hold. Dishfuls, plural of dishful. This high, alternative form of dishy, a dishwasher person. This higher, comparative form of dishy, more dishy. This superlative form of dishy, most dishy. Dishily, in a dishy manner. Even pronunciation, spelling of dishing. Dishiness, the quality or state of being dishy. Dishe, present participle and gerund of dish. Dishing off, present participle and gerund of dish off. Dishing out, present participle and gerund of dish out. Dishing the dirt, present participle and gerund of dish the dirt. Dishing up, present participle and gerund of dish up. This things, plural of dishing. Deos, without a dish or dishes. Dishly, a variety of sheep bred in Leicestershire. Dishlis, plural of dishly. Dishlicker, a greyhound. Dishlickers, plural of dishlicker. Dishly, resembling or characteristic of a dish. Dishmaker, a manufacturer of dishes. Dishmakers, plural of dishmaker. Dish baking, the manufacture of dishes. Dishman, a surname from German. Dishmans, plural of dishman. Dishman, a surname. Dishmans, plural of dishman. Dishmap, a small mop used for washing dishes. Dishmaps, plural of dishmo. Dayer, a surname from German. Dishners, plural of dishner. This hoard, to spend or reinvest money or goods previously hoarded, thus bringing them back into the economy. This hoarded, simple past and past participle of dishoard. This hoarding, present participle and gerund of dishoard. This wards, third person singular simple present indicative of dishoard. This home, to deprive of a home, to make homeless. This own, simple past and past participle of this home. This homeostasis, misspelling of dishomeostasis. This homes, third person singular simple present indicative of this home. This foaming, present participle and gerund of this home. Dishomogeneities, plural of dishomogeneity. Dishomogeneity, the condition of being dishomogeneous, synonym of heterogeneity. Dishomogeneous, not homogeneous, synonym of heterogeneous. Dishon, a surname. Dishonest, not honest, shoddy. Dishonesties, plural of dishonesty. Dishonestly, in a dishonest manner. Dishonestness, the state or quality of being dishonest. Dishonesty, the characteristic or condition of being dishonest. Dishai, a surname from French. Dishons, plural of dishon. Dishonor, obsolete form of dishonor. Dishonors, plural of dishonor. Dishonor, U.S. standard spelling of dishonor. Dishonor, simple past and past participle of dishonor. Dishonorable, without honor or causing dishonor. Dishonorable discharge, release from military service because of conduct that is considered reprehensible. Dishonorable discharges, plural of dishonorable discharge. Dishonorableness, the property of be dishonorable. Dishonorably, in a dishonorable manner, dishonorably discharged, released from military service because of conduct that is considered reprehensible. Dishonorary, causing dishonor, tending to disgrace. Dishonor, simple past and past participle of dishonor. Dishonorer, alternative form of dishonorer. Dishonorers, plural of dishonorer. Dishonors, second person singular simple present indicative of dishonor. Dishonorer, third person singular simple present indicative of dishonor. Dishonoring, present participle and gerund of dishonor. Dishonors, third person singular simple present indicative of dishonor. Dishonor, shame or disgrace. Dishonor, simple past and past participle of dishonor. Dishonorable, British standard spelling of dishonorable. Dishonorable discharge, alternative spelling of dishonorable discharge. Dishonorable discharges, plural of dishonorable discharge. Dishonorableness, alternative spelling of dishonorableness. Dishonorably, alternative spelling of dishonorably. Dishonored, simple past and past participle of dishonor. Dishonored bail, a check or similar financial instrument whose payment has been refused. Dishonored bills, plural of dishonored bill. Dishonorer, one who dishonors. Dishonorers, plural of dishonorer. Dishonorous, second person singular simple present indicative of dishonor. Dishonoreth, third person singular simple present indicative of dishonor. Dishonoring, present participle and gerund of dishonor. Dishonors, third person singular simple present indicative of dishonor. Ehun, onomatopoeic representation of the sound of a punch or blow. Diswarn, to remove the horns of. Diswarned, simple past and past participle of dishorn. Dishorner, one who dishorns an animal. Dishorners, plural of dishorner. Dishorning, present participle and gerund of dishorn. Dishorns, third person singular simple present indicative of dishorn. Dishorse, to dismount from a horse. Dishorsed, simple past and past participle of dishorse. Dishorses, third person singular simple present indicative of dishorse. Dishorsing, present participle and gerund of dishorse. Dishouse, to deprive of a house or home, or to evict. Dishoused, simple past and past participle of dishouse. Dishouses, third person singular simple present indicative of dishouse. Dishousing, present participle and gerund of dishouse. Dishowner, a person who owns a satellite dish. Dishowners, plural of dishowner. Dishpan, a large basin or pan with a flat bottom in which dishes are washed. Dishpan hands, hands which are rough, reddish, and dry, as from irritation and chafing caused by immersion in hot water mixed with detergent. Dishpanful, as much as a dishpan will hold. Dishpanfuls, plural of dishpanful. Dishpans, plural of dishpan. Dishpansful, plural of dishpanful. Dirac, a rack for holding dishes. Dishracks, plural of dishrack. Dishrack, synonym of dishcloth, but now widely held to connote a threadbare and unclean nature versus that synonym. Dishrags, plural of dishrag. Dish up, alternative alternative form of dish soap. Dish soaps, plural of dish soap. Dish stand, alternative spelling of dish stand. Dish stands, plural of dish stand. Dish towel, a towel or any similar cloth used to dry dishes. Dish towels, plural of dish towel. Dish tray, a tray for dishes. Dish trays, plural of dish tray. Dishumor, alternative form of dishumor. Dishumor, simple past and past participle of dishumor. Dishumoring, present participle and gerund of dishumor. Dishumors, plural of dishumor. Dishumor, to deprive of humor or desire, to put out of humor. Dishumor, simple past and past participle of dishumor. Dishumoring, present participle and gerund of dishumor. Dishumors, third person singular simple present indicative of dishumor. Dishware, crockery used for serving or cooking food. Dishwares, plural of dishware. Dishwash, to wash dishes and other dishware. Dishwasher, able to be washed in a dishwasher without harm, dishwasher safe. Dishwash, simple past and past participle of dishwash. Dishwasher, a machine for washing dishes. Dishwasher proof, able to be cleaned in a dishwasher without damage. Dishwasher safe, alternative form of dishwasher safe. Dishwasher salt, a form of granulated sodium chloride used to soften the water in dishwashers. Dishwasher safe, capable of being washed in a dishwasher without being damaged. Dishwasher roll, dishwasher safe, able to be placed safely in a dishwasher for cleaning. Dishwashers, plural of dishwasher. Dishwashes, third person singular simple present indicative of dishwash. Dishwashing, the act of cleaning the dishware. Dishwashing liquid, washing up liquid. Dishwashing liquids, plural of dishwashing liquid. Dishwashings, plural of dishwashing. Dishwater, water that dishes and cooking utensils have been washed in. Dishwater blonde, of a dark blonde color bordering on light brown. Dishwater blonde, alternative spelling of dishwater blonde. Dishwater blondes, plural of dishwater blonde. Dishwater blondes, plural of dishwater blonde. Dishwaters, plural of dishwater. Dishwater, resembling dishwater. Dishwater, a dish towel. Dishwippers, plural of dishwhipper. Attractive, good-looking, sexy. Dishydrosis, misspelling of dishydrosis. Disaila inglese, a gangly acid that has two sialic acid residues. Disaila ingleses, plural of disaila inglese. Disailase, a glycoside that has two sialic acid residues. Disailasides, plural of disailas. Disailosol, two sialosyl radicals in a compound often used attributively. Disailotransferrin, a transferrin with two sialic acid residues attached. Disalyl, two sialyl groups in a molecule. Disalylate, any compound that has two sialylate groups or anions. Disalylated, sialylated by the addition of two sialic acid residues. Disalylates, plural of disalylate. Disalylactose, Any diallyl derivative of lactose. Diallylic disaccharide. Any octosaccharide that has two sialic acid moieties. Diallylic disaccharides. Plural of diallylic disaccharide. Diamylborane. The organic borane bis 1,2-dimethylpropylborane that is used to synthesize aldehydes from alkynes. Diamylboranes. Plural of diamylborane. Disibodenberg. A ruined monastery near Stotternheim in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Disidentification. The act of disidentifying or rejecting a personal or group identity. Disidentifications. Plural of disidentification. Disidentificatory. Relating to disidentification. Disidentify. Simple past and past participle of disidentify. Disidentifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of disidentify. Disidentify. Not to identify with something, to reject a personal or group identity, etc. Disidentifying. Present participle and gerund of disidentify. Disideologization. Removal of or breaking away from an ideology. Disideologize. Synonym of deideologize. Disideologize. Simple past and past participle of disideologize. Disideologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of disideologize. Disideologizing. Present participle and gerund of disideologize. Disilane. The gaseous hydride of silicon CH3CH3, the silicon analode of ethene. Disilanes. Plural of disilane. Disilani. The A and CH easy H read for disilene. Disilanides. Plural of disilani. Disilanyl. Two silanyl groups in a molecule. Disilazane. The silicon analog of diethylamine CHNH. Disilane. A molecule containing a silicon atom which forms a double bond to another silicon atom. Disilanes. Plural of disilane. Disilicate. Any compound containing two silicate anions. Disilicates. Plural of disilicate. Disilicic acid. Synonym of pyrosilicic acid. Disilicide. Any silicide containing two atoms of silicon. Disilicides. Plural of disilicide. Disilicon. Two silicon atoms in a compound. Desilude. To free from illusion. Desiluded. Simple past and past participle of disilude. Disiludes. Third person singular simple present indicative of disilude. Disilude. Present participle and gerund of disilude. Disilluminate. To destroy the light of, to darken. Disilluminated. Simple past and past participle of disilluminate. Disilluminates. Third person singular simple present indicative of disilluminate. Disilluminating. Present participle and gerund of disilluminate. Disillusion. To free or deprive of illusion, to disenchant. Disillusionary. Causing disillusion. Disillusioned. Disappointed, experiencing disillusionment, having lost one's illusions. Disillusioning. Present participle and gerund of disillusion. Disillusionize. Alternative spelling of disillusionize. Disillusionized. Simple past and past participle of disillusionize. Disillusionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of disillusionize. Disillusionizing. Present participle and gerund of disillusionize. Disillusioness. Characterized by feelings of disillusionment. Disillusionists, plural of disillusionists. Disillusionize, to disillusion, disabuse, free from illusion. Disillusionized, simple past and past participle of disillusionize. Disillusionizer, one who disillusionizes. Disillusionizers, plural of disillusionizer. Disillusionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disillusionize. Disillusionizing, present participle and gerund of disillusionize. Disillusionment, a feeling of disappointment akin to depression, arising from the realization that something is not what it was expected or believed to be, possibly accompanied by philosophical angst from having one's beliefs challenged. Disillusionments, plural of disillusionment. Disillusions, plural of disillusion. Disillusive, freeing from illusion. Illusory, freeing from illusion. Disilluxane, any siloxane having two CO groups. Disilluxanes, plural of disilluxane. Disilver, two silver atoms in a compound. Disillyl, two silyl groups in a compound. Disillylated, silylated with two silyl groups. Dicellyls, plural of dicellyl. Dicelline, a molecule containing a silicon atom which forms a triple bond to another silicon atom. Dicellines, plural of dicelline. Disimagen, to banish from imagination. Disimagend, simple past and past participle of disimagen. Disimagens, third person singular simple present indicative of disimagen. Disimagining, present participle and gerund of disimagen. Disembitter, archaic form of disembitter. Disembitter, simple past and past participle of disembitter. Disembittering, present participle and gerund of disembitter. Disembitters, third person singular simple present indicative of disembitter. Disimpact, to remove an impaction. Disimpacted, simple past and past participle of disimpact. Disimpacting, present participle and gerund of disimpact. Disimpaction, the act of disimpacting. Disimpactions, plural of disimpaction. Disimpacts, third person singular simple present indicative of disimpact. Disembark, to free from the barriers or restrictions of a park. Disembark, simple past and past participle of disembark. Disembarking, present participle and gerund of disembark. Disembarks, third person singular simple present indicative of disembark. Disimpassioned, without passion or feeling. Disembeach, to revoke an impeachment. Disembed, to remove impedances or hindrances, to expedite. Disembeded, simple past and past participle of disempede. Disembedes, third person singular simple present indicative of disempede. Disempeding, present participle and gerund of disempede. Disimperialism, a dismantling of or movement away from imperialism. Disimplicate, to change the status of someone or something that is implicated into one where it is not implicated, to disprove or call into question an implication concerning. Disimplicated, simple past and past participle of disimplicate. Disimplicates, third person singular simple present indicative of disimplicate. Disimplicating, present participle and gerund of disimplicate. Disimprison, to free or release from a state of imprisonment. Disimprisoned, simple past and past participle of disimprison. Disimprisoning, present participle and gerund of disimprison. Disimprisonment, release from prison. Disimprisons, third person singular simple present indicative of disimprison. Disimpropriate, in ecclesiastical law to remove ecclesiastical property from control or management of a layperson. Disimpropriated, simple past and past participle of disimpropriate. Disimpropriates, third person singular simple present indicative of disimpropriate. Disimpropriating, present participle and gerund of disimpropriate. Disimprove, to make worse. Disimproved, simple past and past participle of disimprove. Disimprovement, reduction from a better to a worse state. Disimprovements, plural of disimprovement. Disimproves, third person singular simple present indicative of disimprove. Disimproving, present participle and gerund of disimprove. Disincantation, the countering of a spell that was cast by an incantation. Disincantations, plural of disincantation. Disincarcerate, to liberate from prison. Disincarcerated, simple past and past participle of disincarcerate. Disincarcerates, third person singular simple present indicative of disincarcerate. Disincarcerating, present participle and gerund of disincarcerate. Disincarceration, a release from prison. Disincarnate, lacking a physical form. Disincarnated, simple past and past participle of disincarnate. Disincarnates, third person singular simple present indicative of disincarnate. Disincarnating, present participle and gerund of disincarnate. Disincarnation, the process of ceasing to have a physical body. Disincarnations, plural of disincarnation. Disincentive, that which discourages a particular behavior, a deterrent. Disincentives, plural of disincentive. Disincentivization, alternative spelling of disincentivization. Disincentivize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of disincentivize. Disincentivize, simple past and past participle of disincentivize. Disincentivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disincentivize. Disincentivizing, present participle and gerund of disincentivize. Disincentivization, the provision of a disincentive. Disincentivize, to discourage or demotivate by means of a disincentive. Disincentivized, simple past and past participle of disincentivize. Disincentivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disincentivize. Disincentivizing, present participle and gerund of disincentivize. Disinclination, the state of being disinclined, want of propensity, desire or affection, slight aversion or dislike. Disinclinations, plural of disinclination. Disincline, to make reluctant, to lessen the inclination of. Disincline, not inclined, having a disinclination, being unwilling, reluctant. Disinclined, third person singular simple present indicative of disincline. Disinclining, present participle and gerund of disincline. Disinclose, archaic form of disinclose. Disinclosed, simple past and past participle of disinclose. Disincloses, third person singular simple present indicative of disinclose. Disinclothing, present participle and gerund of disinclose. This include, synonym of disclude. This included, simple past and past participle of disinclude. This includes, third person singular simple present indicative of disinclude. Disincluding, present participle of disinclude. This incorporate, to deprive of corporate rights. Disincorporated. Simple past and past participle of disincorporate. This incorporates, third person singular simple present indicative of disincorporate. This incorporating, present participle and gerund of disincorporate. This incorporation, deprivation of the rights and privileges of a corporation. This incorporations, plural of disincorporation. Disincrease, the reduction of something that has increased or that typically increases. Disincrease, simple past and past participle of disincrease. Disincreases, plural of disincrease. Disincreasing, present participle and gerund of disincrease. Disindividualization, alternative form of disindividualization. Disindividualize, alternative form of disindividualize. Disindividualize, simple past and past participle of disindividualize. Disindividualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disindividualize. Disindividualizing, present participle and gerund of disindividualize. Disindividualization, the process of depriving of individuality. Disindividualize, to deprive of individuality. Disindividualized, simple past and past participle of disindividualize. Disindividualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disindividualize. Disindividualizing, present participle and gerund of disindividualize. Disinfect, to sterilize by the use of cleaning agent. Disinfectable, capable of being disinfected. Disinfectant, serving to kill germs or viruses. Disinfectant time, synonym of contact time. Disinfectant times, plural of disinfectant time. Disinfectants, plural of disinfectant. Disinfectation, disinfection. Disinfected, simple past and past participle of disinfect. Disinfector, alternative form of disinfector. Disinfectors, plural of disinfector. Disinfecting, present participle and gerund of disinfect. Disinfection, treatment with disinfectant materials in order to destroy harmful microorganisms. Disinfections, plural of disinfection. Disinfective, that disinfects. Disinfector, someone or something that disinfects. Disinfectors, plural of disinfector. Disinfects, third person singular simple present indicative of disinfect. Disinvest, to eliminate insects, vermin, or other pests from. Disinfestant, a substance used to eliminate pests. Disinvestants, plural of disinfestant. Disinfestation, the act or process of disinfesting. Disinfestation, plural of disinfestation. Disinvested, simple past and past participle of disinvest. Disinvesting, present participle and gerund of disinvest. Disinvests, third person singular simple present indicative of disinfest. Disinflame, to divest of flame or ardor. Disinflame, simple past and past participle of disinflame. Disinflames, third person singular simple present indicative of disinflame. Disinflaming, present participle and gerund of disinflame. Disinflate, to reduce the rate of inflation. Disinflated, simple past and past participle of disinflate. Disinflates, third person singular simple present indicative of disinflate. Disinflating, present participle and gerund of disinflate. Disinflation, a decrease in the inflation rate. Disinflationary, exhibiting or causing reduced inflation. Disinflations, plural of disinflation. Disinfo, disinformation. Disinfodemic, an epidemic of disinformation. Disinfodemics, plural of disinfodemic. Disinfographic, an infographic that shows false or misleading information. Disinfographics, plural of disinfographic. Disinform, to supply with disinformation. Disinformants, plural of disinformant. Disinformation, false information intentionally disseminated to deliberately confuse or mislead, intentional misinformation. Disinformation drive, Philippines. Disinformational, relating to disinformation. Disinformation, simple past and past participle of disinformation. Disinformationing, present participle and gerund of disinformation. Disinformationist, one who propagates disinformation. Disinformationists, plural of disinformationists. Disinformations, plural of disinformation. Disinformative, being or pertaining to disinformation. Disinformed, simple past and past participle of disinform. Disinformer, one who disinforms. Disinformers, plural of disinformer. Disinforming, present participle and gerund of disinform. Disinform, third person singular simple present indicative of disinform. Disinfotainment, infotainment based on incorrect or misleading information. Disingenuous, misspelling of disingenuous. Disingenuine, disingenuous. Disingenuities, plural of disingenuity. Disingenuity, synonym of disingenuousness. Disingenuous, not honorable, unworthy of honor. Disingenuously, in a manner that is not frank or open, deceptively. Disingenuousness, the state or quality of being disingenuous. Disinhabited, uninhabited. Disinheritance, disharrison. Disinheritance, plural of disinheritance. Disinherit, to exclude from inheritance, to disown. Disinheritable, that can be disinherited. Disinheritance, the act of disinheriting. Disinheritances, plural of disinheritance. Disinherited, simple past and past participle of disinherit. Disinheritee, one who is disinherited. Disinherites, plural of disinheritee. Disinheriting, present participle and gerund of disinherit. Disinheritor, one who disinherits. Disinheritors, plural of disinheritor. Disinherits, third person singular simple present indicative of disinherit. Disinhibit, to remove an inhibition. Disinhibited, simple past and past participle of disinhibit. Disinhibiting, that removes or suppresses inhibitions, that disinhibits. Disinhibition, a lack or loss of inhibition. Disinhibitions, plural of disinhibition. Disinhibitor, something that reduces one's inhibitions, making one act more impulsively. Disinhibitors, plural of disinhibitor. Disinhibitory, that disinhibits. Disinhibits, third person singular simple present indicative of disinhibit. Disinhume, to disinter, to dig up from the earth. Disinhumed, simple past and past participle of disinhume. Disinhumes, third person singular simple present indicative of disinhume. Disinhuming, present participle and gerund of disinhume. Disinsect, to eliminate insects from something, usually by application of an insecticide. Disinsected, simple past and past participle of disinsect. Disinsecting, present participle and gerund of disinsect. Disinsection, the use of insecticide for pest control, disinsectization. Disinsectize, alternative form of disinsectize. Disinsectize, simple past and past participle of disinsectize. Disinsectizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disinsectize. Disinsectizing, present participle and gerund of disinsectize. Disinsectization, the removal of insects. Disinsectize, to rid of insects. Disinsectize, simple past and past participle of disinsectize. Disinsectizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disinsectize. Disinsectizing, present participle and gerund of disinsectize. Disinsects, third person singular simple present indicative of disinsect. Disinsert, to tap the periphery of the retina. Disinserted, simple past and past participle of disinsert. Disinsertion, a tear rupture near the periphery of the retina. Disinsertions, plural of disinsertion. Disinserts, third person singular simple present indicative of disinsert. Disinsure, to render insecure, to put in danger. Disinsure, simple past and past participle of disinsure. Disinsures, third person singular simple present indicative of disinsure. Disinsuring, present participle and gerund of disinsure. Disintegrability, the condition of being disintegrable. Disintegrable, capable of being disintegrated. Disintegrant, any material that is added to a pharmaceutical preparation to make it disintegrate and thus release the active ingredient on contact with water. Disintegrants, plural of disintegrant. Disintegrate, to undo the integrity of, to break into parts. Disintegrate, simple past and past participle of disintegrate. Disintegrates, third person singular simple present indicative of disintegrate. Disintegrating, present participle and gerund of disintegrate. Disintegrating link, a pressed metal or plastic link used to join cartridges for a machine gun, which is expelled when the cartridge is removed during loading. Disintegrating links, plural of disintegrating link. Disintegratingly, so as to disintegrate. Disintegration, a process by which anything disintegrates. Disintegration energies, plural of disintegration energy. Disintegration energy, the energy released during a nuclear reaction. Disintegrational, relating to disintegration. Disintegrations, plural of disintegration. Disintegrative, losing cohesion or unity. Disintegrativity, the quality of being disintegrative. Disintegrator, one who or that which disintegrates. Disintegrators, plural of disintegrator. Disintegrin, any of a family of polypeptides isolated from venom that interact with integrin proteins and inhibit the clumping of platelets. Disintegrins, plural of disintegrin. Disintegrity, a lack or loss of integrity or cohesion. Disintegrous, synonym of disintegrable. Disintensify, simple past and past participle of disintensify. Disintensifies, third person singular simple present indicative of disintensify. Disintensify, to make less intense. Disintensifying, present participle and gerund of disintensify. Disinter, to take out of the grave or tomb. Disinterred, misspelling of disinterred. Disinterest, disinterested. Disinterestment, disinterest. Disinterest, an absence of interest, attention, or curiosity. Disinterested, having no stake or interest in the outcome and no conflicts of interest, free of bias, impartial. Disinterestedly, in a disinterested manner, impartially, dispassionately. Disinterestedness, the state or quality of being disinterested. Disinteresting, present participle and gerund of disinterest. Disinterests, third person singular simple present indicative of disinterest. Disinterring, misspelling of disinterring. Disinterlace, misconstruction of dainterlace. Disinterlace, simple past and past participle of disinterlace. Disintermediary, or pertaining to disintermediation. Disintermediate, to carry out disintermediation. Disintermediated, simple past and past participle of disintermediate. Disintermediates, third person singular simple present indicative of disintermediate. Disintermediating. Present participle and gerund of disintermediate. Disintermediation, the removal of funds from a financial institution such as a bank for direct purchase of financial instruments. Disintermediations, plural of disintermediation. Disintermediator, one who carries out disintermediation. Disintermediators, plural of disintermediator. Disinterment, the act of disinterring. Disinterments, plural of disinterment. Disinter, simple past and past participle of disinter. Disinterring, present participle and gerund of disinter. Disinters, third person singular simple present indicative of disinter. Disenthrall, alternative spelling of disenthrall. Disenthrall, alternative form of disenthrall. Disenthralled, simple past and past participle of disenthrall. Disenthralling, present participle and gerund of disenthrall. Disenthrallment, liberation from thraldom or slavery. Disenthralled, third person singular simple present indicative of disenthrall. Disenthralled, third person singular simple present indicative of disenthrall. Disintoxicate, to neutralize the intoxicating effects of disintoxicated. Simple past and past participle of disintoxicate. Disintoxicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of disintoxicate. Disintoxicating. Present participle and gerund of disintoxicate. Disintoxication. The process of disintoxicating. Disintoxications. Plural of disintoxication. Disintricate. To disentangle. Disintricated. Simple past and past participle of disintricate. Disintricates. Third person singular simple present indicative of disintricate. Disintricating. Present participle and gerund of disintricate. Disinherit. To make unfamiliar with something, to disaccustom. Disinherit. Simple past and past participle of disinherit. Disinherors. Third person singular simple present indicative of disinhere. Disinhering. Present participle and gerund of disinhere. Disinvagination. The repair of an invagination. Disinvaginations. Plural of disinvagination. Disinvent. To nullify a previous invention. Disinvented. Simple past and past participle of disinvent. Disinventing. Present participle and gerund of disinvent. Disinvents. Third person singular simple present indicative of disinvent. Disinvest. To reduce investment or cease to invest. Disinvested. Simple past and past participle of disinvest. Disinvesting. Present participle and gerund of disinvest. Disinvestiture. The act of depriving of investiture. Disinvestment. The process of disinvesting, negative investment. Disinvestments. Plural of disinvestment. Disinvestor. One who disinvests. Disinvestors. Plural of disinvestor. Disinvests. Third person singular simple present indicative of disinvest. Disinvigorate. To enervate, to weaken. Disinvigorated. Simple past and past participle of disinvigorate. Disinvigorates. Third person singular simple present indicative of disinvigorate. Disinvigorating. Present participle and gerund of disinvigorate. Disinvitation. The withdrawal of an invitation. Disinvitations. Plural of disinvitation. Disinvite. To cancel an invitation to someone. Disinvited. Simple past and past participle of disinvite. Disinvites. Third person singular simple present indicative of disinvite. Disinviting. Present participle and gerund of disinvite. Disinvolve. To uncover, to unfold or unroll, to disentangle. Disinvolve. Simple past and past participle of disinvolve. Disinvolvement. The condition of being disinvolved. Disinvolves. Third person singular simple present indicative of disinvolve. Disinvolving. Present participle and gerund of disinvolve. There. Plural of dis. Disregardless. Synonym of regardless. Didasked. Alternative form of disjasket. Disdasket. Alternative form of disjasket. Disjaske. Worn out. Disject. To break apart, separate. Disject a member. Scattered fragments, especially of written work. Disjected. Simple past and past participle of disject. Disjecting. Present participle and gerund of disject. Disjection. Destruction, dispersion. Disjections, plural of disjection. Disject, third person singular simple present indicative of disject. Disjoin, to separate, to disunite. Disjoinable, able to be disjoined. Disjoined, simple past and past participle of disjoin. Disjoiner, one who or that which disjoins. Disjoiners, plural of disjoiner. Disjoining, present participle and gerund of disjoin. Disjoins, third person singular simple present indicative of disjoin. Disjoint, not smooth or continuous, disjointed. Disjoint set, a family of sets sharing no elements in common, sets whose intersection is the empty set. Disjoint sets, plural of disjoint set. Disjoint union, a union of sets forced to be disjoint by attaching information referring to the original sets to their elements, i.e. by using indexing. Disjoint union topologies. Plural of disjoint union topology. Disjoint union topology, a topology which is applicable to the disjoint union of a given set of topological spaces and is the largest, most inclusive topology that preserves the continuity of each contributing space as represented in a union. Disjoint unions, plural of disjoint union. Disjointed, not connected, coherent, or continuous. Disjointedly, in a disjointed manner. Disjointedness, the state or condition of being disjointed. Disjointednesses, plural of disjointedness. Disjointing, present participle and gerund of disjoint. Disjointly, in a disjointed state. Disjointment, the quality of being disjointed. Disjointments, plural of disjointment. Disjointness, the condition of being disjoint. Disjoints, third person singular simple present indicative of disjoint. Disjointure, an instance or state of being disjoint, separation. Disjointures, plural of disjointure. Disjogal, relating to the plane or furrow separating the ancestral prosoma and opistosoma in some mites. Disjunct, separate, discontinuous, not connected. Disjunction, the act of disjoining, disunion, separation. Disjunctional, relating to disjunction. Disjunctionally, in terms of or by means of disjunction. Disjunctions, plural of disjunction. Disjunctive normal form, the form of a Boolean formula that the formula has if the formula is a disjunction of conjunctions of literals, such as A and B and C or D and E and not F. Disjunctive syllogism, a logical argument of the form that if there are only two possibilities and one of them is ruled out, then the other must take place. In symbols, PQ not PQ. Disjunctive syllogisms, plural of disjunctive syllogism. Disjunctively, in a disjunctive manner. Disjunctiveness, the quality of being disjunctive. Disjunctives, plural of disjunctive. Disjunctivism, a school of thought that rejects the existence of sense data in certain cases, believing that a hallucination differs from a veridical experience in that the latter is the experience of an actual external entity. Disjunctivist, one who subscribes to disjunctivism. Disjunctivists, plural of disjunctivists. Disjunctivitis, excessive disjointment disjointedness. Disjunctivity, the property of being disjunctive. Disjunctly, in a disjunct manner. Disjunctness, the quality of being disjunct. Disjuncture, a small, temporary body between the conidia of some fungi. Disjunctures, plural of disjunctor. Disjuncts, plural of disjunct. Disjuncture, a lack of union or lack of coordination or separation. Disjunctures, plural of disjuncture. Disjustive, tending to create or emphasize a difference, contrast, or lack of adjustment. Dead, a thin, flat, circular plate or similar object. Disk access times, plural of disk access time. Disk break, alternative spelling of disk break. Disk breaks, plural of disk break. Disk drive, a computer drive that reads disks. Disk drives, plural of disk drive. Disk horse, discars. Disk image, a copy of all or part of a disk drive retained for backup or replication purposes. Disk images, plural of disk image. Disk jockey, alternative spelling of disk jockey. Disk jockeys, plural of disk jockey. Disk on key, synonym of flash drive. Disk owl, alternative form of disk owl. Disk owls, plural of disk owl. Disk pack, a rigid cylindrical device having a center spindle and one or more steel plates with a magnetic coating, used to store and retrieve computer files. Disk rot, alternative form of disk rot. Disk wheel, a disc consisting of a spiral on its flat face which engages with a worm wheel. Disk wheels, plural of disk wheel. Discazine, synonym of disczine. Discazines, plural of discazine. Disk cyclic, describing a form of cyclicity operator having criteria midway between a hypercyclic and a supercyclic operator. Disk cyclicity, the property of being cyclic. Discectomies, plural of discectomy. Discectomy, alternative spelling of discectomy. The simple past and past participle of disc. Decker, alternative form of discer. Discurry, alternative form of discurry. Discurries, plural of discurry. Discurs, plural of discur. Discurry, a phonograph record manufacturer, a shop that sells phonograph records. Disbat, a small, flexible, magnetic disk for storage and retrieval of data. Diskette drive, a floppy diskette drive. Diskette drives, plural of diskette drive. Diskettes, plural of diskette. Diskindness, unkindness. Diskindnesses, plural of diskindness. Disking, present participle and gerund of dis. Discitis, alternative form of discitis. Disclayable, a record on a hard disk or other storage device holding information about the location of the partitions on the disk. Discladals, plural of disclayable. Disgusness, absence of a disk or disks. Disc-like, resembling or characteristic of a disk. Dismay, a disc scene. Dismarbs, plural of disc mag. Disco Island, a large island in Baffin Bay, off the west coast of Greenland. Disco, alternative form of disco by the same spelling difference as with disc and disc. Discogram, alternative form of discogram. Discograms, plural of discogram. Discographic, alternative form of discographic. Discographies, plural of discography. Discography, alternative form of discography. Discoy, plural of discos. Dicos, a small plate used to hold Eucharistic bread which is to be consecrated. A paten. Discosismology, the study of seismic oscillations of accretion disks around black holes. Discospindulitis, alternative form of discospindulitis. That is, plural of disc. Discs on key, plural of disk on key. Disk space, storage space available on a computer disk. Disci, characteristic of a disk. Disk scene, a scene distributed on floppy disk. Disk scenes, plural of disk scene. Misleading, alternative form of misleading. Delete, to remove the leaves from. Disleaved, simple past and past participle of disleave. Disleaving, present participle and gerund of disleave. Disleaves, third person singular simple present indicative of disleave. Disleal, disloyal, perfidious. Delir, alternative spelling of disleave. Disleaved, simple past and past participle of disleave. Disleers, third person singular simple present indicative of disleave. Disleaving, present participle and gerund of disleave. Dislie, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9784. Delict, simple past and past participle of dislike. Dislikable, not capable or worthy of being liked, not liked, regarded with displeasure or aversion. Dislikably, in a dislikable manner. Dislike, an attitude or a feeling of distaste or aversion. Dislikable, alternative spelling of dislikable. Disliked, simple past and past participle of dislike. Dislicky, one who is disliked. Dislickies, plural of dislicky. Dislikeful, unpleasant, disagreeable. Dislikelihood, improbability. Disliken, to make unlike, to disguise. Disliken, simple past and past participle of disliken. Dislikeness, the state or quality of being disliked. Dislikening, present participle and gerund of disliken. Dislikens, third person singular simple present indicative of disliken. Disliker, one who dislikes. Dislitters, plural of dislicker. Dislikes, third person singular simple present indicative of dislike. Dislikest, second person singular simple present indicative of dislike. Dislike, third person singular simple present indicative of dislike. Disliking, gerund of dislike, a dislike. Dislikings, plural of disliking. Delimb, to remove a limb from, to dismember, to pull off arms or legs. Delimbed, simple past and past participle of dislim. Dislimming, present participle and gerund of dislim. Dislim, third person singular simple present indicative of dislim. Dilim, to remove the outlines of, to efface. Dilim, simple past and past participle of dislim. Link, to unlink, to disunite or separate. Linked, simple past and past participle of dislink. Dislinking, present participle and gerund of dislink. Dislinks, third person singular simple present indicative of dislink. Dyslipidemia, alternative form of dyslipidemia. Disload, to unload, to disburden. Disloaded, simple past and past participle of disload. Disloading, present participle and gerund of disload. Disloads, third person singular simple present indicative of disload. Dislocable, alternative form of dislocatable. Dislocalization, alternative form of delocalization. Dislocalizations, plural of dislocalization. Dislocalize, alternative form of delocalized. Dislocalized, simple past and past participle of dislocalized. Dislocatable, able to be dislocated. Dislocate, to put something out of its usual place. Dislocated, simple past and past participle of dislocate, to put something out of its usual place. Dislocated, simple past and past participle of dislocate. Dislocatedly, in a dislocated manner. Dislocatedness, the quality of being dislocated. Dislocati, one who is dislocated, a displaced person. Dislocates, plural of dislocati. Dislocates, third person singular simple present indicative of dislocate. Dislocating, present participle and gerund of dislocate. Dislocation, the displacement of parts of rocks or portions of strata from the situation which they originally occupied. Dislocational, relating to a dislocation. Dislocationally, by means of a dislocation. Dislocationary, relating to a dislocation. Dislocations, plural of dislocation. Dislocator, something that dislocates. Dislocators, plural of dislocator. Dislocatory, causing or relating to dislocation. Dislocken, a translocken associated with dislocation. Dislockens, plural of dislocken. Dislodgeable, alternative form of dislodgeable. Dislodge, to remove or force out from a position or dwelling previously occupied. Dislodgeability, the condition of being dislodgeable. Dislodgeable, able to be dislodged. Dislodgement, the state or process of being dislodged. Dislodgements, plural of dislodgement. Dislodger, one who or that which dislodges. Dislodgers, plural of dislodger. Dislodges, third person singular simple present indicative of dislodge. Dislodging, present participle and gerund of dislodge. Dislodgings, plural of dislodging. Dislodgement, alternative form of dislodgement. Dislodgements, plural of dislodgement. Disloyed, set off at a distance, remote. Disloyal. Not loyal, without loyalty. Disloyalist. One who is disloyal to a cause. Disloyalists. Plural of disloyalists. Disloyally. In a disloyal manner. Disloyalness. The state or quality of being disloyal. Disloyalties. Plural of disloyalty. Disloyalty. An act of being disloyal, a betrayal, faith breach. Disloyalty card. A card used by a group of similar businesses, for example coffee shops, which rewards customers who make regular purchases from any of the participating businesses in order to promote cooperative growth. Disloyalty cards. Plural of disloyalty card. Disluster. To give up or lose luster. Delusted. Simple past and past participle of disluster. Deslusters. Third person singular simple present indicative of disluster. Dislustering. Present participle and gerund of disluster. Dismail. To remove the chainmail or armor from someone. Dismailed. Simple past and past participle of dismail. Dismailing. Present participle and gerund of dismail. Dismails. Third person singular simple present indicative of dismail. Dal. Disastrous, calamitous. Dismal Dora. A gloomy person. Dismal Doras. Plural of dismal Dora. Dismal Gemmies. Plural of dismal Jemmy. Dismal Jemmy. A melancholy or peevish person. A gloomy complainer. Dismal Science. Economics or the field of political economy. Dismal Sciences. Plural of dismal science. Dismailer. Comparative form of dismal, more dismal. Dismalist. Superlative form of dismal, most dismal. Dismalize. Alternative form of dismalize. Dismalized. Simple past and past participle of dismalize. Dismalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of dismalize. Dismalizing. Present participle and gerund of dismalize. Dismalities. Plural of dismality. Dismality. The quality or state of being dismal. Dismalize. To make dismal. Dismalized. Simple past and past participle of dismalize. Dismalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of dismalize. Dismalizing. Present participle and gerund of dismalize. Dismaler. Comparative form of dismal, more dismal. Dismalus. Superlative form of dismal, most dismal. Dismally. In a dismal manner. Dismalness. The state or quality of being dismal. Dismalnesses. Plural of dismalness. Dismals. A dismal or melancholy state. Disman. To deprive of man. Dismand. Simple past and past participle of disman. Dismanning. Present participle and gerund of disman. Dismans. Third person singular simple present indicative of disman. Dismantlability. The quality of being dismantlable. Dismantlable. Capable of being dismantled or taken apart. Dismantle. To divest, strip of dress or covering. Dismantlable. Capable of being dismantled. Dismantled. Simple past and past participle of dismantle. Dismantlement. The act of dismantling, disassembly. Dismantlements. Plural of dismantlement. Dismantler, one who dismantles. Dismantlers, plural of dismantler. Dismantles, third person singular simple present indicative of dismantle. Dismantleth, third person singular simple present indicative of dismantle. Dismantling, present participle and gerund of dismantle. Dismantlings, plural of dismantling. Dismark, to march away, to withdraw. Dismark, simple past and past participle of dismark. Dismarches, third person singular simple present indicative of dismark. Dismarking, present participle and gerund of dismark. Dismarry, simple past and past participle of dismarry. Dismarries, third person singular simple present indicative of dismarry. Dismarry, to free from the bonds of marriage, to divorce. Dismaye, present participle and gerund of dismarry. Dismask, to remove a mask from. Dismasked, simple past and past participle of dismasked. Dismasking, present participle and gerund of dismask. Dismasks, third person singular simple present indicative of dismask. Dismasked, to break off the mast of a ship, especially by gunfire. Dismasted, simple past and past participle of dismast. Dismasting, present participle and gerund of dismast. Dismastings, plural of dismasting. Dismastment, the loss or removal of a ship's mast. Dismasts, third person singular simple present indicative of dismast. Dismay, to cause to feel apprehension, great sadness or fear, to deprive of energy. Dismayed, obsolete form of dismayed. Dismayed, simple past and past participle of dismay. Dismayedly, in a dismayed manner. Dismayedness, the state or quality of being dismayed. Dismayer, one who dismays. Dismayers, plural of dismayer. Dismayful, terrifying. Dismayfully, in dismay. Dismaying, present participle and gerund of dismay. Dismayingly, in a manner that causes dismay. Dismaying. Plural of dismaying. Dismay is third person singular simple present indicative of dismay. Dismay, a die minted in 1792. Dismember, to remove the limbs of. Dismembered, simple past and past participle of dismember. Dismemberer, one who, or that which, dismembers. Dismemberers, plural of dismemberer. Dismembereth, third person singular simple present indicative of dismember. Dismembering, present participle and gerund of dismember. Dismemberings, plural of dismembering. Dismemberment, the act of dismembering. Dismemberments, plural of dismemberment. Dismembers, third person singular simple present indicative of dismember. Dismembrinator, synonym of dismembrator. Dismembrinators, plural of dismembrinator. Dismembrator, a device that removes the membrane from liquid. Dismembrators, plural of dismembrator. Dismember, obsolete form of dismember. Dismembered, simple past and past participle of dismember. Dismembers, Third person singular simple present indicative of dismember. Dismembering, present participle and gerund of dismember. Dismes, plural of disme. Dismetabolic, misspelling of dismetabolic. Dismel, a unit of area equal to 1/100th of an acre. Dismiss, to discharge, to end the employment or service of. Dismissible, capable of being dismissed. Dismissibly, in a way that makes someone or something easy to dismiss. Dismissal, the act of sending someone away. Dismissals, plural of dismissal. Dismissed, not having been considered, treated as unimportant, rejected. Dismissee, one who is dismissed. Dismissees, plural of dismissee. Dismisser, one who dismisses. Dismissers, plural of dismisser. Dismisses, third person singular simple present indicative of dismiss. Dismisses, second person singular simple present indicative of dismiss. Dismissa, third person singular simple present indicative of dismiss. Dismissibility, the quality or state of being dismissible. Dismissible, that may be dismissed. Dismissing, dismissive. Dismissingly, in a dismissing manner, dismissively. Dismission, the setting aside of something from consideration. Dismissions, plural of dismission. Dismissive, showing disregard, indicating rejection, serving to dismiss. Dismissively, in a dismissive manner. Dismissiveness, the quality of being dismissive. Dismissory, alternative form of dismissory. Dismissed, simple past and past participle of dismiss. Dismoded, outmoded, having fallen out of fashion. Dysmorphology, misspelling of dysmorphology. Dismortgage, to redeem from mortgage. Dismortgage, simple past and past participle of dismortgage. Dismortgages, third person singular simple present indicative of dismortgage. Dismortgaging, present participle and gerund of dismortgage. Dismotility, alternative form of dismotility. Dismount, to cause to get off something. Dismount. Mountable, capable of being dismounted. Dismounted, having gotten off one's horse or been removed from its usual mounting, as with a statue off its pedestal, a framed picture from a wall, or a chandelier hanging from a ceiling. Dismounter, one who dismounts. Dismounters, plural of dismounter. Dismounteth, third person singular simple present indicative of dismount. Dismounting, present participle and gerund of dismount. Dismountings, plural of dismounting. Dismounts, plural of dismount. Dismukes, a surname from French. Dismucuses, plural of dismukes. Dismutase, any of several enzymes that catalyze dismutation reactions. Dismutases, plural of dismutase. Dismutate, to cause or to undergo dismutation. Dismutated, simple past and past participle of dismutate. Dismutates, third person singular simple present indicative of dismutate. Dismutating, present participle and gerund of dismutate. Dismutation, a disproportionation reaction, especially in a biological context, in which oxidized and reduced forms of a chemical species are produced simultaneously. Dismutations, plural of dismutation. Dismutative, of or relating to dismutation. Dismutator, any substance that produces dismutation. Dismutators, plural of dismutator. Does not. Disnaturalize, alternative form of disnaturalize. Disnaturalize, simple past and past participle of disnaturalize. Disnaturalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disnaturalize. Disnaturalizing, present participle and gerund of disnaturalize. Disnaturalization, the process of disnaturalizing. Disnaturalize, to make alien, to deprive of the privileges of birth. Disnaturalize, simple past and past participle of disnaturalize. Disnaturalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disnaturalize. Disnaturalizing, present participle and gerund of disnaturalize. Disnature, synonym of denature, take away a natural characteristic or inherent property of. Disnatured, deprived or destitute of natural feelings, unnatural. Disnatures, third person singular simple present indicative of disnature. Disnaturing, present participle and gerund of disnature. Disnest, to dislodge from a nest. Disnested, simple past and past participle of disnest. Disnesting, present participle and gerund of disnest. Disnests, third person singular simple present indicative of disnest. Disney, a surname from Old French. Disney adult, an adult who is a devout fan of Disney, often to an extent that may seem excessive to others. Disney adults, plural of Disney adult. Disney parent, a non-custodial parent who eludes disciplinary responsibilities over their children and pampers them with treats or gifts. Disney parents, plural of Disney parent. Disney point, the act of pointing with the index and middle finger used by staff at Walt Disney Resorts when giving directions. Disney points, plural of Disney point. Disney rash, exercise-induced vasculitis. Disney World, a place resembling the Disney World theme park, often typified by a corporately designed saccharine cheerfulness. Disney Worlds, plural of Disney World. Denying, of or relating to the American animator Walt Disney or his Walt Disney Company. Disneyana, items related to the Walt Disney Company, especially collectibles. Disney bound, alternative form of Disneybound. Disneybound, the practice of Disneybounding, incorporating the Walt Disney Company themed elements in one's fashion. Disney bounded, simple past and past participle of Disney bound. Disney bounded, simple past and past participle of Disney bound. Disney bounder, alternative form of Disney bounder. Disney bounder, one who incorporates the Walt Disney Company themed elements in their fashion. Disney bounders, plural of Disney bounder. Disney bounders, plural of Disney bounder. Disney bounding, alternative form of Disney bounding. Disney bounding, incorporating Disney-themed elements in one's fashion. Disney bounds, plural of Disney bound. Disney bounds, plural of Disney bound. Disneyesque, reminiscent of the work or style of the animator Walt Disney or his Walt Disney Company. Disneyfication, the act or process whereby something is Disneyfied. Disneyfy, simple past and past participle of dignify. Dignifies, third person singular simple present indicative of dignify. Dignify, to make something, especially a location, more acceptable or marketable by removing potentially distasteful, controversial or boring elements, particularly at the cost of its history and culture. Dignifying, present participle and gerund of dignify. Disney, characteristic of the Walt Disney Company or its productions. Disneyization, synonym of disnification. Disney's, synonym of disnify. Disney's, simple past and past participle of disneyize. Disneyizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disneyize. Disneying, present participle and gerund of disneyize. Disneyland, the archetypical theme park located in Anaheim, California. Other Disneyland theme parks exist in other cities such as Chessy, Saint-Martin, France, Tokyo, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. Disneylandification, the process of making or turning into something resembling Disneyland. Homogenization and commercialization, especially in tourism. Disneylands, plural of Disneyland. Disneyness, the values and characteristics associated with Disney. Disneyphile, a fan of the Walt Disney Company. Disneyphiles, plural of Disneyphile. Disneyphilia, the love of the Walt Disney Company. Disneypho, a person who hates the films or theme parks of the Walt Disney Company. Disneyphobes, plural of Disneyphobe. Disneyphobia, the dislike of the Walt Disney Company. Dis, plural of Disney. Disneyverse, the fictional universe of Disney films, TV series, comics, video games, etc. Disnification, alternative spelling of disnification. Disnominate, to cancel the nomination of. Disnominated, simple past and past participle of disnominate. Disnominates, third person singular simple present indicative of disnominate. Disnominating, present participle and gerund of disnominate. Disobedience, refusal to obey. Disobediences, plural of disobedience. Disobediencies, plural of disobediency. Disobediency, obsolete form of disobedience. Disobedient, not obedient. Disobediently, in a disobedient manner. Disobedience, plural of disobedient. Disobeisance, disobedience. Disobeisances, plural of disobeisance. Disobey, to refuse or intentionally fail to obey an order of somebody. Disobey, an act of disobedience. Disobedials, plural of disobedial. Disobedience, synonym of disobedience. Disobediences, plural of disobedience. Disobeyed, simple past and past participle of disobey. Disobire, one who disobeys. Disobeyers, plural of disobire. Disobeyest, second person singular simple present indicative of disobey. Disobey, third person singular simple present indicative of disobey. Disobeying, present participle and gerund of disobey. Disobeys, third person singular simple present indicative of disobey. Disobligation, the act of disobliging. Disobligations, plural of disobligation. Disobligatory, releasing from obligation. Disoblige, to be unwilling to oblige, to disappoint, to inconvenience, not to cooperate. Disobliged, simple past and past participle of disoblige. Disobligement, freedom from obligation. Disobligements, plural of disobligement. Disobliger, one who disobliges. Disobligers, plural of disobliger. Disobliges, third person singular simple present indicative of disoblige. Disobliging, present participle and gerund of disoblige. Disobligingly, so as to disoblige. Disobligingness, the quality of being disobliging. Disobliteration, the removal of a blood clot or other obstruction from an obstructed blood vessel. Disobliterations, plural of disobliteration. Disobservance, failure to observe an instruction. Disobservances, plural of disobservance. Disobstruct, to clear away an obstruction. Disobstructed, simple past and past participle of disobstruct. Disobstructing, present participle and gerund of disobstruct. Disobstruction, the removal of an obstruction. Disobstructions, plural of disobstruction. Disobstructs, third person singular simple present indicative of disobstruct. Disobutami, an antiarrhythmic drug. Disocclude, to cause to be no longer occluded. Disoccluded, simple past and past participle of disocclude. Disoccludes, third person singular simple present indicative of disocclude. Disoccluding, present participle and gerund of disocclude. Disocclusion, the situation where a previously occluded object becomes visible. Disocclusion, plural of disocclusion. Disoccupation, lack of occupation, the state of having nothing to occupy one's time, idleness. Disoic, containing 2 atoms of sodium. Sodium, 2 atoms of sodium in a compound. Disodium guanylate, a natural disodium salt of the flavor enhancer guanosine monophosphate, produced from dried fish or seaweed and often added to savory foods. Disodium hydrogen phosphate, synonym of sodium hydrogen phosphate. Disodium inosinate, a disodium salt of inosinic acid used as a flavor enhancer. Disulfiram, a diagnostic reagent. Disogenin, misspelling of diastonin. Disolvucide, an antilipidemic drug. Disolvate, a solvate containing 2 molecules of solvent. Disolated, solvated with 2 molecules of solvent. Disolates, plural of dissolvate. Dissomal, relating to disami or to dissums. Dissomatus, having 2 bodies. Dida, a pair of homologous chromosomes. Disoms, plural of dissum. Dissomic, having 1 or more chromosomes present twice, but without having the entire genome doubled. Dissomically, in a dissomic manner. Dissomics, plural of dissomic. Dissames, plural of dissami. Dissami, the normal state of a diploid eukaryotic cell or individual which has 2 members of a pair of homologous chromosomes in each nucleus. A normal chromosome is represented twice in a single cell. Disopration, a lack of engagement or interaction and/or antagonism toward cohesion. Disoperative, hostile and antagonistic toward any form of cooperation or social cohesion, characterized by disapprobation. Disopinion, absence or difference of belief, disbelief. Disapproving, synonym of propofol. Disoproxil, disapprobable. Disopyramide, a cardiac depressant administered in the form of its phosphate CHN3OH3PO4 in the treatment of life-threatening ventricular arrhythmias. Disor, to throw out of the proper orbit, to unsphere. Disor, simple past and past participle of disor. Disorbing, present participle and gerund of disor. Disorbs, third person singular simple present indicative of disor. Disorchestrated, not orchestrated. Disor, disorder. Disordain, to defrock and priest. Disordained, simple past and past participle of disordained. Disordained, third person singular simple present indicative of disordained. Disorder, absence of order, state of not being arranged in an orderly manner. Disorder of sex development, a medical condition whereby the development of chromosomal or anatomical sex is in some way atypical, an intersex condition. Disorderable, able to be disordered. Disorder, simple past and past participle of disorder. Disorderedly, in a disordered way, haphazardly, chaotically. Disorderedness, the quality of being disordered. Disorderer, one who disorders. Disorderers, plural of disorderer. Disorderous, second person singular simple present indicative of disorder. Disorderer, third person singular simple present indicative of disorder. Disordering, the removal of order. Disorderings, plural of disordering. Disorderlies, plural of disorderly. Disorderly, in a disorderly manner. Disorderliness, the state or quality of being disorderly. Disorderly, not in order, marked by disorder or disarray. Disorderly conduct, the criminal offense of misbehaving in a public place, for example, by being drunk or loitering. Disorderly house, a brothel. Disorderly houses, plural of disorderly house. Disorderment, a state of disorder. Disorders, plural of disorder. Disorders of sex development, plural of disorder of sex development. Disordinal, describing a situation in which the rank order of two contributory factors changes at some value. Disordinance, disorder or disturbance. Disordinances, plural of disordinance. Disordinate, inordinate, disorderly. Disordinately, inordinately. Disordination, disorder, derangement or confusion. Disorder, obsolete form of disorder. Disorderly, rare spelling of disorderly. Disorders, plural of disorder. Disorganic, not organic, having no organization. Disorganization, alternative spelling of disorganization. Disorganizations, plural of disorganization. Disorganize, to make less organized, to reduce to chaos. Disorganized, lacking order or organization, confused, chaotic. Disorganizedly, alternative spelling of disorganizedly. Disorganizer, alternative form of disorganizer. Disorganizers, plural of disorganizer. Disorganize, third person singular simple present indicative of disorganize. Disorganizing, present participle and gerund of disorganize. Disorganization, the act of disorganizing, destruction of system. Disorganizations, plural of disorganization. Disorganize, to make less organized, to reduce to chaos. Disorganized, lacking order or organization. Confused, chaotic. Disorganized schizophrenia, a form of schizophrenia marked by disorganized behavior and speech as well as inappropriate emotional responses or affect. Disorganizedly, in a disorganized manner. Disorganizer, someone or something that disorganizes or causes disorder and confusion. Disorganizers, plural of disorganizer. Disorganizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disorganize. Disorganizing, present participle and gerund of disorganize. Disorient, to cause to lose orientation or direction. Disorientate, alternative form of disorient. Disorientated, simple past and past participle of disorientate. Disorientates, third person singular simple present indicative of disorientate. Disorientating, present participle and gerund of disorientate. Disorientation, the loss of one's sense of direction or of one's position in relationship with the surroundings. Disorientations, plural of disorientation. Disoriented, simple past and past participle of disorient. Disorientedly, in a disoriented manner. Disorientedness, the state of being disoriented. Disorienter, a person or thing that disorients. Disorienters, plural of disorienter. Disorienting, that causes disorientation, confusing. Disorientingly, in a disorienting manner. Disorients, third person singular simple present indicative of disorient. Dishour, a professional storyteller or joker. Dishours, plural of dishour. Disown, to refuse to own or to refuse to acknowledge one's own. Disowny, one who is disowned. Disownees, plural of disowny. Disowner, one who disowns. Disowners, plural of disowner. Dishonest, second person singular simple present indicative of disown. Dishona, third person singular simple present indicative of disown. Disowning, present participle and gerund of disown. Disownment, the act of disowning. Disownments, plural of disownment. Disowned, third person singular simple present indicative of disown. Disoxorel, an antiviral drug. Disoxidate, edexize. Disoxidated, simple past and past participle of disoxidate. Disoxidates, third person singular simple present indicative of disoxidate. Disoxidate, obsolete form of disoxidate. Disoxidated, simple past and past participle of disoxidate. Disoxidates, third person singular simple present indicative of disoxidate. Disoxidating, present participle and gerund of disoxidate. Disoxidation, obsolete form of desoxidation. Desoxygenate, to deprive of oxygen, to deoxidize. Desoxygenated, simple past and past participle of desoxygenate. Desoxygenates, third person singular simple present indicative of desoxygenate. Desoxygenating, present participle and gerund of desoxygenate. Desoxygenation, deoxidation. This space, to wander, to roam, move about. This space, simple past and past participle of the space. This spaces, third person singular simple present indicative of the space. Despacing, present participle and gerund of the space. Despair, to separate a pair. Despair, simple past and past participle of despair. Despairing, present participle and gerund of despair. Despairs, third person singular simple present indicative of despair. Dispalatalization, the process of becoming not palatal. Disband, spread out, to expand. Disbanded, simple past and past participle of disband. Disbanding, present participle and gerund of disband. Disbands, third person singular simple present indicative of disband. Disbansion, act of disbanding, i.e. spreading out, or state of being disbanded. Disparadised, removed from paradise. Disparadizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disparadize. Disparadizing, present participle and gerund of disparadize. Disparage, inequality in marriage, marriage with an inferior. Disparageable, fit to be disparaged, unworthy. Disparaged, simple past and past participle of disparage. Disparagement, the act of disparaging, of belittling. Disparagements, plural of disparagement. Disparager, one who disparages. Disparagers, plural of disparager. Disparages, third person singular simple present indicative of disparage. Disparages, second person singular simple present indicative of disparage. Disparageth, third person singular simple present indicative of disparage. Disparaging, insulting, ridiculing. Disparagingly, insultingly. Disparage, plural of disparaging. Disparate, composed of inherently different or distinct elements, incongruous. Disparately, in a disparate manner. Disparateness, the degree to which a thing is disparate. Disparatenesses, plural of disparateness. Disparates, plural of disparate. Disparencies, plural of disparency. Disparency, a significant discrepancy. Disparate, varied in appearance, variegated. Disparated, having been deprived of one's parents. Disparate, any member of the clade Disparata of extinct marine animals. Disparids, plural of disparate. Disparities, plural of disparity. Disparition, the act of disappearing, disappearance. Disparitions, plural of disparition. Disparity. Incongruity. Dispark, to open a private enclosure, park, etc. to the public. Disbarked, simple past and past participle of disbark. Disbarking, present participle and gerund of dispark. Disparkle, to scatter around. Disparkled, simple past and past participle of disparkle. Disparkles, third person singular simple present indicative of disparkle. Disparkling, present participle and gerund of disparkle. Disparks, third person singular simple present indicative of dispark. Disparlor, a synthetic sex pheromone used to attract male gypsy moths. Disparple, to scatter, disperse. Disparple, simple past and past participle of disparple. Disparples, third person singular simple present indicative of disparple. Disparpling, present participle and gerund of disparple. Dispart, to part, separate. Disparted, simple past and past participle of dispart. Disparting, present participle and gerund of dispart. Disparts, third person singular simple present indicative of dispart. Dispase, a protease that cleaves fibronectin and collagen. Dispassionate, not showing and not affected by emotion, bias, or prejudice. Dispassionated, simple past and past participle of dispassionate. Dispassionately, in a dispassionate manner. Dispassionateness, the state or quality of being dispassionate. Dispassionates, third person singular simple present indicative of dispassionate. Dispassionating, present participle and gerund of dispassionate. Dispassioned, lacking passion, dispassionate. Dispassions, plural of dispassion. Dispatch, to send a shipment with promptness. Dispatch box, a box that is placed on a table in a legislative debating chamber and used as a lectern for addressing the legislature. Dispatch boxes, plural of dispatch box. Dispatch case, a flat, stiff case used for carrying papers, documents, books, etc. Dispatch cases, plural of dispatch case. Dispatch money, a type of allowance given to a ship's charterer by the owner in order to shorten the lay days stipulated in their mutual contract. Dispatch monies, plural of dispatch money. Dispatch rider, a messenger on a motorcycle. Dispatch riders, plural of dispatch rider. Dispatch table, a table of pointers to functions or methods commonly used to implement dynamic binding. Dispatch tables, plural of dispatch table. Dispatchability, the quality or degree of be dispatchable. Dispatchable, capable of being dispatched. Dispatchador, an official in Cochin, China, whose role is now uncertain. Dispatchadors, plural of dispatchador. Dispatched, simple past and past participle of dispatch. Dispatchee, a person who is dispatched. Dispatchees, plural of dispatchee. Dispatcher, agent noun of dispatch, one who dispatches. Dispatchers, plural of dispatcher. Dispatches, plural of dispatch. Dispatches, second person singular simple present indicative of dispatch. Dispatcha, third person singular simple present indicative of dispatch. Dispatchful, hasty, hurried. Dispatching, descending of somebody or something to a destination for a purpose. Dispatchings, plural of dispatching. Dispatchment, the act of dispatching. Dispatchments, plural of dispatchment. Dispatch, obsolete spelling of dispatch. Dispatties, plural of dispathy. Dispatch, alternative form of dispathy. Dispauper, to deprive of the claim of a pauper to public support, to deprive of the privilege of suing in form of pauperous. Dispaupered, simple past and past participle of dispauper. Dispaupering, present participle and gerund of dispauper. Dispauperize, alternative form of dispauperize. Dispauperize, simple past and past participle of dispauperize. Dispauperizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dispauperize. Dispauperizing, present participle and gerund of dispauperize. Dispauperize, to free from pauperism or from paupers. Dispauperize, simple past and past participle of dispauperize. Dispauperizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dispauperize. Dispauperizing, present participle and gerund of dispauperize. Dispaupers, third person singular simple present indicative of dispauper. Dead base, lack of peace, disharmony, discord. Dead be, to send off with speed, to dispatch. Dead be, simple past and past participle of dispeed. Dispeeding, present participle and gerund of dispeed. Deadbeeds, third person singular simple present indicative of dispeed. Dispel, to drive away or cause to vanish by scattering. Dispel, obsolete spelling of dispel. Dispelt, simple past and past participle of dispel. Dispellable, able to be dispelled. Dispelt, simple past and past participle of dispel. Dispeller, one who, or that which dispels. Dispellers, plural of dispeller. Dispellus, second person singular simple present indicative of dispel. Dispelle, third person singular simple present indicative of dispel. Dispelle, present participle and gerund of dispel. Dispels, third person singular simple present indicative of dispel. Obsolete spelling of dispels. Dispelment, the act of dispelling. Dispels, third person singular simple present indicative of dispel. Dispense, obsolete form of dispense. Dispense, simple past and past participle of dispense. Dispenses, third person singular simple present indicative of dispense. Dispensing, present participle and gerund of dispense. Dispend, to spend or expend. Dispended, simple past and past participle of dispend. Dispender, a steward or treasurer. Dispenders, plural of dispender. Dispending, present participle and gerund of dispend. Dispendious, expensive, costly. Dispend, third person singular simple present indicative of dispend. Dispensabilities, plural of dispensability. Dispensability, the state of being dispensable. Dispensable, able to be done without, easily replaced. Dispensableness, the quality of being dispensable. Dispensables, plural of dispensable. Dispensal, the act of dispensing something. Dispensaries, plural of dispensary. Dispensary, a place or room where something is dispensed. Dispensation, the relaxation of a law in a particular case, permission to do something forbidden or to omit doing something enjoined, exemption. Dispensation of the fullness of times, a world order or administration in which the heavens and the earth are under the political or spiritual government of Jesus. Dispensational, of or pertaining to dispensation. Dispensationalism, a Protestant evangelical theology dividing history into dispensations rooted in the writings of John Nelson Darby. Dispensationalists, of or pertaining to dispensationalism. Dispensationalists, plural of dispensationalists. Dispensations, plural of dispensation. Dispensative, granting dispensation. Dispensatively, by dispensation. Dispensator, a distributor, a person who dispenses. Dispensatories, plural of dispensatory. Dispensatorily, by way of dispensation. Dispensators, plural of dispensator. Dispensatory, granting or authorized to grant dispensations. Dispensatress, a female dispensator. Dispensatresses, plural of dispensatress. Dispensatrix, a female dispensator. Dispense, to issue, distribute, or give out. Dispenseway, to eliminate or do without, to dispose of. Dispense, simple past and past participle of dispense. Dispensed with, simple past and past participle of dispense with. Dispensement, dispensation, handing out or distribution. Dispensements, plural of dispensement. Dispenser, something or someone that dispenses things. Dispensers, plural of dispenser. Dispenses, third person singular simple present, indicative of dispense. Dispenses with, third person singular simple present indicative of dispense with. Dispenses, second person singular simple present indicative of dispense. Dispensa, third person singular simple present indicative of dispense. Dispensability, misspelling of dispensability. Dispensable, alternative form of dispensable. Dispensing, present participle and gerund of dispense. Dispensing with, present participle and gerund of dispense with. Dispense. Plural of dispensing. Dispensums, plural of dispensum. Dispense, archaic spelling of dispensed, simple past and past participle of dispense. Dispend, simple past and past participle of dispend. Dispensa, a surname from Italian. Dispensas, plural of dispensa. Dispepo, to empty of people or inhabitants. Dispeople, simple past and past participle of dispeople. Dispeoplement, depopulation. Dispeopler, one who or that which dispeoples, a depopulator. Dispeoplers, plural of dispeopler. Dispeoples, third person singular simple present indicative of dispeople. Dispeopling, present participle and gerund of dispeople. Dyspeptic, misspelling of dyspeptic. Disperception, alternative form of misperception. Disperceptions, Plural of disperception. Disperse, to sprinkle, scatter, or disperse. Dispersed, simple past and past participle of disperge. Disperging, present participle and gerund of disperge. Disparage, to be ruined or lost, to perish. Dispermy, the penetration of an ovum by two spermatozoa. Disperply, to scatter, to sprinkle. Disperpled, simple past and past participle of disperple. Disperples, third person singular simple present indicative of disperple. Disperpling, present participle and gerund of disperple. Dispersibility, alternative form of dispersibility. Dispersible, alternative form of dispersible. Dispersal, the act or result of dispersing or scattering, dispersion. Dispersal prison, a secure prison for dangerous criminals. Dispersal prisons. Plural of dispersal prison. Dispersalism, a biogeographical approach based on the idea of organisms being dispersed from their origin to other places. Dispersalless, relating to or caused by dispersal. Dispersalistic, dispersalless. Dispersalists, plural of dispersalists. Dispersals, plural of dispersal. Dispersant, any substance that is used to prevent settling or clumping of particles suspended in a liquid. Dispersants, plural of dispersant. Dispersed, to scatter in different directions. Disperse phase. The particulate solid or liquid phase of a colloid distributed within a fluid. Dispersed, spread out in space and / or time, not concentrated. Dispersely, in a dispersed manner, in a scattered way, here and there. Dispersedness, the state or quality of being dispersed. Disbursement, misspelling of disbursement. Disperses, the state or quality of being dispersed. Disperser, a substance that stabilizes a dispersion, an emulsifier. Dispersers, plural of disperser. Disperses, third person singular simple present indicative of disperse. Disperses, second person singular simple present indicative of disperse. Dispersa, third person singular simple present indicative of disperse. Dispersibilities, plural of dispersibility. Dispersibility, the condition of being dispersible. Dispersible, capable of being dispersed or of forming a dispersion. Dispersing, present participle and gerund of disperse. Dispersingly, so as to disperse. Dispersion, the state of being dispersed. Dispersional, relating to or formed by dispersion. Dispersimus, that does not produce dispersion. Dispersiousness, absence of dispersion. Dispersions, plural of dispersion. Dispersities, plural of dispersity. Dispersa tuberculate. Having scattered nodes, this ornamentation is seen on the poles of elongated eggs, which may have allowed accumulations CO2 at the poles to escape between the nodes. Dispersity, the state of being dispersed, of being a dispersion. Dispersive, that becomes disperse. Dispersive model, A model of DNA replication in which two new DNA molecules are produced containing regions of either both original or both new strands. Dispersive models, plural of dispersive model. Dispersively, in a dispersive way. Dispersiveness, the quality of being dispersive. Dispersivities, plural of dispersivity. Dispersivity, an empirical property of a porous medium that determines the characteristic dispersion of the medium by relating the components of pore velocity to the dispersion coefficient. Dispersoid, colloid. Dispersoidological, relating to dispersoidology. Dispersoidology, colloid chemistry. Dispersides, plural of dispersoid. Dispersometer, a device that measures optical dispersion. Dispersometers, plural of dispersometer. Dispersonalization, the process of dispersonalizing. Dispersonalizations, plural of dispersonalization. Dispersonalize, synonym of depersonalize. Dispersonalize, simple past and past participle. Participle of dispersonalize. Dispersonated, simple past and past participle of dispersonate. Dispersonates, third person singular simple present indicative of dispersoning. Dispersonating, present participle and gerund of dispersonate. Dispersonification, the process of dispersonifying. Dispersonify, simple past and past participle of dispersonify. Dispersonifies, third person singular simple present indicative of dispersonify. Dispersonify, to view as impersonal, to see as an object rather than as having personal attributes. Dispersonifying, present participle and gerund of dispersonify. Dispetal, synonym of depetal strip of petals. Dispetelled, simple past and past participle of dispetal. Dispettaling, present participle and gerund of dispetal. Dispetals, simple past and past participle of dispetal. Dispettaling, present participle and gerund of dispetal. Dispetals, third person singular simple present indicative of dispetal. Dysphenoi, of or pertaining to a wedge-shaped crystal form of the tetragonal or orthorhombic system. Dysphenoidal, having the form of a dysphenoid. Dysphenoids, plural of dysphenoi. Despotic, having enough light to see, but not enough to carry out photosynthesis. Isphelid, any flatworm of the order Diphyllidia. Isphelids, plural of dysphelid. Despicable, misspelling of despicable. Dispiration, a singularity associated with screw symmetry or a screw displacement, especially in liquid crystals and crystalline polymers related to dislocation and disclination. Dispirations, plural of dispiration. Dispirit, to lower the morale of, to make despondent, to dishearten. Dispirited, simple past and past participle of dispirit. Dispiritedly, in a dispirited manner. Dispiritedness, the state or condition of being dispirited. Dispiriting, lowering the morale of, making despondent or depressive, disheartening. Dispiritingly, in a dispiriting manner. Dispiritment, dispiritedness, disheartenment. Dispiritments, plural of dispiritment. Disbarits, third person singular simple present indicative of the spirit. Despairs, consisting of two spirals. Despise, obsolete spelling of despise. Despised, simple past and past participle of despise. Despises, third person singular simple present indicative of despise. Despising, present participle and gerund of despise. Despiteous, not showing mercy or pity. Despiteously, in a despiteous manner. Despiteousness, the state of being despiteous. Displacable, misspelling of displaceable. Displace, to put out of place, to disarrange. Displaceabilities, plural of displaceability. Displaceability, the quality or degree of being displaceable. Displaceable, capable of being displaced. Displaced, simple past and past participle of displace. Displaced homemaker, a woman who no longer has a reliable source of income from her husband as a result of divorce, widowhood, disability, etc. Displaced homemakers, plural of displaced homemaker. Displaced people, plural of displaced person. Displaced person, a refugee, especially of war or of forced migration. Displaced persons, plural of displaced person. Displacement, the act of displacing or the state of being displaced, a putting out of place. Displacement activities, plural of displacement activity. Displacement activity, aimless, often self-comforting behavior displayed when in doubt, blocked, or frustrated. Displacement current, the direction and rate of change of the electric displacement field at a given point of space and time. It can be expressed as a vector. Displacement currents, plural of displacement current. Displacement mapping, a method for adding detail to surfaces by subdivision and displacement of the resulting vertices from a height map. Displacement speed, hull speed. Displacement speeds, plural of displacement speed. Displacement time, a unit approximately equal to the volume of a long ton weight of seawater used in reckoning the displacement of ships and equal to 35 US or imperial cubic feet. Displacement tons, plural of displacement ton. Displacement, plural of displacement. Displacencies, plural of displacency. Displacency, lack of complacency or gratification. Envious displeasure, dislike. Displacer, one who or that which displaces. Displacers, plural of displacer. Displaces, third person singular simple present indicative of displace. Displacing, present participle and gerund of displace. Displacive, that involves or causes displacement. Displant, to remove anything from where it has been planted or placed, to drive a person from their home. Displantation, the act of displanting or uprooting, removal or displacement. Displantations, plural of displantation. Displanted, simple past and past participle of displant. Displanting, present participle and gerund of displant. Displants, third person singular simple present indicative of displant. Display, a show or spectacle. Display cabinet, synonym of vitrine. Display cabinet, plural of display cabinet. Display case, synonym of vitrine. Display cases, plural of display. case. Display list, a sequence of commands that define a graphical output. Display lists, plural of display lists. Display tearing, the effect of an image on a display appearing to horizontally tear in two due to lack of synchronization between the video feed and the display's refresh rate. Display window, a large window at the front of a shop behind which items for sale are displayed. Display windows, plural of display window. Displayed, simple past and past participle of display. Displayability, the quality of being displayable, capability of being displayed. Displayable, capable of being displayed. Displayed, simple past and past participle of display. Displayer, one who or that which displays. Displayers, plural of displayer. Displaying, present participle and gerund of display. Displayings, plural of displaying. Displays, plural of display. Display why, throughout a display. Display, to discipline, to subject to discipline or punishment, especially for religious purposes. Displeased, simple past and past participle of displeased. Displeasant, displeasure, dissatisfaction. Displeasant, unpleasant, disagreeable. Displeasantly, in a displeasant manner. Displeasantness, the state or quality of being displeasant. Displeasant, obsolete form of displeasant. Displease, to make not pleased, to cause a feeling of disapprobation or dislike in, to be disagreeable to vex slightly. Displeased, not pleased or happy with something. Displeasedly, in a displeased manner. Displeasedness, the state or quality of being displeased. Displeaser, one who displeases. Displeasers, plural of displeaser. Displeases, third person singular simple present indicative of displease. Displeasing, unattractive, dislikable, objectionable. Displeasingly, in a displeasing manner. Displeasingness, the state or quality of being displeasing. Displeasurable, causing displeasure, displeasing, offensive. Displeasurably, in a displeasurable manner. Displeasure, a feeling of being displeased with something or someone, dissatisfaction, disapproval. Displeasure, simple past and past participle of displeasure. Displeasures, plural of displeasure. Displeasuring, present participle and gerund of displeasure. Dithibald, simple past and past participle of display. Displenish, to deprive or strip as a house of furniture, or a barn of stock. Displenishment, the process of displenishing, a stripping or emptying of contents. Displenishments, plural of displenishment. Displays, third person singular simple present indicative of display. Displeasance, discontent, dislike, dissatisfaction. Displicencies, plural of displicency. Displicency, aversion, antipathy. Disbelling, present participle and gerund of display. Disblode, to burst with a loud bang, to explode. Disploded, simple past and past participle of displode. Displodes. Third person singular simple present indicative of displode. Disploding. Present participle and gerund of displode. Displosion. Explosion. Displosions. Plural of explosion. Displosive. Explosive. Displume. To deprive of feathers or plumes. Displumed. Simple past and past participle of displume. Displumes. Third person singular simple present indicative of displume. Displuming. Present participle and gerund of displume. Displuvatum. A kind of cavitium in which the roofs, instead of sloping down toward the compluvium, sloped outwards, the gutters being on the outer walls. There was still an opening in the roof and an impluvium to catch the rain falling through. Dispo. A marijuana dispensary. Dispoline. One of several isomeric organic bases of the quinoline series of alkaloids. Despond. Obsolete form of despond. Dispendec. Of or relating to despondees. Despondee. A double spondee, a metrical foot consisting of 4 long syllables. Despondees. Plural of despondee. Dispone. To convey legal authority to another. Disponed. Simple past and past participle of dispone. Disponee. The person to whom any property is legally conveyed. Disponees. Plural of disponee. Disponent. One who dispones or takes over legal authority. Disponents. Plural of disponent. Disponer. Someone who legally transfers their own property to another. Disponers. Plural of disponer. Dispones. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispone. Disponge. To sprinkle, as with water from a sponge. Disponge. Simple past and past participle of disponge. Disponges. Third person singular simple present indicative of disponge. Disponging. Present participle and gerund of disponge. Disponibilities. Plural of disponibility. Disponibility. Availability. Disponable. Available. Disponing. Present participle and gerund of dispone. Dispope. To reject or eject as a pope, to depose from popedom. Dispoked. Simple past and past participle of dispoke. Dispopes. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispoke. Dispoping. Present participle and gerund of dispoke. Disporic. Having 2 spores. Disporicide. A particular steroid glycoside. Disporis. Having 2 spores. Disport. To amuse oneself divertingly or playfully, in particular to cavort or gambol. Disported. Simple past and past participle of disport. Disporteds. Second person singular simple past indicative of disport. Disportus. Second person singular simple present indicative of disport. Disported. Third person singular simple present indicative of disport. Disporting. Present participle and gerund of disport. Disportings. Plural of disporting. Disportment. Act of disporting, fun or play. Disportment, plural of disportment. Disposable. Disposable. That can be disposed of. Disposable diaper. A diaper that is disposable, a single-use diaper or paper diaper, as opposed that is disposable, a single-use diaper or paper diaper, as opposed to a cloth one. This entry is a translation hub. Disposable income. The amount of a person's or group's monetary income which is available to be saved or spent on either essential or non-essential items, after deducting all taxes and other governmental fees. Disposable incomes. Plural of disposable income. Disposable razor. A razor designed to be a consumable product and to be disposed of in its entirety once its cutting edge has dulled. Disposable razors. Plural of disposable razor. Disposableness. Disposability. Disposables. Plural of disposable. Disposably. So as to be disposable. Disposal. A disposition, an arrangement, categorization, or classification of things. Disposal. Obsolete form of disposal. Disposals. Plural of disposal. Disposals. Plural of disposal. Dispose. To eliminate or to get rid of something. Dispose of. To get rid of, to dispense with. Disposed. Simple past and past participle of dispose. Disposed of. Simple past and past participle of dispose of. Disposedly. In a disposed manner, in good order, with measured steps. Disposedness. The state or quality of being disposed. Disposement. Disposal. Several meanings. Disposements. Plural of disposement. Disposer. One who or that which disposes or disposes of something. Disposers. Plural of disposer. Disposes. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispose. Disposes of. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispose of. Disposes. Second person singular simple present indicative of dispose. Dispose. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispose. Disposable. Misspelling of disposable. Disposing. Acting to predispose or incline. Disposing of. Present participle and gerund of dispose of. Disposingly. So as to dispose of something. Disposings. Plural of disposing. Disposit. To deposit. Dispositive. Simple past and past participle of disposit. Dispositive. A part of a document that communicates the decisions taken by some organization or nation on a particular issue. Dispositive. Plural of dispositive. Dispositing. Present participle and gerund of disposit. Dispositio. One of the 5 canons of classical rhetoric, the organization of arguments. Disposition. The way in which something or someone is disposed or disposed of in any sense of those terms. Thus, disposition effect. The tendency of investors to sell assets that have increased in value while keeping assets that have dropped in value. Disposition effects. Plural of disposition effect. Disposition index. An integrated biomarker of insulin glucose homeostasis, representing the loop gain of the feedback control system. Dispositional. Of, pertaining to, or arising from disposition in any sense. Dispositionalism. A tendency to prefer dispositional attribution rather than situational attribution. Dispositionalist. A subscriber to dispositionalism. Dispositionalists. Plural of dispositionalists. Dispositionally. In a dispositional manner. Dispositioned. Simple past and past participle of disposition. Dispositioning. Present participle and gerund of disposition. Dispositions. Plural of disposition. Dispositive. Intending to or resulting in or capable of disposition, disposing, disposing of, or settling a matter. Dispositively. In a dispositive manner, by natural or moral disposition. Dispositives. Plural of dispositive. Dispositor. A disposer. Dispositors. Plural of dispositor. Disposit. Third person singular simple present indicative of disposit. Disposophobia. Fear or dislike of disposing of items, a tendency to hoard things. Disposophobic. Exhibiting or relating to disposophobia. Dispossess. To deprive someone of the possession of land, especially by evicting them. Dispossess. Simple past and past participle of dispossess. Dispossessedness. Quality of being dispossessed. Dispossessee. One who is dispossessed. Dispossesses. Plural of dispossessee. Dispossesses. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispossess. Dispossesses. Second person singular simple present indicative of dispossess. Dispossess. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispossess. Dispossessing. Present participle and gerund of dispossess. Dispossession. The act of dispossessing someone of something. Dispossessions. Plural of dispossession. Dispossessive. That dispossesses. Dispossessively. In a dispossessive manner. Dispossessor. One who dispossesses. Dispossessors. Plural of dispossessor. Dispossessed. Archaic form of dispossessed. Disposed. To eject from a post, to displace. Disposted. Simple past and past participle of dispose. Disposting. Present participle and gerund of dispose. Disposed. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispose. Disposure. The way things are disposed or laid out, arrangement. Disposers. Plural of disposure. Disposition. Obsolete form of disposition. Dispositions. Plural of disposition. Dispraise. To notice with disapprobation or some degree of censure, to disparage, to criticize. Dispraised. Simple past and past participle of dispraise. Dispraiser. Someone who blames or criticizes. Dispraisers. Plural of dispraiser. Dispraises. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispraise. Dispraises. Second person singular simple present indicative of dispraise. Dispraiseth. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispraise. Dispraising. Serving to dispraise, critical, disparaging. Dispraisingly. By way of dispraise, reproachfully. Despread. To spread out, to extend. Despreaded. Simple past and past participle of dispread. Despreader. Someone who spreads or propagates. Despreaders. Plural of despreader. Despreading. Present participle and gerund of dispread. Despreads. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispread. Vivid. Obsolete form of dispread. Disprefer. To favor or prefer something less than the alternatives. Dispreference. The quality or state of preferring a thing less than an alternative. Dispreferences, plural of dispreference. Dispreferred, simple past and past participle of disprefer. Dispreferring, present participle and gerund of disprefer. Disprefers, third person singular simple present indicative of disprefer. Disprejudice, to free from prejudice. Disprejudice, simple past and past participle of disprejudice. Disprejudices, third person singular simple present indicative of disprejudice. Disprejudicing, present participle and gerund of disprejudice. Disprefer, to render unprepared. Disprepared, simple past and past participle of disprepare. Disprepares, third person singular simple present indicative of disprepare. Dispreparing, present participle and gerund of disprepare. Desperin, aspirin tablet. Desperins, made unlike a prince, unprinced. Desperins, plural of desprin. Desprised, alternative form of desprise. Desprison, to release from prison, to set at liberty. Desprison, simple past and past participle of desprison. Desprisoning, present participle and gerund of desprison. Desprisons, third person singular simple present indicative of desprison. Disprivacy, deprived of privacy. Disprivilege, to deprive of a privilege or privileges. Disprivileged, simple past and past participle of disprivilege. Disprivileges, third person singular simple present indicative of disprivilege. Disprivileging, present participle and gerund of disprivilege. Desprise, to depreciate. Desprised, simple past and past participle of despise. Despises, third person singular simple present indicative of despise. Desprising, present participle and gerund of despise. Disprobative, tending to disprove a particular proposition or to persuade someone of the falsity of an allegation. Disprofess, to give up, renounce. Disprofess, simple past and past participle of disprofess. Disprofesses, third person singular simple present indicative of disprofess. Disprofessing, present participle and gerund of disprofess. Disprofit, to be or to cause to be without profit or benefit. Disprofitable, unprofitable. Disprofited, simple past and past participle of disprofit. Disprofiting, present participle and gerund of disprofit. Disprofits, third person singular simple present indicative of disprofit. Disproof, a refutation. Disproofs, plural of disprove. Disprove, obsolete form of disprove. Disprove, simple past and past participle of disprove. Disproves, third person singular simple present indicative of disprove. Disprowing, present participle and gerund of disprove. Disproperty, simple past and past participle of disproperty. Disproperties, third person singular simple present indicative of disproperty. Disproperty, to strip of property, to dispossess someone of. Disproperty, present participle and gerund of disproperty. Disproportion, the state of being out of proportion, an abnormal or improper ratio, an imbalance. Disproportionable, out of proportion, disproportionate. Disproportionableness, the state or condition of being disproportionable. Disproportionably, in a disproportionable manner. Disproportional, disproportionate. Disproportionalities, plural of disproportionality. Disproportionality, the state of being disproportionate. Proportional, disproportionally, in a disproportional manner, or to a disproportional extent, disproportionately. Disproportionalness, the quality of being disproportional. Disproportionate, not proportionate. Disproportionated, simple past and past participle of disproportionate. Disproportionately, in a disproportionate manner. Disproportionateness, the state or quality of being disproportionate or out of proportion. Disproportionate, third person singular simple present indicative of disproportionate. Disproportionating, present participle and gerund of disproportionate. Disproportionation, a form of redox reaction in which part of a reactant is oxidized and part of it is reduced simultaneously. Disproportionations, plural of disproportionation. Disproportion, badly proportioned, disproportionate. Disproportioning, present participle and gerund of disproportion. Disproportions, plural of disproportion. Dispropriate, to cancel the appropriation of, to disappropriate. Dispropriated, simple past and past participle of dispropriate. Dispropriates, third person singular simple present indicative of dispropriate. Dispropriating, present participle and gerund of dispropriate. Disprovability, the ability to be disproven, refutability. Disprovable, capable of being disproved. Disproval, the act of disproving, disprove. Disprovals, plural of disproval. Disprove, to prove to be false or erroneous, to confute, to refute. Disproved, simple past and past participle of disprove. Disprovement, the act of disproving, disprove. Disproven, alternative, irregular form of the past participle of disprove. Disprover, one who or that which disproves. Disprovers, plural of disprover. Disproves, third person singular simple present indicative of disprove. Disprovide, to fail to provide or take away provisions. Disprovided, simple past and past participle of disprovide. Disprovides, third person singular simple present indicative of disprovide. Disproviding, present participle and gerund of disprovide. Disproving, present participle and gerund of disprove. Dispulsion, the act of dispelling, for example, myths or rumors, or the state of being dispelled. Dispulsions, plural of dispulsion. Despunct, to expunge, to erase, to mark for erasure. Despund, to expunge, to erase. Despundit, simple past and past participle of despunge. Despungers, third person singular simple present indicative of despunge. Despunging, present participle and gerund of despunge. Dispunishable, without risk of punishment, not punishable. Despur, a city, the state capital of Assam, India. Dispurpose, to dissuade, to frustrate. Dispurpose, simple past and past participle of dispurpose. Dispurposes, third person singular simple present indicative of dispurpose. Dispurposing, present participle and gerund of disperpus. Disperse, obsolete form of disperse. Dispersed, simple past and past participle of disperse. Disbursement, misspelling of disbursement. Disperses, third person singular simple present indicative of disperse. Dispersing, present participle and gerund of disperse. Dispervi, to strip of provisions, to disfurnish. Disperveyance, lack of provision. Disperve, simple past and past participle of disperve. Disperving, present participle and gerund of disperve. Disperves, third person singular simple present indicative of disperve. Disputability, the state or quality of being disputable, disputableness. Disputable, of opinions, propositions, or questions subject to dispute, not settled. Disputableness, the state or quality of being disputable or arguable, disputability. Disputably, in a disputable manner. Disputacity, proneness to dispute. Disputant, a participant in a dispute. Disputants, plural of disputant. Disputation, the act of disputing, a dispute or argument. Disputationism, a palsy of disputation. Disputations, plural of disputation. Disputatious, of or relating to something that is in question as to its intent or value. Disputatiously, in a disputatious manner. Disputatiousness, the state or quality of being disputatious or argumentative. Contentiousness, disputative, tending to dispute. Disputatively, in a disputative manner. Disputativeness, the quality of being disputative. Disputator, one who takes part in a dispute, a disputant or debater. Disputators, plural of disputator. Dispute, an argument or disagreement, a failure to agree. Dispute resolution. The process of resolving disputes between parties. Dispute resolution organization, a business or group that provides alternative dispute resolution services such as conciliation, mediation, arbitration, or negotiation, sometimes as a private alternative to public judicial courts and litigation. Dispute resolution organizations, plural of dispute resolution organization. Dispute resolutions, plural of dispute resolution. Disputed, argued, not certain, agreed upon, or accepted. Disputedly, in a disputed manner, or in a manner tending to cause argumentation. Disputeless, admitting no dispute, undisputed. Disputer, one who disputes. Disputers, plural of disputer. Disputes, plural of dispute. Disputus, second person singular simple present indicative of dispute. Disputet, third person singular simple present indicative of dispute. Disputing, present participle and gerund of dispute. Disputings, plural of disputing. Esquire, a disc jockey, especially one in a French-speaking country. Disquares, plural of disquare. Disqualifiable, able to be disqualified. Disqualification, the act of disqualifying or the state of being disqualified. Disqualifications, plural of disqualification. Disqualify, simple past and past participle of disqualify. Disqualifier, one who or that which disqualifies. Disqualifiers, plural of disqualifier. Disqualifies, third person singular simple present indicative of disqualify. Disqualify, to make ineligible for something. Disqualifying, present participle and gerund of disqualify. Disquantity, simple past and past participle of disquantity. Disquantities, third person singular simple present indicative of disquantity. Disquantity, to diminish, lessen. Disquantitying, present participle and gerund of disquantity. Disbat, alternative spelling of disget. Disgats, plural of disget. Disquiet, lack of quiet, absence of tranquility in body or mind. Disquieted, uneasy, uncomfortable. Disquieted dependent, one of the 4 subtypes of dependent personality disorder, including features of avoidant personality disorder. Disquietedness, quality of being disquieted. Disquietude. Disquietin, to disquiet, to make uneasy. Disquietened, simple past and past participle of disquietin. Disquietening, present participle and gerund of disquietin. Disquietingly, disquietingly. Disquietins, third person singular simple present indicative of disquietin. Disquieter, one who or that which disquiets or makes uneasy, a disturber. Disquieters, plural of disquieter. Disquieta, third person singular simple present indicative of disquiet. Disquietful, producing inquietude or uneasiness, stressful. Disquieting, causing mental trouble or anguish, upsetting, making uneasy. Disquietingly, in a disquieting manner. Disquietings, plural of disquieting. Disquietive, tending to disquiet, unnerving or off-putting. Disquietly, in a disquiet manner. Disquietment, state of being disquieted, uneasiness. Disquietness, the state or quality of being disquiet or disturbed, troubledness. Disquietus, causing uneasiness. Disquiet, third person singular simple present indicative of disquiet. Disquietude, a state of disquiet, uneasiness, or anxiety. Disquietudes, plural of disquietude. Disquisition, a methodical inquiry or investigation. Disquisitional, pertaining to disquisition, of the nature of disquisition. Disquisitionary, disquisitional pertaining to disquisition. Disquisitions, plural of disquisition. Disquisitive, relating to disquisition, fond of discussion or investigation. Inquisitive. Disquisitively, in a disquisitive manner. Disquisitor, a person who makes a disquisition, an inquirer or investigator. Disquisitorio, of or pertaining to a disquisitor. Disquisitors, plural of disquisitor. Disquisitory, of or pertaining to disquisition, disquisitive. Disquotable, able to be transformed from a quotation to an actual statement and to be true. Disquotation, the reversal of the process of quotation, turning a quoted utterance into an actual statement. Disquotational, of or pertaining to disquotation. Disquote, to transform a quoted utterance into an actual statement about the world. Disquoted, simple past and past participle of disquote. Disquotes, third person singular simple present indicative of disquote. Disquoting, present participle and gerund of disquote. Disraeli, a surname. Disraelian, of or relating to Benjamin Disraeli 1804-1881, British conservative politician and writer who twice served as Prime Minister. Disrelative, of or relating to Benjamin Disraeli and his political tactics. Disrange, to disarrange. Disrange, simple past and past participle of disrange. Disranges, third person singular simple present indicative of disrange. Disranging, present participle and gerund of disrange. Disrank, to degrade from rank. Disranked, simple past and past participle of disrank. Disranking, present participle and gerund of disrank. Disranks, third person singular simple present indicative of disrank. Disrate, to lower a rate or rating. Disrated, simple past and past participle of disrate. Derates, third person singular simple present indicative of disrate. Disrating, present participle and gerund of disrate. Disarray, obsolete form of disarray. Disarray, simple past and past participle of disarray. Disraying, present participle and gerund of disarray. Disrays, third person singular simple present indicative of disarray. Disrealize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of disrealize. Disrealize, simple past and past participle of disrealize. Disrealizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disrealize. Disrealizing, present participle and gerund of disrealize. Disreality, synonym of unreality, a real or perceived state of being unlike reality. Disrealize, to strip of its reality. Disrealize, simple past and past participle of disrealize. Disrealizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disrealize. Disrealizing, present participle and gerund of disrealize. Disrecommend, to recommend the opposite or negation of, to advise against. Disrecommendation, the act or the result of disrecommending. Disrecommendations, plural of disrecommendation. Disrecommended, simple past and past participle of disrecommend. Disrecommending, present participle and gerund of disrecommend. Disrecommends, third person singular simple present indicative of disrecommend. Disreef, to allow a reeved parachute to fully open. Disreefed, simple past and past participle of disreef. Disreefing, present participle and gerund of disreef. Darius, third person singular simple present indicative of disreef. Disregard, the act or state of deliberately not paying attention or caring about something. Disregardable, that can be disregarded, ignorable. Disregarding, ignoring, paying no heed. Disregarded, ignored. Disregarder, one who disregards. Disregarders, plural of disregarder. Disregardful, inconsiderate, thoughtless, heedless, regardless. Disregardfully, in a disregardful manner, showing disregard. Disregardfulness, the state of being disregardful. Disregarding, present participle and gerund of disregard, disregardless, regardless. Disregards, plural of disregard. Disregulate, misspelling of dysregulate. Dysregulated, misspelling of dysregulated. Dysregulates, misspelling of dysregulate. Dysregulating, misspelling of dysregulating. Dysregulation, misspelling of dysregulation. Disrelated, unrelated. Disrelation, the condition or process of being separated, the severance of a relation. Disrelations, plural of disrelation. Disrelish, a lack of relish, distaste. Disrelish, simple past and past participle of disrelish. Disrelish is third person singular simple present indicative of disrelish. Disrelish, third person singular simple present indicative of disrelish. Disrelishing, present participle and gerund of disrelish. Disrelish, simple past and past participle of disrelish. Disremember, to fail to remember, to forget. Disremembered, simple past and past participle of disremember. Disremembering, present participle and gerund of disremember. Disremembers, third person singular simple present indicative of disremember. Disrepair, the state of being in poor condition, in need of repair. Disrepaired, simple past and past participle of disrepair. Disrepairing, present participle and gerund of disrepair. Disrepairs, plural of disrepair. Disreputabilities, plural of disreputability. Disreputability, the state of being disreputable. Disreputable, not respectable, lacking repute, discreditable. Disreputableness, the state or quality of being disreputable or disgraceful. Disreputability. Disreputables, plural of disreputable. Disreputably, in a disreputable manner. Disreputation, loss or lack of reputation or good name, dishonor, disrepute. Disreputations, plural of disreputation. Disrepute, loss or want of reputation, ill character. Disreputed, simple past and past participle of disrepute. Disreputes, third person singular simple present indicative of disrepute. Disreputing, present participle and gerund of disrepute. Disrespect, a lack of respect, esteem or courteous behavior. Disrespectability, lack of respectability, state of being disrespectable. Disrespectable, not respectable. Disrespected, simple past and past participle of disrespect. Disrespecter, one who disrespects. Disrespecters, plural of disrespecter. Disrespectful, lacking respect. Disrespectfully, in a disrespectful manner with a lack of respect. Disrespectfulness, the state or quality of being disrespectful, disrespect, disregard. Disrespecting, present participle and gerund of disrespect. Disrespective, showing a lack of respect, disrespectful. Disrespecter, alternative form of disrespecter. Disrespecters, plural of disrespecter. Disrespects, third person singular simple present indicative of disrespect. Disreverence, to treat irreverently or with disrespect. Disreverenced, simple past and past participle of disreverence. Disreverences, Third person singular simple present indicative of disreference. Disreverencing. Present participle and gerund of disreverence. Disrobe. To undress someone or something. Disrobe. Simple past and past participle of disrobe. Disrobement. The act of disrobing, undressing, removing clothes. Disrobements. Plural of disrobement. Disrober. One who disrobes. Disrobers. Plural of disrober. Disrobes. Third person singular simple present indicative of disrobe. Disrobing. Present participle and gerund of disrobe. Disrobings. Plural of disrobing. Deadroof. To unroof. To remove the roof. Desroof. Simple past and past participle of disroof. Desroofing. Present participle and gerund of disroof. Deroofs. Third person singular simple present indicative of disroof. Disroot. To uproot, tear up from the roots. Disrooted. Simple past and past participle of disroot. Disrooting. Present participle and gerund of disroot. There it's third person singular simple present indicative of disroot. Disrotatory. Misspelling of disrotatory. Disrotatory. Describing an electrocyclic reaction in which the substituents at the interacting termini of the conjugated system rotate in opposite senses. Disruly. Unruly, disorderly. Derat. To throw into confusion or disorder. Disruptibility. The quality of being disruptible. Disruptible. Capable of being disrupted. Disruptably. Such that it can be disrupted. Disruptant. That which disrupts. Disruptants. Plural of disruptant. Disruptase. Any enzyme that disrupts a biochemical process, typically an interaction between RNA and protein. Disruptases. Plural of disruptase. Disrupted. Simple past and past participle of disrupt. Disruptor. Someone or something that disrupts. Disruptors. Plural of disruptor. Disruptible. Alternative form of disruptible. Disrupting. Present participle and gerund of disrupt. Disruption. An interruption to the regular flow or sequence of something. Disruptionism. A policy or approach based around causing disruption. Disruptionists. A proponent of disruptionism. Disruptionists. Plural of disruptionists. Disruptions. Plural of disruption. Disruptive. Causing disruption or unrest. Disruptive selection. A form of natural selection in which extreme values for a trait are favored over intermediate values, causing subpopulations of a single species within the same habitat to develop different adaptations. Disruptively. In a disruptive manner. Disruptiveness. Quality or state of being disruptive. Disruptivity. The condition of being disruptive. Disruptor. Alternative spelling of disruptor. Disruptors. Plural of disruptor. Disrupt. Third person singular simple present indicative of disrupt. Disrupture. Alternative form of disruption. Disruptures. Plural of disrupture. This. A market town and civil parish with a town council in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England OS Grid Ref TM 1179. This song. A song or hip-hop track frequently as part of a hip-hop feud, primarily intended to verbally assault or insult a person or a group of people. Diss songs, plural of diss song. Diss track, a song, especially a hip-hop or rap recording intended to disparage or attack another person or group. Diss tracks, plural of diss track. Disappointed, misspelling of disappointed. Disappointment, misspelling of disappointment. Disarray, misspelling of disarray. Disassembly, misspelling of disassembly. Dissatisfaction, unhappiness or discontent. Dissatisfactions, plural of dissatisfaction. Dissatisfactoriness, the state or condition of being dissatisfactory. Dissatisfactory, causing dissatisfaction. Dissatisfied, feeling or displaying disappointment or a lack of contentment. Dissatisfiedness, the quality of being dissatisfied. Dissatisfier, one who or that which dissatisfies. Dissatisfiers, plural of dissatisfier. Dissatisfies, third person singular simple present indicative of dissatisfy. Dissatisfy, to fail to satisfy, to displease. Dissatisfying, present participle and gerund of dissatisfy. Dissatisfyingly, in a dissatisfying manner. Dissatisfyingness, the quality of being dissatisfying. Desave, to spend more than one earns. Desaved, simple past and past participle of desave. Desaver, one who desaves spends more than is earned. Desavers, plural of desaver. Desaves, third person singular simple present indicative of desave. Desaving, present participle and gerund of desave. Desavings, an amount that it is desave. Deceptor, synonym of unscepter. Decepted, simple past and past participle of deceptor. Deceit, conceit. Deceited, simple past and past participle of deceit. Deceiving, present participle and gerund of deceit. Deceits, third person singular simple present indicative of deceit. Dissect, to study an animal's anatomy by cutting it apart, to perform a necropsy or an autopsy. Dissectability, the quality of being dissectable. Dissectable, capable of being dissected. Dissected, simple past and past participle of dissect. Dissected map, an early form of jigsaw puzzle made from a map or other picture. Dissected maps, plural of dissected map. Dissectedness, the quality of being dissected. Dissector, alternative form of dissector. Dissectors, plural of dissector. Dissectable, alternative spelling of dissectable. Dissecting, present participle and gerund of dissect. Dissecting microscope, synonym of stereomicroscope. Dissecting microscopes, plural of dissecting microscope. Dissectings, plural of dissecting. Dissection, the act of dissecting or something dissected. Dissectional, relating to dissection. Dissections, plural of dissection. Dissective, tending to dissect. Dissector, one who dissects, an anatomist. Dissector, plural of dissector. Dissects, third person person singular simple present indicative of dissect. That's simple past and past participle of dis. Decise. Alternative spelling of disease. Decised. Simple past and past participle of decise. Decisi. Alternative form of decisi. Decises. Plural of decisi. Decises. Third person singular simple present indicative of decise. Decession. The act of diseasing. Decising. Present participle and gerund of decise. Decescens. Plural of decession. Decessor. Alternative form of deceiser. Decessors. Plural of decessor. Desi. To deprive of saison or possession. To dispossess or oust wrongfully one in freehold possession of land. Desist. Simple past and past participle of decease. Deceasee. Someone who is deceased or put out of possession of an estate unlawfully. Decease. Plural of deceasee. Disease. Third person singular simple present indicative of disease. Deceasen. The act of deceasing, an act of unlawful dispossessing, especially of someone's lands. Deceasing. Present participle and gerund of decease. Deceasens. Plural of deceasen. Desear. One who wrongfully deceases or puts another out of possession of a freehold. Deceasores. A female deceiser. Deceasoresses. Plural of deceasores. Deceasers. Plural of deceiser. Desayer. Deceaden. Deselboom. One of the poles supporting a wagon. Deselbooms. Plural of deselboom. Dissemblance. An act of dissembling. Dissemblances. Plural of dissemblance. Dissemble. To disguise or conceal something. Dissembled. Simple past and past participle of dissemble. Dissembler. Someone who dissembles. Dissemblers. Plural of dissembler. Dissembles. Third person singular simple present indicative of dissemble. Dissemblist. Second person singular simple present indicative of dissemble. Dissembleth. Third person singular simple present indicative of dissemble. Dissembling. The action of the verb dissemble. Dissemblingly. So as to dissemble or deceive with dissimulation. Dissemblings. Plural of dissembling. Disseminability. The condition of being disseminable. Disseminable. Capable of being disseminated. Disseminatable. Capable of being disseminated. Disseminate. To sow and scatter principles, ideas, opinions, etc., or concrete things for growth and propagation like seeds. Disseminated. Simple past and past participle of disseminate. Disseminated intravascular coagulation. A pathological process characterized by widespread activation of the clotting cascade throughout the body. Disseminated intravascular coagulations. Plural of disseminated intravascular coagulation. Disseminated sclerosis. Multiple sclerosis. Disseminates. Third person singular simple present indicative of disseminate. Disseminating. Present participle and gerund of disseminate. Dissemination. The act of disseminating or the state of being disseminated. Diffusion for propagation and permanence. As scattering or spreading abroad as of ideas, beliefs, etc. disseminational, of or relating to dissemination. Disseminations, plural of dissemination. Disseminative, tending to disseminate or to become disseminated, scattered, or widespread, spreadable. Disseminator, one who or that which disseminates. Disseminators, plural of disseminator. Disseminatory, spreading out, dispersing. Disseminu, a seed fruit that has been modified for migration. Disseminals, plural of disseminule. Dissension, an act of expressing dissent, especially spoken. Dissensions, plural of dissension. Dissentious, obsolete form of dissentious. Dissensual, of or relating to dissensus, in a state of disagreement. Dissensus, disagreement, especially when widespread. Dissensuses, plural of dissensus. The hut, to disagree, to withhold assent, construed with from or, formerly, to. Dissental, a dissent from an order denying rehearing and bank. Dissentals, plural of dissental. Dissentaneous, disagreeing, contrary, differing. Dissentaneousness, the quality of being dissentaneous. Dissentiny, dissenting, inconsistent. Dissentation, dissension, disagreement. Dissentations, plural of dissentation. Dissented, simple past and past participle of dissent. Dissenter, a Protestant Christian who does not follow the established church, the Church of England. Dissenterism, the spirit or principles of dissenters. Dissenterisms, plural of dissenterism. Dissenters, plural of dissenter. Dissentus, second person singular simple present indicative of dissent. Dissenta, third person singular simple present indicative of dissent. Dissension, a dissenter. Dissentially, in a dissentient manner. Dissentients, plural of dissentient. Dissenting, present participle, and gerund of dissent. Dissentingly, with dissent or disagreement. Dissension, archaic form of dissension. Dissensions, plural of dissension. Dissensus, marked by dissensions, contentious. Dissentiously, in a dissentious manner. Dissentism, the beliefs or practices of the English dissenters. Dissentive, disagreeing, inconsistent. Dissentiment, dissent, opposition. Dissentments, plural of dissentment. Dissents, plural of dissent. Dissapiment, partition in an organ, septum. Dissapamental, relating to a dissapiment. Dissapimentario, relating to dissapimentaria. Dissapimentarium, the part of the inside of a correlate that is composed of dissapiments. Dissapimented, having one or more dissapiments. Dissapiments, plural of dissapiment. Dissert, to discourse or dispute, to discuss. Dissertate, to make a dissertation, to discourse. Dissertated, simple past and past participle of dissertate. Dissertate, third person singular simple present indicative of dissertate. Dissertating, present participle and gerund of dissertate. Dissertation, a formal exposition of a subject, especially a research paper that students write in order to complete the requirements for a doctoral degree in the US and a non-doctoral degree in the UK, a thesis. Dissertational, resembling or pertaining to dissertations. Dissertationist, a writer of dissertations. Dissertationists, plural of dissertationists. Dissertations, plural of dissertation. Dissertative, of or relating to a dissertation. Dissertator, someone who writes or performs a dissertation or speech. Dissertators, plural of dissertator. Disserted, simple past and past participle of dissert. Dissert, a small settlement in Disserth and Tricode community, Powys, Wales OS Grid Ref So 0358. Disserth and Tricode, a community civil parish south of the Ndrindod Wells, Powys, Wales. Disserting, present participle and gerund of dissert. Dissert, third person singular simple present indicative of dissert. Disserve, to treat poorly, to do a disservice to. Disserved, simple past and past participle of deserve. Deserves, third person singular simple present indicative of deserve. Disservice, service that results in harm, an intentionally or unintentionally unhelpful, harmful action. Disserviceable, calculated to do disservice or harm, not serviceable, injurious. Disserviceably, in a disserviceable manner. Disserviced, simple past and past participle of disservice. Disservices, plural of disservice. Disservicing, present participle and gerund of disservice. Disserving, present participle and gerund of disserve. Plural of dis. Dissettle, to unsettle. Dissettled, simple past and past participle of dissettle. Dissettlement, the act of unsettling or the state of being unsettled. Dissettlements, plural of dissettlement. Dissettles, third person singular simple present indicative of dissettle. Dissettling, present participle and gerund of dissettle. Dissever, to separate two or more things, to split apart something. Disseverance, the act of dissevering, separation. Disseverances, plural of disseverance. Disseveration, the act of dissevering, disseverance. Disseveration, plural of disseveration. Dissever, simple past and past participle of dissever. Disseverest, second person singular simple present indicative of dissever. Dissever, third person singular simple present indicative of dissever. Dissevering, present participle and gerund of dissever. Disseverman, disseverance. Disseverments, plural of disseverman. Dissevers, third person singular simple present indicative of dissever. Disfall, expressing disrespect, disrespectful. To become unsheathed. Diseth, simple past and past participle of disheathe. This is third person singular simple present indicative of disheathe. Diseating, present participle and gerund of disheathe. Dehead, to dismiss from service on board ship. Dehet, simple past and past participle of diship. Dishepping, present participle and gerund of diship. Disheps, third person singular simple present indicative of diship. Dissonance, the state of being dissident, dissent. Dissidences, plural of dissident. Dissident, in a manner that disagrees, dissent. Discordant. Dissident right. Far-right political groups who oppose mainstream conservatism, promoting more radical beliefs such as opposition to LGBT rights and non-white identity politics, anti-Semitism, white nationalism and white supremacy, and traditionalist nationalism. Dissidently, in a dissident manner. Dissidents, plural of dissident. Dissite, something unsightly. An eyesore. Disites, plural of disite. Disilience, the quality of e disilient. Disiliency, the quality of e disilient. Disilient, forcefully breaking apart or bursting open, primed to do so. Dehissing explosively. Dissolution, the act of bursting or springing apart. Dissimilar, not similar, unilike, different. Dissimilarities, plural of dissimilarity. Dissimilarity, a lack of similarity or a lack of likeness in appearance to something else. Dissimilarly, in a dissimilar way, differently. Dissimilarness, the state or quality of being dissimilar. Dissimilarity. Dissimilars, plural of dissimilar. Dissimilate, to make dissimilar or unlike. Dissimilated, simple past and past participle of dissimilate. Dissimulates, third person singular simple present indicative of dissimilate. Dissimilating, present participle and gerund of dissimilate. Dissimilation, the act of dissimilating, of making dissimilar. Dissimilational, related to dissimilation. Dissimilations, plural of dissimilation. Dissimilative, pertaining to, modifying by, showing dissimilation. Dissimilator, one who dissimulates. Dissimulators, plural of dissimilator. Dissimilatory, of, pertaining to or causing dissimilation. Dissimile, comparison or illustration by contraries. Dissimiles, plural of dissimile. Dissimilitude, the quality of being dissimilar or different, lack of resemblance. Dissimilitudes, plural of dissimilitude. Dissimigram, a graphical representation of the dissimilarity between two groups. Dissimograms, plural of dissimigram. Dissimulants, dissimulation, dissembling. Dissimulate, to practice deception by concealment or omission or by feigning a false appearance to dissemble. Dissimulated, simple past and past participle of dissimulate. Dissimulates, third person singular simple present indicative of dissimulate. Dissimulating, present participle and gerund of dissimulate. Dissimulatingly, in a dissimulating manner with dissimulation. Dissimulation, the act of concealing the truth, hypocrisy or deception. Dissimulations, plural of dissimulation. Dissimulative, of or pertaining to dissimulation. Dissimulator, one who dissimulates. Dissimulators, plural of dissimulator. Dissimulatress, a female dissimulator, a woman who dissimulates, especially in a sexual context. Dissimulatrices, plural of dissimulatress. Dissimule, obsolete form of dissemble. Dissimular, a dissembler. Dissimulars, plural of dissimular. Dissing, present participle and gerund of dis. Dissings, plural of dissing. Dissipable, capable of being dissipated or dispersed. Dissipatability, the condition of being dissipatable. Dissipatable, that can be dissipated. Dissipate, to drive away, disperse. Dissipated, simple past and past participle of dissipate. Dissipatedly, in a dissipated manner. Dissipatedness, the quality of being dissipated. Dissipator, alternative form of dissipator. Dissipators, plural of dissipator. Dissipates, third person singular simple present indicative of dissipate. Dissipatus, second person singular simple present indicative of dissipate. Dissipata, third person singular simple present indicative of dissipate. Dissipating, present participle and gerund of dissipate. Dissipation, the act of dissipating or dispersing, a state of dispersion or separation, dispersion, waste. Dissipation factor, the value of energy loss rate of oscillation mode in a dissipative system. Dissipation function, the function governing the rate at which mechanical energy is converted to heat during viscous flow. Dissipation functions, plural of dissipation function. Dissipational, associated with dissipation. Dissipationless, that does not involve the dissipation of energy. Dissipations, plural of dissipation. Dissipative, that dissipates or causes dissipation. Dissipatively, in a dissipative manner. Dissipativeness, the condition of being dissipative. Dissipativities, plural of dissipativity. Dissipativity, the rate at which palpable energy is dissipated away into other forms of energy. Dissipator, one who or that which dissipates something. Dissipators, plural of dissipator. Dissipatory, that dissipates or causes dissipation. Dissite, lying apart. Dislender, slender. Dissolve, a dissertation. Dissociabilities, plural of dissociability. Dissociability, the quality of being dissociable, ability to be dissociated or separated. Dissociable, able to be dissociated, divided, or separated. Dissociably, in a dissociable manner. Dissocial, unfriendly to society, selfish. Dissocialize, alternative form of dissocialize. Dissocialize, simple past and past participle of dissocialize. Dissocializes, third person singular simple present indicative of dissocialize. Dissocializing, present participle and gerund of dissocialize. Dissociality, the quality of being dissocial. Dissocialize, to render unsocial. Dissocialize, simple past and past participle of dissocialize. Dissocializes, third person singular simple present indicative of dissocialize. Dissocializing, present participle and gerund of dissocialize. Dissocially, in a dissocial manner. Dissociate, to make unrelated, to sever a connection, to separate. Dissociated, simple past and past participle of dissociate. Dissociates, third person singular simple present indicative of dissociate. Dissociating, present participle and gerund of dissociate. Dissociation, the act of dissociating or disuniting, a state of separation, disunion. Dissociation energies, plural of dissociation energy. Dissociation energy, the energy needed to break every chemical bond in a molecule and completely separate all its atoms. Dissociation reaction, any reaction in which a compound is dissociated into its elements or in which a molecule is dissociated into atoms. Dissociation reactions, plural of dissociation reaction. Dissociational, relating to or exhibiting dissociation. Dissociations, plural of dissociation. Dissociative, removing or separating from some association. Dissociative disorder, any of several mental disorders that affect consciousness. Dissociative disorders, plural of dissociative disorder. Dissociative drug, any of a class of psychedelic drugs characterized by intense feelings of depersonalization, derealization, and analgesia. Dissociative drugs, plural of dissociative drug. Dissociative identity disorder, a mental disorder characterized by the presence of two or more personalities, states, or distinct identities that repeatedly take control of a person's behavior. Dissociative identity disorders, plural of dissociative identity disorder. Dissociatively, in a dissociative manner. Dissociatives, plural of dissociative. Dissociator, a reaction, vessel in which a dissociation reaction takes place. Dissociators, plural of dissociator. Dissociogenic, provoking dissociations. Dissocconch, the shell of a bivalve mollusk veliger. Dissocconches, plural of dissocconch. Dissocconch, plural of dissocconch. Dissogony, heterogenesis. Dissolubilities, plural of dissolubility. Dissolubility, the capability to be dissolved or disintegrated. Dissoluble, which can be dissolved or disintegrated. Dissolubleness, the state or quality of being dissoluble. Dissolute, unrestrained by morality. Dissolutely, in a dissolute manner. Dissoluteness, lack of restraint, excess. Dissolutenesses, plural of dissoluteness. Dissolutes, plural of dissolute. Dissolution, determination of an organized body or legislative assembly, especially a formal dismissal. Dissolutional, relating to dissolution or dissolving. Dissolutionism, anarchist and nihilist social theory taken as a whole or type. Dissolutionist, a person in favor of the dissolution of some institution or state of affairs. Dissolutionists, plural of dissolutionist. Dissolutions, plural of dissolution. Dissolutive, producing dissolution. Dissolvent. Dissolvabilities, plural of dissolvability. Dissolvability, capacity of being dissolved. The state of being dissolvable. Dissolvable, capable of being dissolved. Dissolvableness, the quality of being dissolvable. Dissolvables, plural of dissolvable. Dissolvase, a helicase associated with chromosome dissolution. Dissolvases, plural of dissolvase. Dissolvasome, a complex of helicases that is involved in DNA repair. Dissolvasomes, plural of dissolvasome. Dissolve, to terminate a union of multiple members actively, as by disbanding. Dissolvable, alternative form of dissolvable. Dissolve, that has been disintegrated in a solvent. Dissolvent, the process of dissolving, dissolution. Dissolvements, plural of dissolvement. Dissolvent, capable of dissolution into a fluid. Dissolvents, plural of dissolvent. Dissolver, one who, or that which, dissolves or dissipates. Dissolvers, plural of dissolver. Dissolves, third person singular simple present indicative of dissolve. Dissolvest. Second person singular simple present indicative of dissolve. Dissolve. Third person singular simple present indicative of dissolve. Dissolvable. Obsolete form of dissolvable. Dissolving. Present participle and gerund of dissolve. Dissolving view. A picture projected onto a screen and made to change gradually into another picture. Dissolving views. Plural of dissolving view. Dissolvingly. So as to dissolve or disappear gradually. Dissolvings. Plural of dissolving. Dissonance. A harsh, discordant combination of sounds. Dissonances. Plural of dissonance. Dissonances. Plural of dissonancy. Dissonance. Discord. Dissonant. Exhibiting dissonance, not agreeing, not harmonizing or melodizing. Dissonantly. In a dissonant manner. Dissonate. To be dissonant. Dissonated. Simple past and past participle of dissonate. Dissonates. Third person singular simple present indicative of dissonate. Dissonating. Present participle and gerund of dissonate. Disophi. In phytogeography, a plant of which the subterranean parts are adapted to mesophytic or even hydrophytic conditions, and the aerial parts to xerophytic conditions. Disophytes. Plural of disophyte. Disaurophe. Any of several extinct Temesbundle amphibians of the family Disaurophidae from the Pennsylvanian epochs and Permian period. Disaurophids. Plural of Disaurophe. Disaurophoi. Any amphibian of the clade Disaurophoidea. Disaurophoids. Plural of Disaurophoi. Disortative. Misspelling of disassortative. Disortativity. The condition of being disortative. Dispel. Misspelling of dispel, probably influenced by the correct spelling of misspell. Relatedly, see also asterisk to spell section usage notes. Dispelled. Misspelling of dispelled, simple past and past participle of asterisk dispel, probably influenced by the correct spelling of misspelled. Relatedly, see also asterisk dispel section usage notes. Dispelling. Misspelling of dispelling, present participle and gerund of asterisk dispel, probably influenced by the correct spelling of misspelling. Relatedly, see also asterisk dispel section usage notes. Dispels. Misspelling of dispels, third person singular simple present indicative of asterisk dispel, probably influenced by the correct spelling of misspells. Relatedly, see also asterisk dispel section usage notes. Dispirit. Alternative spelling of dispirit. Dispirited. Alternative spelling of dispirited. Dispiritedly. Alternative form of dispiritedly. Dispiriting. Present participle and gerund of dispirit. Dispirits. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispirit. Alternative spelling of dispirits. Desperate. Alternative form of dispread. Despreaded. Simple past and past participle of dispread. Despreading. Present participle and gerund of dispread. Despreads. Third person singular simple present indicative of dispread. Dissuadable. That can be dissuaded. Dissuade. To convince not to try or do. Dissuaded. Simple past and past participle of dissuade. Dissuader. One who dissuades. Dissuaders. Plural of dissuader. Dissuades. Third person singular simple present indicative of dissuade. Dissuading. Present participle and gerund of dissuade. Dissuadings. Plural of dissuading. Dissuasion. The act or an instance of dissuading. Dissuasionary. Serving to dissuade. Dissuasions. Plural of dissuasion. Dissuasive. Tending to dissuade or divert from a measure or purpose. Dehortatory. Dissuasively. In a dissuasive manner. Dissuasiveness. The quality of being dissuasive. Dissuasives. Plural of dissuasive. Dissuasory. Tending to dissuade. Dissuasive. Disunder. To separate, to sunder, to destroy. Disunder. Simple past and past participle of disunder. Disundering. Present participle and gerund of disunder. Disunders. Third person singular simple present indicative of disunder. Dissuade. Obsolete spelling of dissuade. Dissuasion. Obsolete form of dissuasion. Dissyllabic. Archaic form of dissyllabic. Dissyllabification. A division into two syllables. Dissyllabifications. Plural of dissyllabification. Dissyllabified. Alternative form of dissyllabified. Dissyllabism. Alternative form of dissyllabism. Dissyllabes. To form or split into two syllables. Dissyllabest. Simple past and past participle of dissyllabis. Dissyllabises. Third person singular simple present indicative of dissyllabis. Dissyllabizing. Present participle and gerund of dissyllabis. Dissyllable. Alternative form of dissyllable. Dissyllables. Plural of dissyllable. Disymmetric. Asymmetric. Disymmetrical. Lacking symmetry. Disymmetrically. In a dissymmetric manner. Dissymmetries. Plural of dissymmetry. Dissymmetrization. Conversion to dissymmetric form. Dissymmetrizations. Plural of dissymmetrization. Dissymmetry. Asymmetry. Dissympathy. Lack of sympathy, indifference. Dysynchronization. The state or property of being desynchronized. Desynchronizations. Plural of desynchronization. Desynchronize. To cause something to lose synchronization. Desynchronized. Simple past and past participle of desynchronize. Desynchronizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of desynchronize. Desynchronizing. Present participle and gerund of desynchronize. That's abbreviation of distribution. That's abbreviation of district. That's abbreviation of district attorney. A stat, toward a distal part, on the distal side of distally. The staff, a device to which a bundle of natural fibers, often wool, flax, or cotton, are attached for temporary storage before being drawn off gradually to spin thread. A traditional distaff is a staff with flax fibers tied loosely to it as indicated by the etymology of the word, but modern distaffs are often made of cords weighted with beads and attached to the wrist. Distaff Day, 7 January, the day after the Feast of the Epiphany. Distaff Psi, the female or maternal branch of a family. Distaff sides, plural of distaff side. Distaff, obsolete spelling of distaff. Distaffer. a horse that races in a distaff race for female horses only. Distaffers, plural of distaffer. Distaffs, plural of distaff. Distaffs, plural of distaff. Disdain, to stain, discolor, or tarnish. Disdained, simple past and past participle of disdain. Disdaining, present participle and gerund of disdain. Disdains, third person singular simple present indicative of disdain. Dista, remote from the point of attachment or origin. Distal convoluted tubule, the section of the nephron in the kidney that connects the loop of Henle to the collecting duct system. Distal convoluted tubules, plural of distal convoluted tubule. Distal goal, a long-term or primary goal. Distal goals, plural of distal goal. Distal phalanx, any of the phalanx bones at the tip of the fingers or toes. Distal phalanges, plural of distal phalange. Distal phalanx, alternative spelling of distal phalange. Distalia, the segments of an antenna of an insect, excluding the scape and pedicel. Distalization, alternative form of distalization. Distalizations, plural of distalization. Distalize, alternative form of distalize. Distalizer, alternative form of distalizer. Distalizers, plural of distalizer. Distalizing, present participle and gerund of distalize. Distality, the quality or state of being distal. Distalization, a change in position to the distal side. Distalizations, plural of distalization. Distalize, to move to the distal side. Distalized, simple past and past participle of distalize. Distalizer, a device that distalizes especially teeth. Distalizers, plural of distalizer. Distalizing, present participle and gerund of distalize. Distale, towards a distal part. Distalmost, most distal furthest from the origin. Distalontopodio, relating to the distal side of the metapodial bones. Distalontarsal, relating to the distal side of the metatarsus. Distalward, having a distal orientation. Distalwards, alternative form of distalward. Distamycin, any of the class of paliated antifungal antibiotics obtained from streptomyces. Distamycins, plural of distamycin. Distance, an amount of space between points, often geographical points, usually, but not necessarily measured along a straight line. Distance education, synonym of distance learning. Distance far, a gradient that progressively obscures objects as they get further from the camera, typically used to avoid the processing overhead of rendering distant objects. Distance formula, any algebraic expression that gives the distance between 2 points in a particular coordinate system in a particular number of dimensions. Distance formulae, plural of distance formula. Distance function, a function used to calculate the distance between 2 points. Distance functions, plural of distance function. Distance learner, one who engages in distance learning. Distance learners, plural of distance learner. Distance learning, education obtained remotely, often involving written material together with audiovisual material transmitted via the internet and sometimes summer schools and local tutorials. Distance line, a rope used by scuba divers as a means of returning to a safe starting point in conditions of low visibility, water currents, or where pilotage is difficult. Distance teaching, synonym of distance learning. Distance vector, a class of routing protocol based on sending global state between neighboring nodes. Distance vision, the ability to see clearly an image that is relatively far away greater than about 36 inches. Distance, simple past and past participle of distance. Distanceless, without distance. Distancelessness, absence of distance. Distancer, a person who tends to maintain emotional distance and detachment. Distancers, plural of distancer. Distances, plural of distance. Distance, archaic third-person singular simple present indicative of distance. Distancing, present participle and gerund of distance. Distancing effect, according to Bertolt Brecht, performance in such a way that the audience is hindered from simply identifying itself with the characters in the play and must evaluate their actions on an overt, conscious level. Distancing effects, plural of distancing effect. Distancingly, so as to distance oneself. Distancings, plural of distancing. Distance, distance state of being distant. Distani, a chemical compound with two tin atoms in the more electronegative role Sn. Distanides, plural of distani. Distanoxane, any of a class of organotin complexes of general formula R3SNOSNR that are used as catalysts. Distanoxanes, plural of distanoxane. Distanylene, a tin analog of ethylene SN2H4. Distanylines, plural of distanylene. Distanin, any of a class of organic compounds containing a tin-to-tin triple bond R1SN identical to SNR2. Distanins, plural of distaning. Distant, far off physically, logically, or mentally. Distance starlight problem, synonym of starlight problem. Distential, distant, distantiate, to distance, to put or keep at a literal or metaphorical or mental distance. Distantiated, simple past and past participle of distantiate. Distantiates, third person singular simple present indicative of distantiate. Distantiating, present participle and gerund of distantiate. Distantiation, the act or process of distantiating. Distantiations, plural of distantiation. Distantly, at a distance. Distantness, the state or quality of being distant or remote. The start of a cross-linked starch. Diastaceo, a surname from Italian. Diastaceos, plural of diastaceo. Distaste, a feeling of dislike, aversion, or antipathy. Distasted, simple past and past participle of distaste. Distasteful, having a bad or foul taste. Distasteful, archaic form of distasteful. Distastefully, in a distasteful manner. Distastefulness, the state or quality of being distasteful or objectionable, causing averseness, unpleasantness. Distastes, third person singular simple present indicative of distaste. Distasting, present participle and gerund of distaste. Distance, obsolete spelling of distance. Distances, plural of distance. Distant, obsolete form of distant. Distaeus, plural of distaff. Distaverus, who eats food that was not grown or produced locally. Distaxeo, of, pertaining to, or employing distaxy. Distaxy, an overgrowth in which both the original crystal and the crystal growing on it have different orientations. The stera, any compound containing two steric groups. The sterets, plural of disterat. The sterin, a diglyceride of steric acid. The sterins, plural of disterin. The sterile, two steroyl groups in a molecule. The steroyl phosphatidylcholine, a form of lecithin phosphatidylcholine in which both the alkyl groups are steroyls. The steroyl phosphatidylphenolamine, a cephalin phosphatidylphenolamine containing two steric groups. The stera, two steryl groups in a molecule. Di Stefano, a surname from Italian. Di Stefano, alternative form of Di Stefano. Di Stefanos, plural of Di Stefano. Distalealogy, alternative form of distaleology. Distelfink, a stylized goldfinch in Pennsylvania Dutch folk art, representing happiness and good fortune. Distelfinks, plural of distelfing. Distelic, having two steels. Disteli, the papative distelic. Distemper, a viral disease of animals such as dogs and cats characterized by fever, coughing, and catarrh. Distemperance, distemperature. Distemperances, plural of distemperance. Distemperate, excessive. Distemperately, unduly. Distemperature, a state of adverse or unhealthy atmospheric conditions. Distemperatures, plural of distemperature. Distemper, simple past and past participle of distemper. Distemperedly, in a distempered manner. Distemperedness, the quality of being distempered. Distemperedst, second person singular simple past indicative of distemper. Distemperer, one who paints with distemper. Distemperers, plural of distemperer. Distemperate, second person singular simple present indicative of distemper. Distemperate, third person singular simple present indicative of distemper. Distempering, present participle and gerund of distemper. Distemperment, distempered state, distemperature. Distemperments, plural of distemperment. Distempers, third person singular simple present indicative of distemper. Destend, to extend or expand as from internal pressure to swell. Distendable, capable of being distended. Distended, extended or expanded as from internal pressure, swollen. Distendedly, in a distended manner. Distender, one who or that which distends. Distenders, plural of distender. Distendest, second person singular simple present indicative of distend. Distenda, third person singular simple present indicative of distend. Distending, present participle and gerund of distend. Distends, third person singular simple present indicative of distend. Distensibility, misspelling of distensibility. Distensibilities, plural of distensibility. Distensibility, capability of swelling or stretching. Distensible, capable of swelling or stretching. Distensile, causing distension. Distension, the act of distending. Distensions, plural of distension. Distensive, distending or capable of being distended, expanding or spreading out. Distent, distended. Distension, Alternative form of distension, the act of distending. Distensions, plural of distension. Distens, plural of distent. Destere, to banish or drive from a country. Distere, misspelling of diasterane. Disterminate, separated, divided. Distermination, separation by bounds. Disterodal, relating to or derived from two steroids. Dister, simple past and past participle of dister. Disters, third person singular simple present indicative of dister. Destix, mix, face, ditin, kyanite. Disdains, plural of disdain. Disrone, to dethrone, to remove from the throne. Disrone, simple past and past participle of disrone. Disrones, third person singular simple present indicative of disrone. Disroning, present participle and gerund of disrone. Disronize, to remove from the throne, to dethrone. Disronized, simple past and past participle of distronize. Disronizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disronize. Disronizing, present participle and gerund of disronize. The alternative form of disto distal. Distebine, any organized any campaign containing two many atoms joined together to SBSBO2. Distebines, plural of distebine. Dithit, a couplet, a two-line stanza making complete sense. Distecho, disteches, disteches. Plural of distich. Distegia, an eyelash that arises from an abnormal spot on the eyelid, usually exiting from the duct of the meibomian gland at the eyelid margin. Is it a plural of distichia? Distichias, plural of distichia. Istichiasis, the presence of a distichia or abnormally located eyelash. Distichodont, relating to the distichodontids. Distichodontid, any fish of the family Distichodontidae. Distichodontids, plural of Distichodontid. Distichatus, any of the genus Distichatus of freshwater fish found in Africa. Distichoporine, any hydrozoan of the subfamily Distichoporinae or of genus Distichopora. Distichoporines, plural of Distichoporine. Distichus, in the form of a distich. Distichiously, in a distichious manner. Distichus, plural of distich. Disti, alternative spelling of disti distribution. Distis, plural of disti. Distiflagellomer, the distal part of the flagellomer. Distiflagellomers, plural of distiflagellomer. Distiflagellum, the portion of an insect's antenna that is farthest from the body, the outermost segment of the flagellum. Distemine, a parasympathomimetic drug used in the bromide form similar to pyridostigmine and neostigmine but with a longer duration of action. Destel, to exude a liquid in small drops, also to give off a vapor which condenses in small drops. Destel, U.S. standard spelling of distill. Distilled, simple past and past participle of distill. Distillabilities, plural of distillability. Distillability, the condition of being distillable, the ability to be distilled in any sense. Distillable, capable of being distilled, especially capable of being distilled without chemical decomposition. Distillate, distillation. Distillades, plural of distillage. Distillate, the liquid that has been condensed from vapor during distillation, normally a purified form or a fraction of an original liquid. Distillated, distillates, plural of distillate. Distillation, the act of falling in draughts or the act of pouring out in drops. Distillation chaser, a substance used to force a distillate in a distillation, as it has a boiling point more than that of the substance to be extracted and less than that of the impurities. It is rarely used, but mostly with fractional distillation when column packing is used. As it vaporizes, it heats the column packing and causes the trapped fluid to rise over. Distillation chasers, plural of distillation chaser. Distillations, plural of distillation. Distillatories, plural of distillatory. Distillatory, belonging to or used in distilling. Distill, simple past and past participle of distill. Distilled verdigris, an acid of copper acetate. Distilled water, water that has been purified by distillation. This entry is a translation hub. Distilled waters, plural of distilled water. Distiller, a person who distills, especially alcoholic spirits or hard liquor by a process of distillation. A person who owns, works in, or operates a distillery. Distilleries, plural of distillery. Distillers, plural of distiller. Distillery, a place where distillation takes place, especially the distillation of alcoholic spirits. Distilles, second person singular simple present indicative of distill. Distilleth, third person singular simple present indicative of distill. Distilling, present participle and gerund of distill. Distillings, plural of distilling. Distillment, alternative form of distillment. Distillments, plural of distillment. Distills, third person singular simple present indicative of distill. Distillment, the process of distillation. Distillments, plural of distillment. Distills, third person singular simple present indicative of distill. Distinct, capable of being perceived very clearly. Distincture, comparative form of distinct, more distinct. Distinctest, superlative form of distinct, most distinct. Distinctify, simple past and past participle of distinctify. Distinctifies, third person singular simple present indicative of distinctify. Distinctify, to make distinct or distinctive. Distinctifying, present participle and gerund of distinctify. Distinction, that which distinguishes a single occurrence of a determining factor or feature. The fact of being divided, separation, discrimination. Distinction without a difference, a linguistic or conceptual distinction which is of no practical importance or which has no effect on meaning, a perceived difference where there is no actual difference. Distinctional, of or relating to distinction. Distinctioning, the creation of a pattern of distinctions. Distinctionless, without distinction. Distinctions, plural of distinction. Distinctions without a difference. Plural of distinction without a difference. Distinctions without differences. Plural of distinction without a difference. Distinctive, distinguishing, used to or enabling the distinguishing of something. Distinctive paper, a fine silk-threaded fiber paper used in the United States for bonds, etc. Distinctive papers, plural of distinctive paper. Distinctively, in a distinctive manner, in a way that is notable for its difference. Distinctiveness, the quality of being distinctive, individual, or discrete. Distinctiveness is plural of distinctiveness. Distinctives, plural of distinctive. Distinctivity, distinctiveness. Distinctly, comparative form of distinctly, more distinctly. Distinctly, in a distinct manner. Distinctness, the capacity or degree of being distinct. Distinctnesses, plural of distinctness. Distinctor, that which makes or marks a distinction. Distinctors, plural of distinctor. Distinctual, distinctive, serving to allow distinctions. Distinctually, in a distinctual manner. Distincture, distinctness. Distincton, a village and civil parish in Cumberland, Cumbria, England, previously in Copeland Borough OS Grid Ref NY0023. Distinct, fashionably distinguished or elegant, having an air of superiority. Distingue, alternative spelling of disting. Distinct, alternative form of disting. Distinguish, to recognize someone or something as different from others based on its characteristics. Distinguishabilities, plural of distinguishability. Distinguishability, the state of being distinguishable. Distinguishable, able or easily able to be distinguished. Distinguishableness, synonym of distinguishability, the state or quality of being distinguishable. Distinguishably, in a distinguishable way. Distinguished, celebrated, well-known or eminent because of past achievements, prestigious. Distinguished competition. DC Comics in the context of its rivalry with Marvel Comics. Distinguished open set, a particularly basic kind of set, generalizing the notion of the complement of a hypersurface, originating in the study of algebraic varieties, but in modern mathematics, also extending to the setting of affine schemes. Formally, in the context of affine or projective varieties, the complement of the zero locus of a polynomial in affine or projective space. In scheme theory, the subset of prime ideals of a commutative ring which do not contain some element of the ring. Distinguished open sets, plural of distinguished open set. Distinguished professor, a professor with the highest academic rank at a university. Distinguished professors, plural of distinguished professor. Distinguishedly, in a distinguished manner. Distinguishedness, the quality of being distinguished. Distinguisher, one who, or that which distinguishes. Distinguishers, plural of distinguisher. Distinguishes, third person singular simple present indicative of distinguish. Distinguishest, second person singular simple present indicative of distinguish. Distinguisheth, third person singular simple present indicative of distinguish. Distinguishing, present participle and gerund of distinguish. Distinguishingly, with distinction, with some mark of preference. Distinguishings, plural of distinguishing. Distinguishment, a distinction, observation of difference. Distinguishment, plural of distinguishment. Distinguishments, the state or quality of being distinguishable. Distinguished, simple past and past participle of distinguish. Distinguition, The act of distinguishing, the state or quality of being distinguished, distinguishment, distinction. Distinguitions, plural of distinguition. Distinguo, a distinction. Distinguos, plural of distinguo. Disintegrin, misspelling of disintegrin. Distidae, plural of distiphallus. Distypallus, the enlarged apical part of the oedicus in some insects. Dististal, the distal portion of the tail like appendage on a homoiostel. Disdistals, plural of disdistal. Disdistally, plural of disdistalis. Disdistalis, in mosquitoes, the distal segment of the gonopods. Distidarsi, plural of distitarsus. Distidarsis, a divided or split tarsus. Distitibia, the portion of the tibia of an arachnid that is furthest from the body. Distidal, to deprive of a title or right. Distidalt, simple past and past participle of distidal. Distidals, third person singular simple present indicative of distidal. Distidaling, present participle and gerund of distidal. Distal, distal, distocclusal, alternative spelling of distocclusal. Distongular, angled backward toward the rear of the mouth. Distongularly, in a distongular manner. Distontator, distal and anterior. Dystopical, distal and apical. Dystopical, of, pertaining to or connecting the distal and buccal surfaces of a tooth. Dystopicoe, in dystopical position. Distoconal, both distal and caudal. Distocclusal, alternative spelling of distocclusal. Distocervical, distal and cervical. Distocclusal, relating to a distocclusion. Distocclusion, an abnormal distal positioning of the lower jaw. Distocclusions, plural of distocclusion. Distocoronal, distal and coronal. Distodorsal, both distal and dorsal. Distodorsally, in a distodorsal direction. Distofacial, of, pertaining to or connecting the distal and facial surfaces of a tooth. Distogingival, distal and gingival. Distogram, a histogram of distances between pairs of pixels in an image. Distograms, plural of distogram. Distoincisal, of, pertaining to or connecting the distal and incisal surfaces of a tooth. Distolabial, distal and labial. Distolabiale, in a distolabial manner or direction. Distolesteroside, a particular steroid glycoside. Distolateral, both distal and lateral. Distolaterally, in a distolateral direction. Distolerate, to be intolerant of someone or something. Distolingual, of, pertaining to or connecting the distal and lingual surfaces of a tooth. Distolingually, in a distolingual manner. Dystomatosis, plural of dystomatosis. Dystomatosis, infection by flatworms of the order Dystomatida. Dystomedio, pertaining to an inside aspect, but also farther away from the center of the body. Dystomedially, in a dystomedial direction. Dystomer, the less pharmacologically active of the enantiomers of a drug. Dystomers, plural of dystomer. Dystomesial, concerning the distal and mesial parts and their interactions and relationships. Dystometarsal, both distal and metatarsal. Dystometer, a device used to measure the distance between the apex of the cornea and the back surface of a spectacle lens. Distometers, plural of distometer. Distomiases, synonym of trenatodiases. Distomolar, a supernumerary tooth located posterior to the third molar tooth. Distomolars, plural of distomolar. Distonic, describing a radical cation in which charge and radical sites are separated. Distopalatal, distal and palatal. Distopalmar, relating to the bottom of the palm or similar appendage. Dystopia, misspelling of dystopia. Distoplantar, distal and plantar. Distoplantarly, in a distoplantar manner or direction. Distal posterior, distal and posterior. Distoproximal, relating to features relatively far from and near to another. Distoproximally, in a distoproximal fashion. Distopulpal, distal and pulpal. Distorsio, a mollusk of the genus Distorsio, or its shell. Distarteos, plural of distorsio. Distort, to bring something out of shape, to misshape. Distortable, capable of being distorted. Distorted, simple past and past participle of distort. Distortedly, in a distorted way. Distortedness, the quality of being distorted. Distorter, one that distorts. Distorters, plural of distorter. Distorting, present participle and gerund of distort. Distorting mirror, a curved mirror, often using convex and concave sections to achieve a distorted effect as. Distorting mirrors, plural of distorting mirror. Distortion, an act of distorting. Distortional, relating to or exhibiting distortion. Distortionary, capable of distorting. Distortionist, one who distorts. Distortionists, plural of distortion. Distortionless, lacking distortion. Distortionlessness, absence of distortion. Distortions, plural of distortion. Distortive, causing distortion. Distortively, in a distortive way. Distortiveness, quality of being distortive. Distorter oris, the zygomaticus minor muscle. Distorts, third person singular simple present indicative of distort. Distoscta, plural of distosptum. Distosptate, having distospta. Distosptum, a thin septum of an escospore that lacks a sepal plate and is penetrated by cytoplasmic junctions. Distoventral, both distal and ventral. Distoventrally, in a distoventral direction. Distoversion, distal malposition of a tooth. Distostibular, distal and vestibular. Dether, abbreviation of distribution. Disser, abbreviation of distribution. Distract, to divert the attention of. Distractibility, alternative form of distractibility. Distractible, alternative form of distractible. Distracted, having one's attention diverted, preoccupied. Distractively, in a distracted manner. Distractedness, the state or quality of being distracted, distraction. Distractee, someone who has become distracted. Distractees, plural of distractee. Distractor, that which distracts or serves as a distraction. Distractors, plural of distractor. Distractus, Second person singular simple present indicative of distract. Distractive. Third person singular simple present indicative of distract. Distractful. Distracting. Distractibility. The ease with which a person's concentration can be interfered with by external stimulation or by irrelevant thoughts. Distractible. Capable of being distracted. Distractile. Tending or serving to draw apart. Distracting. Causing a distraction, interfering with the ability to concentrate or focus. Distractingly. In a distracting manner. Distraction. Something that distracts. Distraction. Osteogenesis. Synonym of distraction. Distractionary. That distracts or causes distraction. Distractionism. The tendency to evade an issue by diverting attention to another. Distractionist. Tending to divert attention from one thing to another. Distractionists. Plural of distractionists. Distractions. Plural of distraction. Distractious. Distractive. Distracting. Distractive. Causing distraction. Distractor. Alternative spelling of distractor. Distractors. Plural of distractor. Distracts. Third person singular simple present indicative of distract. Distra. A clear path through a cloud created by a passing aircraft, caused either by evaporation or freezing of water droplets in the wake. Distrails. Plural of distrail. Distrain. To squeeze, press, embrace, to constrain, oppress. Distrainable. Capable of being, or liable to be, distrain. Distrain. Simple past and past participle of distrain. Distrainy. One who is distrained. Distrainees. Plural of distrainy. Distrainer. Alternative form of distrainer. Distrainers. Plural of distrainer. Distrain. Third person singular simple present indicative of distrain. Distraining. Present participle and gerund of distrain. Distrainings. Plural of distraining. Distrainment. The act of distraining. Distraint. Distrainments. Plural of distrainment. Distrainer. Someone who distrains, the party distraining goods or chattels. Distrainers. Plural of distrainer. Distrains. Third person singular simple present indicative of distrain. Distraint. The legal right of a landlord to seize the property of a tenant in the event of non-payment of rent. Distraint. Plural of distraint. Distrait. Absent-minded, troubled, distracted. Distrait. Alternative form of distrait. Distraught. Deeply hurt, saddened, or worried, incapacitated by distress. Distraughted. Obsolete. Form of distracted. Distraughtly. In a distraught manner. Distraughtness. The state or quality of being distraught or agitated. Distressedness. Distream. To flow. Distream. Simple past and past participle of the stream. Distreaming. Present participle and gerund of the stream. Distreams. Third person singular simple present indicative of the stream. Distrainer. Alternative form of distrainer. Distress. Physical or emotional discomfort, suffering, or alarm, particularly of a more acute nature. Distressed merchandise. goods that are not selling well and may need to be discounted or otherwise disposed of. Distress purchase, a purchase made out of necessity rather than for pleasure. Distress purchases, plural of distress purchase. Distress sale, a sale that takes place during adverse market conditions for the seller and thus raises less money than might have been expected. Distress sales, plural of distress sale. Distress signal, an emergency signal sent by radio or other means from a ship or aircraft in distress or danger. Distress signals, plural of distress signal. Distressed, anxious or uneasy. Distressed sale, alternative form of distress sale. Distressed sales, plural of distressed sale. Distressedly, in a distressed manner. Distressedness, the state or quality of being distressed, anxiety. Distressee, one who experiences distress. Distressees, plural of distressee. Distressor, one who or that which distresses. Distressors, plural of distressor. Distresses, plural of distress. Distresses, second person singular simple present indicative of distress. Distressa, third person singular simple present indicative of distress. Distressful, causing or feeling distress, anxiety, or strain, distressing. Distressful, archaic form of distressful. Distressfully, in a distressful way, showing distress. Distressfulness, the state or quality of being distressful, the state of having or causing anxiety or strain. Distressing, causing distress, upsetting, distressful. Distressingly, in a distressing manner, so as to cause distress. Distressingness, the state or quality of being distressing. Distressless, without distress. Distress, obsolete form of distressed. Distributor, abbreviation of distributor. Distribution, obsolete spelling of distribution. Distributions, plural of distribution. Distribuent, that which is distributed. Distribuent, plural of distribuent. Distributability, the condition of being distributable. Distributable, capable of being distributed. Distributables, plural of distributable. Distributaries, plural of distributary. Distributary, that distributes. Distribute, to divide into portions and dispense. Distributed, simple past and past participle of distribute. Distributed computing, the process of aggregating the power of several computers to collaboratively run a single computational task in a transparent and coherent way. Distributed hash table, a decentralized distributed system that performs the functions of a hash table. Distributed hash tables, plural of distributed hash table. Distributed ledger, a consensus of replicated, shared, and synchronized digital data geographically spread across multiple locations. Distributed ledgers, plural of distributed ledger. Distributed ray tracing, a form of ray tracing that averages a number of rays across an interval, allowing for the rendering of soft or blurry phenomena. Distributedly, in a distributed fashion. Distributedness, the quality of being distributed. Distributee, one who receives a share of something that is distributed. Distributees, plural of distributi. Distributor, alternative form of distributor. Distributors, plural of distributor. Distributes, third person singular simple present indicative of distribute. Distributus, second person singular simple present indicative of distribute. Distributive, third person singular simple present indicative of distribute. Distributing, present participle and gerund of distribute. Distribution, an act of distributing or state of being distributed. Distribution board, a board containing multiple electrical fuses or circuit breakers, a panel board. Distribution boards, plural of distribution board. Distribution box, synonym of possum belly, a metal container at the head of the shale shaker. Distribution center, a warehouse or other specialized building, often with refrigeration or air conditioning, which is stocked with products goods to be redistributed to retailers, to wholesalers, or directly to consumers. Distribution channel, the route by which goods or services are passed from producer to user. Distribution channels, plural of distribution channel. Distribution curve, the curve or line of a graph in which cumulative frequencies are plotted. Distribution curves, plural of distribution curve. Distribution function, a function of 7 variables of the form f x y z t v x v y v z that gives the number of particles per unit volume in single particle phase space. Distribution functions, plural of distribution function. Distribution lists, an electronic mailing list made up of the recipient's email addresses. Distribution lists, plural of distribution lists. Distribution lot, a case pack, the number of items in a case or number of cases on a pallet, abbreviation, DL. Distribution lots, plural of distribution lot. Distribution park, a commercial site which receives manufactured goods and distributes them to various purchasers. Distribution parks, plural of distribution park. Distribution server, a network server that stores the installation files for distribution over a network. Distribution servers, plural of distribution server. Distribution transformer, an electrical transformer that reduces voltage from an electrical grid before being distributed to customers. Distribution transformers, plural of distribution transformer. Distribution free, free of specific assumptions about the shape of the probability distribution generating the sample. Distributional, of or pertaining to distribution. Distributional semantics, a field of research focused on quantifying and categorizing the semantic similarities between linguistic items. Distributionalism, a general theory of language and a discovery procedure for establishing elements and structures of language based on observed usage. Distributionally, in a distributional manner. Distributionally, alternative form of distributionally. Distributional relational database, a type of database management system that enhances the semantics of structured data by using distributional word vector representations. Distributional relational databases, plural of distributional relational database. Distributionism. Distributism. Distributionist, a distributor. Distributionists, plural of distributionists. Distributionless, without distribution. Distributions, plural of distribution. Distributism, an economic ideology based on Catholic social teachings, according to which property ownership is a fundamental right and the means of production should be spread as widely as possible rather than being centralized under the control of the state, corporations, or a few individuals. Distributus, a supporter of distributism. Distributists, plural of distributus. Distributive, relating to distribution. Distributive case, the grammatical case that is distributive, indicating per or each. Distributive cases, plural of distributive case. Distributive education, a vocational scheme combining classroom teaching and part-time employment. Distributive lattice, a lattice in which the meet and the join operations are distributive with respect to each other. Distributive lattices, plural of distributive lattice. Distributive number, a numeral that expresses the amount or quantity of something as it pertains to each member of a set, such as the number of times something happens at once or the number of members affected each time. Distributive numbers, plural of distributive number. Distributively, in a distributive manner. Distributiveness, the state or quality of being distributive or allotting. Distributives, plural of distributive. Distributivism, distributism. Distributivist, synonym of distributist, follower of a Catholic economic ideology. Distributivists, plural of distributivists. Distributivities, plural of distributivity. Distributivity, the fact of being distributive. Distributor, one who or that which distributes. Distributor cap, part of an internal combustion engine that covers the distributor and rotor and helps distribute electrical current to the spark plugs. Distributor caps, plural of distributor cap. Distributor road, synonym of collector road. Distributor roads, plural of distributor road. Distributorless, that does not contain a distributor. Distributors, plural of distributor. Distributorship, a business specializing in the wholesale distribution of a particular class of goods. Distributorships, plural of distributorship. Distributor, obsolete form of distributor. Distributors, plural of distributor. Distributress, a female distributor. Distributresses, plural of distributress. District, the District of Columbia, the Federal District of the United States. District 1, the Central Urban District of Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. District Attorney, the title of the local public official who represents the government in the prosecution of alleged criminals. District Attorneys, plural of district attorney. District cooling, a system for centralized removal of heat for residential and commercial cooling requirements. District heating, a system for distributing heat generated in a centralized location for residential and commercial heating requirements. District I, a barangay of Benito Salivan, Isabela, Philippines. District Roman II, a barangay of Benito Salivan, Isabela, Philippines. District Roman III, a barangay of Coyan, Isabela, Philippines. District Roman IV, a barangay of Benito Salivan, Isabela, Philippines. District Manager, a manager who oversees all sales activity in a district. District Nurse, a senior nurse leading teams of community nurses which provide health care to patients within their own homes. District Nurses, plural of district nurse. District of Argyll, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Barrington, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Barrington, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Chester, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Clare, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Columbia, the federal capital region of the United States of America. District of Criminals, the District of Columbia. District of Digby, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of East Hants, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Guysborough, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Lunenburg, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Shelburne, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of St. Mary's, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District of Yarmouth, a district municipality of Nova Scotia, Canada. District simple past and past participle of district. Districthood, the state of being a district. Districting, present participle and gerund of district. Distriction, sudden display, flash, glitter. District-like, similar to a district. Districtly, districtly. Districts, plural of district. Districtual, of, belonging to, or pertaining to a district. District-wide, across an entire district. District-wise, arranged or classified by district. Distringas, a writ commanding the sheriff to distrain a person by his goods or chattels to compel a compliance with something required of him. Distringases, plural of distringas. Distrito Federal, alternative form of federal district. Districts, the splitting of the distal ends of the hair. Distro, a set of software components, often open source, that have been packaged into a larger product or component for distribution to end users. Distro hop, to engage in distro hopping. Distro hopped, simple past and past participle of distro hop. Distro hopping, the act of frequently changing the operating system of one's computer to a different distribution of Linux. Distro hops, third person singular simple present indicative of distro hop. Dystrophoric, misspelling of dystrophoric. Dystroglican, misspelling of dystroglican. Dystromatic, composed of two layers of stromata. Dystromatomertia, any ribbon worm of the suborder Dystromatomertia. Dystromatomertians, plural of Dystromatomertian. Dystrontium, two strontium atoms in a molecule. Dystropha, a neume that doubles the value of the first note in a series. Dystrophy, plural of dystropha. Dystrophic, lacking in nutrients, not eutrophic. Distros, plural of distro. Distrobal, to trouble greatly, to perplex. Distrtroubled, troubled, disturbed. Distrobbles, third person singular simple present indicative of distrtrouble. Distroubling, present participle and gerund of distrubble. Destras, lack of trust or confidence. Distrusted, not trusted, considered untrustworthy. Distruster, someone who distrusts. Distrusters, plural of distruster. Distrustes, second person singular simple present indicative of distrust. Distruste, third person singular simple present indicative of distrust. Distrustful, experiencing distrust, showing distrust, wary, skeptical, suspicious, doubtful. Distrustfully, in a distrustful manner. Distrustfulness, the state or quality of being distrustful or doubtful, distrust, mistrust. Distrusting, inclined to distrust, distrustful, suspicious. Distrustingly, in a distrusting manner. Distrustless, without distrust, trusting or gullible. Distrusts, third person singular simple present indicative of distrust. Deaths, plural of dist. Destun, to put something out of tune. Destun, simple past and past participle of destun. Destuns, third person singular simple present indicative of destun. Destuning, present participle and gerund of destun. Dester, to confuse a quiet, constant state or a calm, continuous flow, in particular, thoughts, actions, or liquids. Disturb the peace, to behave in an inappropriately violent, noisy, or disruptive manner in public. Disturb, simple past and past participle of disturb. Disturbability, the capacity to be disturbed. Disturbable, able to be disturbed. Disturbance, the act of disturbing, be disturbing. Disturbance regime, any of various modes of widespread floral replacement, for example, flood, fire, disease, or wind. Disturbance regimes, plural of disturbance regime. Disturbances, plural of disturbance. Disturbance, disturbing. Disturbance, plural of disturbant. Disturbation, disturbance. Disturbations, plural of disturbation. Disturbative, of pertaining to or causing the act of disturbing. Disturbance, obsolete form of disturbance. Disturbances, plural of disturbance. Disturb, obsolete form of disturb. Disturb, showing symptoms of mental illness, severe psychosis, or neurosis. Disturbedly, in a disturbed manner. Disturber, someone or something that disturbs, a disruptor. Disturbers, plural of disturber. Disturbus, second person singular simple present indicative of disturb. Disturbeth, third person singular simple present indicative of disturb. Disturbing, pronunciation spelling of disturbing. Disturbing, causing distress or worry, upsetting or unsettling. Disturbingly, in a disturbing manner. Disturbingness, the state or quality of being disturbing. Disturbs, third person singular simple present indicative of disturb. Distur, to turn aside. Disturred, simple past and past participle of discern. Discerning, present participle and gerund of discern. Discernpike, to make a road be no longer a turnpike. Discernpike, simple past and past participle of discernpike. Discernpikes, third person singular simple present indicative of discernpike. Discernpiking, present participle and gerund of discernpike. Disterns, third person singular simple present indicative of discern. Disti, distributor. Distile, having two columns in front, set of a temple, portico, etc. Distyles, plural of distyle. Distellas, having two types of styles and lash or stamens. Distyle, the condition of being distillous. Disubstituent, two substituents in a molecule. Disubstituted, having two substituents. Disubstitution, any substitution reaction in which two groups are substituted. Disubstitutions, plural of disubstitution. Disuginate, any salt or ester containing two succinate anions or groups. Desuccinates, plural of desuccinate. Desuccinimidyl, two succinimidyl radicals in a compound. Hi, a barangay of Sinangan, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Disulfamide, a particular disulfide drug. Disulfane, any organic compound containing two sulfur atoms joined together. Disulfanes, plural of disulfane. Disulfate, alternative form of disulfate. Disulfated, sulfated in two positions. Disulfates, plural of disulfate. Disulfate, archaic form of disulfide. Disulfide, a functional group with two sulfur atoms bonded to one another, described by the following formula, RSSR. Disulfide bond, a bond consisting of a covalent bond between two sulfur atoms, formed by the reaction of two thiol groups, especially between the thiol groups of two proteins. Disulfide bonds, plural of disulfide bond. Disulfide bridge, disulfide bond. Disulfide bridges, plural of disulfide bridge. Disulfides, plural of disulfide. Disulfido, two sulfido ligands. Disulfids, plural of disulfid. Disulfiduria, the presence of a disulfide in the urine, but especially that of cysteine. Disulfiram, a synthetic compound trademark anti-abuse used in the treatment of alcoholics to make drinking alcohol produce unpleasant after effects. Disulfiram effect, an unpleasant hypersensitivity to alcohol caused by various medications, including disulfiram. Disulfirams, plural of disulfiram. Disulfide, the divalent anion S2O2, or any salt containing this anion. Disulfites, plural of disulfite. Disulfidopalladate, a chemical compound containing palladium and two sulfide groups PD-SO. For example, potassium disulfidopalladate K2PD-SO. Disulfidopalladates, plural of disulfidopalladate. Disulfonate, any compound containing two sulfonate groups. Disulfonated, modified by the addition of two sulfonate groups. Disulfonates, plural of disulfonate. Disulfonation, addition of two sulfonate groups. Disulfonic, having two sulfonic groups. Disulfonyl, two sulfonyl groups in a molecule. Disulfonylimidazole, any disulfonyl derivative of an imidazole. Disulfonylimidazoles, plural of disulfonylimidazoles. Disulfotramine, clipping of tetramethylnedisulfotramine. Disulfotin, a highly toxic organothiophosphate insecticide and acaricide, O-diethyl S2-ethylthiothiophosphorethio. Disulfur, two atoms of sulfur in a compound. Disulfuric, pyrosulfuric. Disulfuryl, the divalent radical S2O5. Disulfuryls, plural of disulfuryl. Disulfane, alternative spelling of disulfane. Disulfanes, plural of disulfane. Disulfate, a salt or ester of disulfuric acid or pyrosulfuric acid. A pyrosulfate. Disulfates, plural of disulfate. Disulfide, alternative spelling of disulfide. Disulfides, plural of disulfide. Disulfiram, alternative form of disulfiram. Disulfide, alternative form of disulfite. Disulfites, plural of disulfite. Disulfonate, alternative form of disulfonate. Disulfonated, alternative form of disulfonated. Disulfonates, plural of disulfonate. Disulfonic, alternative form of disulfonic. Disulfur, alternative spelling of disulfur. Disulfuret, disulfide. Disulfurates, plural of disulfuret. Disulfuric acid, a thick oily liquid, H2S2O7. Decembrationism, a supposed art movement created as a hoax in 1924 in reaction to an art establishment perceived as overvaluing inferior artworks. Decembrationist, of or relating to Decembrationism. Disudiat, alternative form of disuniate. Idudet, of or pertaining to disuniates. Isudiates, plural of disuniate. Isudiats, plural of disuniat. Disunification, the act or result of disunifying, the breaking up of a union. Disunifications, plural of disunification. Disunify, simple past and past participle of disunify. Disunifies, third person singular simple present indicative of disunify. Disuniform, not uniform. Disuniformities, plural of disuniformity. Disuniformity, the quality of being disuniform. Disuniformly, in a disuniform manner. Disunify, to cause to cease to be unified, to split up or dissociate. Disunifying, present participle and gerund of disunify. Disunion, separation, disintegration of a union, lack of union where union would be desirable. Disunionism, the political position that the Union, the federal government of the United States, should be dissolved. Disunionist, a supporter of disunionism. Disunionists, plural of disunionists. Disunions, plural of disunion. Disunitable, capable of being disunited. Disunite, to cause disagreement or alienation among or within. Disunited, simple past and past participle of disunite. Disuniter, one who or that which disunites. Disuniters, plural of disuniter. Disunites, third person singular simple present indicative of disunite. Disunities, plural of disunity. Disuniting, present participle and gerund of disunite. Disunity, the lack of unity or cohesion. Disaprazole, a proton pump inhibitor. Dissuasion, gradual cessation of custom or use, disuse. Disuse, the state of not being used, neglect. Disused, simple past and past participle of disuse. Disuses, third person singular simple present indicative of disuse. Disursing, present participle and gerund of disuse. Disutilities, plural of disutility. Disutility, uselessness, a lack of utility. Disutilize, to deprive of utility. To render useless. Disutilize, simple past and past participle of disutilize. Disutilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of disutilize. Disutilizing, present participle and gerund of disutilize. Disvaluable, having a negative value, not valuable. Disvaluation, disesteem, depreciation, disrepute. Disvaluations, plural of disvaluation, Disvalue. To regard something as having little or no value. Disvalued. Simple past and past participle of disvalue. Disvalues. Third person singular simple present indicative of disvalue. Disvaluing. Present participle and gerund of disvalue. Disadvantageous. Disadvantageous. Disvelop. Obsolete form of develop. Disveloped. Simple past and past participle of disvelop. Disveloping. Present participle and gerund of disvelop. Disvelops. Third person singular simple present indicative of disvelop. Disventure. A disadventure. Disventures. Plural of disventure. Disverification. The act of disverifying. Disverifications. Plural of disverification. Disverify. Simple past and past participle of disverify. Disverifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of disverify. Disverify. To determine something to be false. Disverifying. Present participle and gerund of disverify. Disvirgin. To take away the virginity of a person. Divergence. Third person singular simple present indicative of disvirgin. Divouch. To discredit or contradict. Divouch. Simple past and past participle of disvouch. Disvouches. Third person singular simple present indicative of disvouch. Disvouching. Present participle and gerund of disvouch. Diswant. To not want. To reject. Diswanted. Simple past and past participle of diswant. Diswanting. Present participle and gerund of diswant. Diswants. Third person singular simple present indicative of diswant. Diswarn. To dissuade or warn against. Diswarn. Simple past and past participle of diswarn. Diswarning. Present participle and gerund of diswarn. Diswarns. Third person singular simple present indicative of diswarn. Diswarn. To deprive land of the character of a warren. Diswarned. Simple past and past participle of diswarren. Diswarning. Present participle and gerund of diswarn. Diswarrens. Third person singular simple present indicative of diswarren. Disway. Synonym of dissuade. Disway. Simple past and past participle of disway. Diswaying. Present participle and gerund of disway. Disways. Third person singular simple present indicative of disway. Disweapon. To disarm, to take away the weapon of. Disweaponed. Simple past and past participle of disweapon. Disweaponing. Present participle and gerund of disweapon. Disweapons. Third person singular simple present indicative of disweapon. Diswitted. Deprived of wits or understanding. Diswight. To disaccustom, to wean off. Diswanted. Simple past and past participle of diswant. Diswanting. Present participle and gerund of diswant. Diswant. Third person singular simple present indicative of diswant. Disworshipped. A deprivation of honor or cause of disgrace. Disworshipped. Simple past and past participle of disworship. Disworshipping. Present participle and gerund of disworship. Disworshipped. Simple past and past participle of disworship. Disworshipping. present participle and gerund of this worship. This worships. Third person singular simple present indicative of this worship. Dissyllabic, comprising two syllables. Dissylladical, dissyllabic, dissyllabically, in two syllables. Dissyllabicity, the state or characteristic of having two syllables. Dissyllabics, plural of dissyllabic. Dissyllabification, the evolution towards dissyllabicity. Dissyllabified, simple past and past participle of dissyllabify. Dissyllabifies, third person singular simple present indicative of dissyllabify. Dissyllabify, to split or convert a monosyllable into two syllables. Dissyllabifying, present participle and gerund of dissyllabify. Dissyllabism, the quality of being dissyllabic or having two syllables. Dissyllabes, to make dissyllabic. Dissyllabest, simple past and past participle of dissyllabis. Dissyllabis is third person singular simple present indicative of dissyllabis. Dissyllabizing, present participle and gerund of dissyllabis. Dissyllable, a word comprising two syllables. Dissyllables, plural of dissyllable. Dissynaptic, characterizes a connection between two neurons as involving an intermediate neuron. Dissynaptically, by means of two synapses. Idiotactic, describing a syntactic polymer that contains two chiral atoms in each repeat unit. Disyoke, to free someone or something from a yoke, to disjoin, to unyoke. Disyoke, simple past and past participle of disyoke. Idyokes, third person singular simple present indicative of disyoke. Disyoke, being present participle and gerund of disyoke. Disutry, the dispersal of seeds by harvester ants. The initialism of diet-induced thermogenesis. The to stop up, block an opening, close compare Scott's dit. Dit da jiao, a Chinese analgesic liniment made from herbs mixed with alcohol. The initialism of direct injected turbocharged aftercool. A barangay of Cuenca, Batangas, Philippines. Dita bark, bark of the tropical blackboard tree Alstonia scalaris. Dita initialism of Dita open toolkit. Ditactic, describing a tactic polymer that contains two sites of defined stereoisomerism in each repeat unit. Denat, synonym of pair-dentac. Ditags, plural of ditag. Dite, an organic compound found in Alstonia scalaris dita bark tree. Detal, a finger-operated key for raising the pitch of a guitar by a semitone. Ditalymphos, a particular fungicide. Ditalene, short pasta tubes with ribbed sides. Ditels, plural of diddle. Ditender, archaic spelling of ditender. Ditantalum, two tantalum atoms in a molecule. Ditartrate, any compound that has two tartrate ions or groups. Ditartrates, plural of ditartrate. Ditation, the act of making rich, enrichment. Dita, consisting of two tau particles. Ditarate, any compound that contains two taurate groups or ions. Ditarates, plural of ditarate. Ditazole, a platelet aggregation inhibitor. The city of Calcutta. Ditch Day, a day on which a group of students, generally the senior class, leaves the campus and its responsibilities for a day. Ditch days, plural of ditch day. Ditch joel, a species of libellula dragonfly, Brachythymus contaminata, of temperate and tropical Asia. Ditch jewels, plural of ditch jewel. Ditch out, to hurry away, to leave secretly and quickly. Ditch weed, Stramonium jimsonweed. Ditchable, capable of being ditched or thrown away. Ditchburn, a surname from Old English. Ditchburns, plural of ditchburn. Ditcher, one who digs ditches. Ditchers, plural of ditch digger. Ditching, the digging of ditches. Ditch, having a ditch. Ditched out, simple past and past participle of ditch out. Ditcher, a European resident of Calcutta. Ditchers, plural of ditcher. Ditches, plural of ditch. Ditches out. Third person singular simple present indicative of ditch out. Ditchfield, a hamlet in Lane End Parish, Buckinghamshire, England, formerly in Wycombe District OS Grid Ref SU 8091. Ditchfields, plural of ditchfield. Ditchfinder, a poor quality tire for a car, usually one made and sold cheaply. Ditchfinders, plural of ditchfinder. Ditching, present participle and gerund of ditch. Ditching out, present participle and gerund of ditch out. Ditchingham, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England OS Grid Ref TM 3491. Ditchings, plural of ditching. Ditchos, without a ditch. Ditchlet, a little ditch. Ditchlet, plural of ditchlet. Ditchley, resembling or characteristic of a ditch. Ditchley, a village and civil parish in Lewes District, East Sussex, England OS Grid Ref TQ 3215. Ditch high, the area beside a ditch. Ditch sides, plural of ditch side. Ditch water, the stagnant water that collects in a ditch. Ditch waters, plural of ditch water. Ditchweed, alternative form of ditchweed. Dithy, having ditches. Die, to prepare for use or action, to make ready. Ditechnetium, two technetium atoms in a molecule. Dited, simple past and past participle of dite. Ditelluride, any telluride having two tellurium atoms in each molecule or unit cell. Ditellurides, plural of ditelluride. Ditellurium, two tellurium atoms in a molecule. Ditlocentric, doubly telocentric. Ditlosomic, having a segment missing from two chromosomes. Ditlosomics, plural of ditlosomic. Diterbium, two terbium atoms in a molecule. Ditercolinium, a specific bisintercalating anti-cancer drug. Ditropine, halophane. Diterminal, at each of two ends, especially if an alkane. Diterpene, any terpene formed from 4 isoprene units and having 20 carbon atoms, includes vitamin A, the gibberellins, and various biologically active lactans such as quasin. Diterpenes, plural of diterpene. Diterpenic, related to or derived from a diterpene. Diterpenoi, a terpenoid having a C skeleton. Diterpenoidal, alternative form of diterpenoid. Diterpenoids, plural of diterpenoi. Dites, third person singular simple present indicative of dite. Ditrofluoroborate, any compound that has two tetrafluoroborate groups. Ditrofluoroborates, plural of ditrofluoroborate. Ditrigonal, twice tetragonal. Diterahedral, twice tetrahedral. Dithallium, two thallium atoms in a molecule. Dithecal, having two thecae. Dithecus, alternative form of dithecal. Deism, a belief in two deities which may be in conflict with each other. Deus, one who holds the doctrine of ditheism, a dualist. Deiste, of or pertaining to ditheism, the belief in two gods. Deistical, deiste, deist, plural of ditheist. Dithelism, alternative form of diathelism. Dithematic, consisting of two stems or themes, usually of given names. Ditter, to tremble, shake, or shiver. Ditterfish, a fish used to reduce aggression and increase amicability among other fish. Its habit of swimming in the open gives other fish confidence that there are no predators around. Ditherfishes, plural of ditherfish. Dither, produced by dithering, consisting of bits in different colors placed side by side to simulate an intermediate color that is not in the palette, or the somewhat banded or mottled look that this can produce. Ditherer, one who dithers, one who is unable to decide, a procrastinator. Ditherers, plural of ditherer. Dithering, present participle and gerund of dither. Ditheringly, while dithering, indecisively. Ditherings, plural of dithering. Dithers, third person singular simple present indicative of dither. Dither, unable to think straight, tending to dither. Dithym, any of three isomeric six-membered saturated heterocycles having 4 carbon atoms and 2 sulfur atoms. Any derivative of these compounds. Dithyans, plural of dithian. Dithyn, a particular fungicide. Diadipazine, a stable 1,2-dithiatane formed by intramolecular photodimerization of a dithiocarbonyl compound. Ditazanine, the compound 3L2-3L2-benzodiazolonylidine 1,3-pendidiol-benzodiazolium whose eta is used as a veronate in the minicrodugs. It is an aneta, a chemical compound used as a veterinary anthelmintic for dogs. Ditazo, an unsaturated, 5-membered heterocycle containing 2 sulfur atoms, 1 nitrogen atom, and 2 double bonds. Dithiazole, plural of dithiazole. Dithipane, a saturated 7-membered heterocycle containing 5 carbon atoms and 2 sulfur atoms. Dithipanes, plural of dithipane. Dithipi, a bicyclic heterocycle consisting of 2 fused diphine rings. Dithipines, plural of dithipine. Dithiatane, any of a class of heterocycle having a 4-member ring with 2 carbon atoms and 2 sulfur atoms. Dithiatanes, plural of dithiatane. Didet, an unsaturated heterocycle that has 2 carbon atoms, 2 sulfur atoms, and a double bond. Diites, plural of ditiate. Ide, the unsaturated 6-membered heterocycle containing 4 carbon atoms, 2 sulfur atoms, and 2 double bonds. Dide, didens, plural of dithiane. Diden, plural of dithiane. Dithering, a saturated 3-membered heterocycle containing 1 carbon atom and 2 sulfur atoms. Dithyranes, plural of dithyurane. Dithiacetyl, A thioacyl having general formula R2CSR. Dithiacetyls, plural of dithiacetyl. Diacetate, any salt or ester of dithiacetic acid. Diacetates, plural of dithiacetate. Dithiacetic acid, a dithiacarboxylic acid formerly derived from acetic acid by replacing two oxygen atoms by those of sulfur CH3C equals SSH. Dithiobenzoate, any salt or ester of dithiobenzoic acid. Dithiobenzoates, plural of dithiobenzoate. Dithiobenzoic acid, the compound C6H5CSSH formerly derived from benzoic acid by replacing both oxygen atoms with those of sulfur. Dithiobenzoic acids, plural of dithiobenzoic acid. Dithiurea, the diver of thiourea NH2ZSNH2. Dithiacane, any of four isomeric, saturated, 8-membered heterocycles having 6 carbon atoms and 2 sulfur atoms. Dithiacanes, plural of dithiacane. Dithiacarbamate, any salt or ester of dithiacarbamic acid. Dithiacarbamates, plural of dithiacarbamate. Dithiacarbamic acid, the monobasic acid NH2CS2H that is formally derived from carbamic acid by replacing both oxygen atoms with sulfur. Dithiacarbonate, the anion COS2 formerly derived from carbonate by the replacement of 2 oxygen atoms by sulfur. Dithiacarbonates, plural of dithiacarbonate. Dithiorthitol, a sulfur-containing sugar, an epimer of dithiophthalate derived from erythros. Dithiorthitols, plural of dithiorthitol. Dithoe, any organic compound having 2 thioether functional groups. Dithiovers, plural of dithiover. Dithiamiacetyl, any compound of general formula R2CSRSH derived from a hemiacetyl by replacing both oxygens with sulfur. Dithiamiacetyls, plural of dithiamiacetyl. Dithiopthol, any of a class of organic compounds related to the kettles by replacing both oxygen atoms with sulfur. Dithioctals, plural of dithioctyl. Dithial, any compound having 2 thiol groups. Dithialane, either of 2 isomeric saturated heterocycles containing 3 carbon atoms and 2 sulfur atoms. Dithialanes, plural of dithialane. Dithialate, any salt or derivative of a dithiol. Dithialates, plural of dithialate. Dithiol, either of 2 isomeric unsaturated 5-membered heterocycles containing 3 carbon atoms, 2 sulfur atoms, and 1 double bond. Ditylene, any of a class of unsaturated bivalent ligands bonded to a metal atom through 2 sulfur atoms, the complex so formed. Dithylenes, plural of dithyolene. Dithiols, plural of dithiol. Dithiolphiae, any especially cyclic dithiol derivative of a thione. Dithiolphenes, plural of dithiolphiane. Dithialopyrrolone, any dithiol derived from a pyrrolone. Dithialopyrrolones, plural of dithialopyrrolone. Dithials, plural of dithial. Dithianate, the Ocean S2O2 derived from dithionic acid, any salt containing this ion. Dithianates, plural of dithianate. Dithionic acid, an unstable substance, H2S2O6, mainly known in its solutions and in certain well-defined salts. Dithianite, any salt or ester of dithianous acid, H2S2O4. Dithianites, plural of dithianite. Dithianitrobenzene. any of several isomers of the dinitro derivative of diphenyl disulfide. Dithionnitrobenzoic acid. The dimeric carboxylic acid 5,3-carboxylato 4-nitrophenyl disulfanyl 2-nitrobenzoic acid that is a reagent for the determination of reactive sulfhydryl groups in proteins. Dithionnitrobenzoic acids, plural of dithionnitrobenzoic acid. Dithionous acid. The unstable acid H2S2O4 not only is as derivatives the dithionates. Dithiorsemi, the sulfur analog of oxamide that is used as a chelating agent in the extraction of precious metals. Didaphosphate, any thiophosphate in which 2 oxygen atoms have been replaced by sulfur. Didaphosphates, plural of dithiaphosphate. The herbicide SS-dime, Hyl-2-diphorum, Hyl-4,2-methylpropyl-6-triforum, Hyl-3,5-pyridine-dicarbothiot. Dithiaphthioate, a small molecule redox reagent with the molecular formula C4H02S2. Dithiaphthioatals, plural of dithiaphthioatal. Dithiatetal, misspelling of dithiaphthioatal. Dithazonate, an anion or salt derived from dithazone. Dithazonates, plural of dithazonate. Dithazone, the thiocarbazone 3-enolino 1-phenylaminothiourea that is used in the colorimetric analysis of various metals. Dithmarschen, a district of Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Divarva, one of the 3 high kings of Ireland, who ruled in rotation with Ebe Rued and Simbith, each ruling 7 years in turn and for 3 7-year periods. Dithorium, 2 thorium atoms in a molecule. Dithronal, a hydroxyanthrene anthracene derivative used as a medicine for skin affected by psoriasis. Divaricine, any flight of the tribe Divaricini. Dithulium, 2 thulium atoms in a molecule. Dithymaquinone, a dimer of thymaquinone 4B 8-butymethyl 370-propan 2-il-4-A8-8-ihydrobiphenylene 1,4,5-8-tetrone. Dithra, a raucous and ardent choral hymn sung in ancient Athens in honor of the god Dionysus. Dithyrambi, plural of dithyrambus. Dithyrambi, of, pertaining to, or resembling a dithyramb, especially passionate, intoxicated with enthusiasm. Dithyrambically, in dithyrambic fashion. Dithyrambics, plural of dithyrambic. Dithyramboi, plural of dithyrambos. Dithyrambos, alternative form of dithyramb. Dithyrambs, plural of dithyramb. Dithyrambus, alternative form of dithyramb. Dithidai, a member of an indigenous North American people of the southern coast of Vancouver Island in Western Canada. Didinots, plural of dididoth. Did, 2 tin atoms in a molecule. Diding, present participle and gerund of dite. Dideta, the chelating agent diethyldiethiocarbamic acid. Deum, dominion, rule or power. Dictionaries, plural of dictionary. Dictionary, a subject, a tributary. Didatetal, misspelling of dithiaphthioatal. Diditanium, 2 titanium atoms in a molecule. Dittmers, a surname from German. Ditmarses, plural of Dittmers. Dittacus, having 2 kinds of young, such as offspring from asexual reproduction versus those from sexual reproduction. Ditallyl, an aromatic hydrocarbon, CH, consisting of 2 radicals or residues of toluene. Ditallyls, plural of ditallyl. Ditamine, a ground beetle of the subtribe Ditamina. Ditamines, plural of ditamine. Di Tommaso, a surname from Italian. Di Tommasos, plural of Di Tommaso. Eme, any fum is net in a family didamidi. Edeme, plural of didemi. Ditone, an interval of two tones. Ditones, plural of ditone. Didophil, an antileprotic drug. Ditopic, that has two sites at which another compound can form a complex. Didapological, relating to a didapology. Didapologies, plural of didapology. Didapology, a dichotomous topology, a topology that includes two structures, one describing the properties related to openness of sets, the other describing the properties related to closeness of sets. Did hooray, a barangay of Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Didacel, two tosal groups in a molecule. The transitive of a class of verbs which take both a direct and an indirect object. An example is give, which entails a giver subject, a gift direct object, and a receiver indirect object. The transitive verb, a verb that requires in the unmarked form both a direct object and an indirect object so as to be grammatical. The transitive verbs, plural of the transitive verb. The transitively, in a detransitive manner. Detransitives, plural of detransitive. Detransitivity, the state or quality of being detransitive. Ditrichotomous, divided into twos or threes. Ditriflate, any compound having two triflate groups. Ditriflates, plural of ditriflate. Ditriflation, reaction to form a detriflate. Detriglyph, a space for two triglyphs in the entablature between columns. Ditriglyphic, relating to ditriglyphs. Ditriglyphs, plural of ditriglyph. Ditrigonal, being trigonal in two different ways on the same axis, for example of a six-sided object having only the alternate interfacial angles equal. Ditrigonally, in a ditrigonal manner. Detridium, a molecule composed of two tritium atoms or matter composed of such molecules. Symbol 3H2 or T2. Ditrochaic, containing two trochees. Ditrochean, consisting of two trochees. Ditrochee, a double trochee, a metrical foot made up of two trochees. Ditrochees, plural of ditrochee. Didroit, an igneous rock composed of orthoclase, oleolite, and sodalite. Detrites, plural of Detroit. Detritia, any moth of the order Detritia. Detrigens, plural of detrision. The plural of dit. That's plural of dit. Dits on Ramming, a municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Ditsi, comparative form of ditsi, more ditsi. It is superlative form of ditsi, most ditsi. Ditili, alternative form of ditsili. Ditsiness, alternative form of ditsiness. Datsur, a dark-skinned person, especially an African American. Datsurns, plural of ditsum. Det, alternative spelling of ditsi. De, a surname. Didai, alternative form of ditini. Dethander, a peppergrass of species Lepidium latifolium, native from Iberia to the Himalayas, introduced elsewhere. Detines, plural of ditini. Divne, a labiate plant of species Oregon dictemis, formerly renowned for its medicinal properties, Dittany of Crete. Didas, plural of dida. Dida, an indictment, a charge. Dines, plural of dide. Dida, simple past and past participle of dit. Ditteridge, a village in Box Parish, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 818,694. Did a genre of traditional music from Antigua and Barbuda. Bena, a style of calypso-like music. Did it set, sung, or composed as a ditty of a specified kind. Dedes, plural of ditty. Did it present participle and gerund of dit. Diddle, misspelling of diddle. Didden, a surname from German. Didden, a surname from German. Dittmans, plural of Dittman. Dittmans, plural of Dittman. Dittmeri, an orthorhombic pyramidal colorless mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Dittler, a surname. Dittmers, plural of Dittmer. Ditto, that which was stated before, the aforesaid, the above, the same, likewise. Ditto machine, alternative letter case form of ditto machine. Ditto machines, plural of ditto machine. Ditto master, synonym of spirit master. Ditto masters, plural of ditto master. Ditto suit, a suit of dittos. Ditto suits, plural of ditto suit. Ditto worksheet, synonym of worksheet, a sheet of paper or computerized document. Ditto worksheets, plural of ditto worksheet. Ditto brother smut, calling attention to the addressee's hypocrisy, a form of to quote. Ditto, simple past and past participle of ditto. Dittos, plural of ditto. Dittogram, synonym of dittography, erroneous repetition in a text. Dittograms, plural of dittogram. Dittograph, an instance of dittography in a text. Dittographic, relating to or exhibiting dittography. Dittographies, plural of dittography. Dittograph, plural of dittograph. Dittography, the accidental error of repeating a word, phrase, or combination of letters by a scribe or copyist. Dihai, a devotee of Rush Limbaugh, his radio program, or his opinions. Dittoheads, plural of dittohead. Diddling, present participle and gerund of ditto. Dittologies, plural of dittology. Dittology, a double reading or interpretation of a text. Ditto, a place name. Ditton Priors, a village and civil parish in South Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 6089. Ditte, plural of Ditton. Dittos, plural of ditto. Didre, a surname. Didrex, plural of Dittrick. Did it, a short, simple verse or song. Diddy bag, a small bag used to carry one's personal effects or toiletries while traveling. Diddy bags, plural of diddy bag. Diddy box, a small box, usually made of woody, to hold a sailor's personal possessions. Ditty boxes, plural of ditty box. Diddy, present participle and gerund of ditty. Did understand? Two tungsten atoms in a compound. Did add a typic taxon. Ditax, plural of ditite. Ditete, containing only two members of the next lesser rank. Tyrosine, a dimer of tyrosine typically produced by oxidation. That's a scatterbrained person, especially a woman. Dettol, a surname from German. Dettels, plural of ditzel. Dettes, plural of ditz. Ditze, comparative form of ditzy, more ditzy. It is superlative form of ditzy, most ditzy. Dittily, in a ditzy manner. Ditziness, the state or condition of being ditzy. Ditze, silly or scatterbrained, usually of a young woman. It, initialism of Dhaka International University, a university in Dhaka, Bangladesh. It, a city of the Union Territory of Delta Negatively into India. Fuck you. Deubiquitin, a diner of ubiquitin, the motif responsible for its biosynthesis. Deubiquitinated, ubiquitinated with two molecules of ubiquitin. Deubiquitins, plural of deubiquitin. Deubiquitilated, deubiquitinated. Deucan, a passerine bird of South America and the tyrant flycatcher family, the fire-eyed Deucan pyro, sin, zombies pyro. Deucans, plural of Deucan. Deu, obsolete spelling of devil. Deus, plural of Deu. Deuers, obsolete spelling of diverse. Deus, obsolete spelling of diverse. Deui, obsolete spelling of divine. Dielos, dikdos. Dieloses, plural of dielos. Diumai, plovmemai. Delvet, alternative form of diumvir. Deamvirate, alternative form of diumvirate. Deamvirates, plural of deamvirate. Deves, plural of deamver. Deunsaturated, having two double bonds or triple bonds. Diurenate, the debasic anion U2O2 or any salt containing this anion. Diuranates, plural of diuranate. Diuranium, two uranium atoms in a molecule. Diuranthocide. A particular steroid glycoside. Diure, one of a series of complex nitrogenous substances regarded as containing two molecules of urea or their radicals. Diureds, plural of diure. Diuresis, to cause or undergo diuresis. Diuresis, simple past and past participle of diurese. Diureses, plural of diuresis. Diuresing, present participle and gerund of diurese. Diuresis, excessive production of urine, polyuria. Diuretic, increasing the amount or frequency of urination. Diuretical, diuretic, diuretically, in a diuretic way. Diuretic, obsolete form of diuretic. Diuretics, plural of diuretic. Diuretics, plural of diuretic. Diuretin, theobromine sodium salicylate, used as a diuretic. Diurnal, happening or occurring during daylight or primarily active during that time. Diurnal aberration, a deviation due to the Earth's axial rotation. Diurnal aberrations. Plural of diurnal aberration. Diurnal active photolocation. the use of daylight for phosphorescence, fluorescence, or reflection, which then illuminates the visual field. Diurnal arc, the path followed by a planet, point, or degree from its rising point to its setting point. Diurnal arcs, plural of diurnal arc. Diurnal motion, the apparent westward rotation of the celestial sphere, along with the apparent westward revolution of celestial objects around the celestial poles due to prograde eastward rotation of planet Earth relative to the seemingly fixed stars, completed once each sidereal day about 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. Daedalism, the condition of a diurnal. Daedalist, a journalist who writes in a diurnal. Daedalists, plural of diurnalists. Diurnalities, plural of diurnality. Diurnality, the condition or habit of being active during the day. Italy, by daylight in the daytime. Diurnalness, that called a diurnal. Diurnals, plural of diurnal. Dimason, the condition of sleeping or becoming dormant by day. Denase, a particular steroid glycoside. Diura, the non-selective herbicide N,3,4-dichlorophenoline and dimethylurea. Diuronate, any compound containing two urinate groups or ions. Diuronates, plural of diuronate. Diuterna, alternative form of deuterna. Diuternal, durable, long-lasting. Diuternally, in a diuternal manner. Diuternity, long duration, lastingness. If, a function implemented in many programming languages that returns the result of a division of two integers. Div, abbreviation of division. Of 1, abbreviation of decapod iridescent virus 1. Yeah, any female celebrity, usually a well-known singer or actress. Yeah, house, synonym of handbag house. Deish, pertaining to the manner expected of a diva. Diva-like, alternative form of diva-like. Diveable, alternative form of diveable. Divabuterol, a bronchodilator drug. Divacancies, plural of divacancy. Divacancy, a pair of vacancy defects in a crystal. Eothal, the condition of being a diva, the sphere of divas. Dirisk, reminiscent of a diva. Divagate, to wander about. Divagate, simple past and past participle of divagate. Divagates, third person singular simple present indicative of divagate. Divagating, present participle and gerund of divagate. Divagation, straying off from a course or way. Divagations, plural of divagation. Divish, alternative spelling of divish. Divaism, diva-like behavior. Divalence, the condition of being divalent. Divalencies, plural of divalency. Divalency, the condition of being divalent. Divalence. Divalent, having an atomic valence of 2. Divalently, in a divalent way. Divalence, plural of divalent. Diwali, alternative form of Diwali. Diva-like, like a spoiled diva, capricious, badly behaved, or excessively demanding. Divalprox, a combination of valproate and valproic acid used to treat bipolar disorder. Divalprox sodium, valproate semisodium. Divad, A Muslim council of state, specifically that of viziers of the Ottoman Empire, that discussed and recommended new laws and law changes to a higher authority, the Sultan. Divan bed, synonym of box spring. Divan beds, plural of divan bed. Divanadium, two vanadium atoms in a compound. Divan, furnished with one or more divans. Divan, plural of divan. Divaplin, a non-benzodiazepine anxiolytic and anticonvulsant drug from the pyrazolopyrimidine family. Devariant, synonym of concomitant. Devariance, plural of divariant. Divaricate, to spread apart, to cause to diverge or branch off. Divaricated, spread out, divergent, especially of a branch etc. which is at nearly 90 degrees to the main stem. Divaricately, with divarication, in a divaricate way. Divaricates, third person singular simple present indicative of divaricate. Diuricatic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Divaricating, present participle and gerund of divaricate. Divaricatingly, in a way that divaricates or diverges, branchingly. Divarication, a divergence of opinion. Divarications, plural of divarication. Divaricator, one of the muscles that open the shell of a brachiopod, a cardinal muscle. Divaricators, plural of divaricator. Devaricacide, a particular steroid glycoside. Yes, plural of diva. Devast, devastated, laid waste. Div, abbreviation of dividend. Div, plural of div. Dive, to swim underwater. Dive bar, a bar drinking establishment located in a cellar or basement. Dive bars, plural of dive bar. Dive boat, a boat used to gain access to a dive site. Dive boats, plural of dive boat. Dive bomber, a bomber aircraft that dives directly at its target in order to drop a bomb with greater accuracy. Dive bombers. Plural of dive bomber. Dive brick, a rubber weight used in training either to increase a swimmer's weight or to serve as an object to be collected rescued from the bottom of the pool. Dive bricks, plural of dive brick. Dive computer, a device similar in appearance to a wristwatch used by underwater divers to measure the time and depth of a dive, calculate a safe ascent profile, and avoid decompression sickness. Dive computers, plural of dive computer. Dive in, to start a new endeavor enthusiastically and wholeheartedly. Dive support vessel, alternative form of diving support vessel. Dive support vessels, plural of dive support vessel. Dive bomb, alternative form of dive bomb. Dive bombed, simple past and past participle of dive bomb. Dive bombing, present participle and gerund of dive bomb. Dive bombs, third person singular simple present indicative. At least one track passes under other lines instead of crossing them on the same level in order to avoid conflicting movements, and underpass. Dive under, plural of dive under. Diveable, suitable for diving. Dive bomb, to bomb whilst in a steep dive. Dive bombed, simple past and past participle of dive bomb. Dive bomber, alternative form of dive bomber. Dive bombers, plural of dive bomber. Dive bombing, present participle and gerund of dive bomb. Dive bombs, third person singular simple present indicative of dive bomb. Dive, simple past and past participle of dive scuba diving. Dive in, simple past and past participle of dive in. Dive-apper, alternative form of did-apper. Dive-dappers, plural of dive-dapper. Divest, second person singular simple past indicative of dive. Dive-high, alternative spelling of dive-high. Dive-keeper, the proprietor of a seedy bar or tavern. Dive-keepers, plural of dive-keeper. Dettel, to rend apart. Dettelbess, a surname from German. Devilbesses, plural of divilbess. Develli, a surname from Irish. Develis, plural of divilly. Deval, obsolete form of devil. Develet, drawing asunder. Develicate, to detach, rip apart. Develicate, simple past and past participle of develicate. Develicates, third person singular simple present indicative of develicates. Develicating, present participle and gerund of develicate. Devils, third person singular simple present indicative of divil. Dive-master, a person responsible for a group of underwater divers. Dive-masters, plural of dive-master. Diven, past participle of dive. Divens, a surname from Irish. Divenses, plural of divens. Divet, don't. Diver, someone who dives, especially as a sport. Diver, a proverb or set expression. Diverb, plural of diver. Diverson, a particulo. Bacteriasin produced by the bacterium canoetium divergens. Diverge, to run apart, to separate, to tend into different directions. Diverged, simple past and past participle of diverge. Divergement, divergence. Divergements, plural of divergement. Divergence, the state or degree of being divergent, of diverging. Divergence theorem, a three-dimensional generalization of the fundamental theorem of calculus, which states that given a solid region W bounded by a closed surface S, oriented by a unit normal vector math n, if a vector field math f whose component functions have continuous first partial derivatives in W, then the flux of math f through S is equal to the triple integral of the divergence of math f over W, or double integral S math f math n ds equals W math f dv. Divergenceless, lacking divergence. Divergencelessness, the quality of being divergenceless. Divergences, plural of divergence. Divergencies, plural of divergency. Divergency, synonym of divergence. Divergent, growing further apart. Diverging. Divergent gill trauma, a type of gill trauma that has a central strand of hyphae from which other strands of hyphae diverge at slanted angles. Divergent gill traumas, plural of divergent gill trauma. Divergent series, an infinite series whose partial sums are divergent. Divergent thinking, a cognitive process that involves generating multiple, unique solutions to open-ended problems or questions. Divergently, in a divergent manner. Diverger, one who or that which diverges. Divergers, plural of diverger. Diverges. Third person singular simple present indicative of diverge. Divergeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of diverge. Diverging. Present participle and gerund of diverge. Divergingly. In a diverging manner, so as to diverge. Divergings. Plural of diverging. Diverguli. Any of a particular group of antibacterial naphthalene and enzymes. Divergulides, plural of diverguli. Divergent, a pair of divergently transcribed operands that work together in the same biological system. Divergens, plural of divergent. Diverless, without a diver, not requiring a diver. Divers, plural of diver. Diversant, a saboteur. Diversance, plural of diversant. Diversitive, of or relating to a grammatical aspect relating to an action that occurs here and there among an unspecified group of targets or locations. Diverse, not the same, different, dissimilar, distinct. Diversed, simple past and past participle of diverse. Diversely, in a diverse manner. Diverseness, the state or quality of being diverse or unlike and varied, diversity. Diversenesses, plural of diverseness. Diversity, diversity, multiculturalism. Diversicrat, an administrator who is hired in order to meet an organization's goals for maintaining diversity. Diversicrats, plural of diversicrat. Diversifiability, the quality or capacity of being diversifiable. Diversifiable, capable of being diversified or varied. Diversifiable risk, an investment risk that can be mitigated by diversification of an asset portfolio. Diversifiable risks, plural of diversifiable risk. Diversificate, synonym of diversify. Diversificated, synonym of diversified. Diversificates, third person singular simple present indicative of diversificate. Diversificating, present participle and gerund of diversificate. Diversification, the act or the result of diversifying. Diversifications, plural of diversification. Diversify, past participle of diversify. Diversifier, one who or that which diversifies. Diversifiers, plural of diversifier. Diversifies, third person singular simple present indicative of diversify. Diversiflorus, bearing more than one kind of flower. Diversiform, of different or varying forms. Diversify, to make something diverse or varied in form or quality, to give variety to something, to distinguish by numerous aspects or differences. Diversifying, present participle and gerund of diversify. Diversing, present participle and gerund of diverse. Diversion, a tactic used to draw attention away from the real threat or action. Diversional, relating to diversion. Diversionary, that serves as a diversion. Diversionism, the use of diversion as a ploy to distract from an issue. Diversionist, one engaged in diversionary, disruptive, or subversive activities. Diversionistic, employing the tactic of diversionism. Diversionists, plural of diversionists. Diversionless. Without diversion or diversions. Diversions. Plural of diversion. Diversipartite. Multiply but irregularly partite, furcating multiple times but not all from the same or symmetrical points. Diversisporation. Any fungus of the family Diversisporaceae. Diversities. Plural of diversity. Diversity. Equal opportunity inclusion. Diversity fatigue. The situation where a person or organization loses interest in diversity initiatives through repeated exposure or a lack of results. Diversity hire. A person who is hired based on their protected class status rather than their merits or job qualifications. Diversity hires. Plural of diversity hire. Diversity is perversity. The advocacy or pursuit of diversity in human society tends to engender chaos and dysfunction. Diversity jurisdiction. In United States law, jurisdiction of a federal court over a cause of action arising from all parties being from different U.S. states. Diversity statement. A sometimes mandatory document in which a candidate for an academic job describes how they will attempt to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI. Diversivolent. Desiring difference or argument. Diversely. In a diverse way, severally variously. Diversaries. Plural of diversary. Diversary. A wayside inn. Divert. To turn aside from a course. Divertible. Capable of being diverted. Diverted. That has been subject to diversion. Divertee. One who is diverted from prison. Divertees. Plural of divertee. Diverter. A person or thing that diverts. Diverters. Plural of diverter. Divertist. Second person singular simple present indicative of divert. Divertus. Third person singular simple present indicative of divert. Divertible. Alternative form of divertible. Divertical. A turning a byway. Diverticles. Plural of diverticle. Diverticula. Plural of diverticulum. Diverticuli. Misspelling of diverticula. Plural of diverticulum. Diverticular. Of or pertaining to the diverticulum. Diverticulate. Related to a diverticulum. Diverticulated. Having a diverticulum. Diverticulectomies. Plural of diverticulectomy. Diverticulectomy. The surgical removal of a diverticulum. Diverticuli. Misconstruction of diverticula. Diverticulitis. Plural of diverticulitis. Diverticulitis. An infection of the diverticulum. Diverticulopsies. Plural of diverticulopsy. Diverticulopsy. An operation to fix or obliterate a diverticulum without excising it. Diverticulosis. Plural of diverticulosis. Diverticulosis. The condition of having diverticula, or small pouches, formed along the mucosa of the colon. Diverticulum. A small outpouching of an organ wall such as the large intestine or urinary bladder. Diverticulums. Plural of diverticulum. Divertimenti. Plural of divertimento. Divertimento. Composition that has several short movements, a style that composers started to use in the 18th century. Divertimentos. Plural of divertimento. Diverting. Amusing, distracting. Divertingly. In a diverting manner, so as to divert attention. Divertingness. The quality or state of being diverting. Divertise. To divert, to entertain. Divertised. Simple past and past participle of divertise. Divertisement. Fun, amusement, recreation. Divertisements. Plural of divertisement. Divertises. Third person singular simple present indicative of divertise. Divertising. Present participle and gerund of divertise. Divertisement. An entertaining diversion. Divertisement-like. Resembling or characteristic of a divertisement. Divertisements. Plural of divertisement. Divertive. Fun, amusing, interesting. Diverter. Alternative form of diverter. Diverters. Plural of diverter. Diverts. Third person singular simple present indicative of divert. Dives. The rich man in the biblical parable of the rich man and Lazarus. Dive in. Third person singular simple present indicative of dive in. Dive-sur-Mer. A coastal commune in Calvados department, Normandy, France. Divest. To strip, deprive, or dispossess someone of something such as a right, passion, privilege, or prejudice. Divestible. Capable of being divested. Divested. Simple past and past participle of divest. Divester. One who divests. Divestors. Plural of divester. Divestis. Second person singular simple present indicative of divest. Diveste. Third person singular simple present indicative of divest. Divestible. Capable of being divested. Divesting. Present participle and gerund of divest. Divestido. Serving to divest. Divestiture. The process of stripping away an individual's confidence, values, and attitudes in order to indoctrinate the individual into an organization. Divestitures. Plural of divestiture. Divestive. Serving or tending to divest or strip of a right or possession. Divestment. The sale or other disposal of some kind of asset. Divestment. Plural of divestment. Divester. Alternative form of divester. Divestors. Plural of divester. Divests. Third person singular simple present indicative of divest. Divesture. Obsolete form of divestiture. Divestures. Plural of divesture. Divot. Archaic form of divot. Dive. Third person singular simple present indicative of dive. Divets. Plural of divot. Diewear. Items of clothing appropriate for diving. Dive. Having the character of a dive, a disreputable bar or nightclub. Dividend. The dividend paid out by the co-op. Divi. Caesalpinia coriaria, a leguminous tree of the southern western hemisphere. Divacine. 2,6-diamino-4,5-dihydroxypyrimidine, an oxidant found in fava beans and Lathyrus sativus. It is an aglycone of vicine. Dividability. Capability to be divided. Dividable. Capable of being divided into fractions or parts. Evident. Different, distinct. Now why? To split or separate something into two or more parts. Divide and choose. A procedure for envy-free fair cake cutting in which one person divides a heterogeneous resource in two and the other person chooses one of those two. Divide and conquer. To use a combination of political, military, and economic strategies that aim to gain and maintain power by breaking up larger concentrations of power into chunks that individually have less power than the one implementing the strategy. Divide and rule. Synonym of divide and conquer. Divide County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Crosby. Divide up. To divide, particularly into separate shares for distribution. Divide. Simple past and past participle of divide. Divided and conquered. Simple past and past participle of divide and conquer. Divided highway. A dual carriage way. Divided highways. Plural of divided highway. Divided skirt. A skirt in the form of loose trousers. Divided skirts. Plural of divided skirt. Divided up. Simple past and past participle of divide up. Dividedly. In a divided manner. Dividedness. The quality of the divided. Dividedness is plural of dividedness. Dividends. Division. Dividences. Plural of dividends. Dividend. A cash payment of money by a company to its shareholders, usually made periodically, for example, quarterly or annually. Dividend equalization reserve. A fund set up to ensure that dividends remain stable despite changes in a company's earnings. Dividend equalization reserves. Plural of dividend equalization reserve. Dividend reinvestment plan. A company-run program in which, for an enrolled shareholder, the program takes the company's stock dividend payout to the investor to buy more shares in the company's stock. Dividend reinvestment plans. Plural of dividend reinvestment plan. Dividend reinvestment program. Synonym of dividend reinvestment plan. Dividend reinvestment programs. Plural of dividend reinvestment program. Dividend stripping. The practice of buying shares shortly before a dividend is declared and then selling them when they go ex-dividend, used as an investment strategy or in tax avoidance. Dividended. Simple past and past participle of dividend. Dividending. Present participle and gerund of dividend. Dividendless. Without a dividend. Dividends. Plural of dividend. 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 Share. Dividends. Plural of dividend. Divider. One who or that which divides or separates. Dividerless. Without dividers. Dividers. Plural of divider. Divides. Plural of divide. Divides and conquers. Third person singular simple present indicative of divide and conquer. Divides up. Third person singular simple present indicative of divide up. Dividest. Second person singular simple present indicative of divide. Divide. Third person singular simple present indicative of divide. Dividing. Serving to divide or separate. Dividing and conquering. Present participle and gerund of divide and conquer. Dividing engine. An instrument for graduating the scales of scientific apparatus. Dividing engines. Plural of dividing engine. Dividing line. A line, often invisible, which marks the boundary between two areas. Dividing lines. Plural of dividing line. Dividing up. Present participle and gerund of divide up. Dividingly. By division. Dividings. Plural of dividing. Dividing. Alternative form of divvy. Individual. Separate. Distinct. Individually. By dividing. Dividuous. Divided. Individual. Diary. Alternative Alternative form of divot. Divot up. Alternative form of divot up. Dies. Alternative form of divvies. Dives up. Alternative form of divvies up. Devil. Alternative form of devil. Divalacan. A municipality of Isabela, Philippines. Devile. A surname from Irish. Deviles. Plural of divili. Divinable. That can be guessed. Divinagratia. A surname from Spanish. Divination. The act of divining. A foreseeing or foretelling of future events. Divinations. Plural of divination. Divinator. One who practices or claims to practice divination, a diviner. Divinatorio. Relating to divination. Divinators. Plural of divinator. Divinatori. Pertaining to divination. Divincenzo. A surname from Italian. Divincenzos. Plural of Divincenzo. Divine. A surname. Divine coincidence. The property of a new Keynesian macroeconomic model that stabilizing inflation and stabilizing the relevant output gap is equivalent. Divine command theory. A metaphysical theory stating that an action is morally good if commanded by God and morally bad if forbidden by God. Divine intervention. Direct and obvious intervention by a God in the affairs of humans. Divine interventions. Plural of divine intervention. Divine law. Any law or rule that, in the opinion of believers, comes directly from the will of God or a God. Divine laws. Plural of divine law. Divine liturgies. Plural of divine liturgy. Divine liturgy. The Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox, and Eastern Catholic Eucharistic service. Divine Mercy Sunday. The Sunday after Easter. Divine Mercy Sundays. Plural of Divine Mercy Sunday. Divine Office. Synonym of Liturgy of the Hours. Divine Office. Synonym of Liturgy of the Hours. Divine Polities. Plural of divine polity. Divine polity. A government or system of governance, especially of a church said to be instituted by God. Divine proportion. The golden section. Divine providence. The sovereignty, superintendence, or agency of God over events in people's lives and throughout history. Divine right. The Christian doctrine that monarchs have a God-given right to rule, that they are answerable only to God, and that rebellion is sinful. Divine right of kings. Alternative form of divine right, especially regarding kings as monarchs. Divine service. A service of public Christian worship. Divine services. Plural of divine service. Divine. Simple past and past participle of divine. Divinely. Characteristic of divinity. Divinely. In a divine manner. Divinement. Divination. Divinements. Plural of divinement. Divineness. The quality of being divine, divinity. Diviner. One who foretells the future. Diviner's sage. The psychoactive plant Salvia divinorum. Divineress. A female diviner. Divineresses. Plural of divineress. Diviners. Plural of diviner. Divines. Plural of divine. Divinus. Superlative form of divine, most divine. Divina. Third person singular simple present indicative of divine. Diving. The sport of jumping into water, often acrobatically. Diving beetle. Any beetle of the family Didicidae. Diving beetles. Plural of diving beetle. Diving bell. An airtight chamber, open at the bottom, that is lowered on a cable underwater to operate as a base or a means of transport for a diver or a small number of divers. Diving bell spider. A spider, Ardrona aquatica, living almost entirely underwater, using hairs on its abdomen and legs to trap air. Diving bell spiders. Plural of diving bell spider. Diving bells. Plural of diving bell. Diving board. A diving platform. Diving boards. Plural of diving board. Diving boat. Dive boat. Diving boats. Plural of diving boat. Diving brick. Synonym of dive brick. Diving bricks. Plural of diving brick. Diving cylinder. An oxygen tank used in scuba diving. Diving cylinders. Plural of diving cylinder. Diving duck. Any of the ducks that feed mainly by diving, such as pottards and scots of species in tribe Aethini. Diving ducks. Plural of diving duck. Diving header. A ball struck near ground level by the head of a diving player. Diving headers. Plural of diving header. Diving in. Present participle and gerund of dive in. Diving knife. A type of knife used by divers with a wide, serrated blade. Diving knives. Plural of diving knife. Diving mask. A mask worn by divers over the eyes or face to allow them to see clearly underwater, having a watertight seal around its edges to hold it securely to the face. Diving masks. Plural of diving mask. Diving petrel. Any seabird of the genus Pelicanoids in the family Prostellariidae, resembling auks and native to the southern oceans. Diving petrels. Plural of diving petrel. Diving plane. A movable control surface on a submarine, used to control the depth and pitch of the submarine. Diving planes. Plural of diving plane. Diving platform. Structure used for competitive diving, consisting of a vertical rigid tower with one or more horizontal platforms extending out over a deep pool of water. Diving platforms. Plural of diving platform. Diving scooter. An item of diving equipment used by scuba divers to increase their range while underwater. Diving scooters. Plural of diving scooter. Diving suit. A garment or apparatus worn by a diver for protection from the underwater environment. Diving suits. Plural of diving suit. Diving support vessel. A ship that is used as a floating base for professional diving projects. Diving support vessels. Plural of diving support vessel. Diving bell. Alternative spelling of diving bell. Diving bells. Plural of diving bell. Diving board. Alternative spelling of diving board. Diving boards. Plural of diving board. Diving petrel. Alternative spelling of diving petrel. Diving petrels. Plural of diving petrel. Diving suit. Alternative spelling of diving suit. Diving suits. Plural of diving suit. Divings. Plural of diving. Divinify. Simple past. And past participle of divinify. Divinifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of divinify. Divinify. To render divine, to deify. Divinifying. Present participle and gerund of divinify. Divided, any member of the divinity. Divided, plural of diviniad. Divining, the action of the verb to divine in any sense. Divining rod, rod used for dowsing, a technique of divination used to locate subterranean sources of water, metal, other mineral resources, or even various other things through magic or according to many believers a natural phenomenon. Divining rods, plural of divining rod. Diviningly, in a divining manner. Divinings, plural of divining. Divinization, alternative spelling of divinization. Divinizations, plural of divinization. Divinize, alternative spelling of divinize. Divinized, simple past and past participle of divinize. Divinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of divinize. Divinish, somewhat or nearly divine. Divinizing, present participle and gerund of divinize. Divinity, obsolete form of divinity. Divinities, plural of divinity. Divinity, the state, position, or fact of being a god or god. Divinity calf, calfskin stained dark brown and worked without gilding, often used for theological books. Divinity school, synonym of seminary. Divinity ship, the status of being divine. Divinity ships, plural of divinity ship. Divinization, the act or process of making divine. Divinizations, plural of divinization. Divinize, to make divine, to make godlike. Divinized, simple past and past participle of divinize. Divinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of divinize. Divinizing, present participle and gerund of divinize. Diviner, obsolete form of diviner. Diviners, plural of diviner. Diviner, obsolete spelling of diviner. Diviners, plural of diviner. Do not, don't. Divinubo, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Divinile, two vinyl functional groups in a molecule. Divinylacetylene. The vinyl derivative of acetylene CH equals CHC equal to CZH equals ZH2. That is immediate in the manufacture of neopen. Divinylbenzene. Any of three isomeric vinyl derivatives of benzene that are used to make copolymers with styrene. Divinylbenzenes, plural of divinylbenzene. Di-Virgilio, a surname from Italian. Di-Virgilios, plural of Di-Virgilio. Dives, plural of divi. Divisible, misspelling of divisible. Devise, obsolete form of devise. Devise, third person singular simple present indicative of devise. Devesi, divided within one instrumental part, simultaneous notes between two or more players. Divisibilities, plural of divisibility. Divisibility, the state of being divisible, is state capable of being divided. Divisibility sequence, any sequence of integers an indexed by the natural numbers such that if n is divisible by m, then an is divisible by am. Divisibility sequences, plural of divisibility sequence. Divisible, capable of being divided or split. Divisibleness, the quality of being divisible. Divisibles, plural of divisible. Divisibly, in a way that is divisible. Divisum, separately. Diviso, a category in the classification of organisms, ranking below ignum and above classes. Division, the act or process of dividing anything. Division algebra, a linear algebra such that its non-zero vectors form a multiplicative group. Division algebras, plural of division algebra. Division bell, a bell rung in or around a parliament to signal a division vote to members of the relevant chambers so that they may take part. Division bells, plural of division bell. Division level, a metric level faster than the beat level of a piece of music. Division levels, plural of division level. Division of labor, U.S. standard form of division of labor. Division of labor, the separation of work into different categories or tasks, each category or task being carried out by different groups of workers. Division ring, a ring with 0 not equal to 1, such that every non-zero element has a multiplicative inverse, meaning an element x with x equals 1. Division rings, plural of division ring. Division sign, any symbol in particular divided by, slash, or used to denote the operation of division. Division signs, plural of division sign. Division viol, a type of bass viol with the ability to be tuned in a very broad range, originating in the performance of divisions in 17th century English. Division violist, alternative spelling of division violist. Division violists, plural of division violist. Division vials, plural of division vial. Division vial, alternative spelling of division vial. Division violist, someone who plays a division viol. Division violists, plural of division violists. Division vials, plural of division vial. Divisional, of or pertaining to a division. Divisional plane, a plane of separation between rock masses. Divisional planes, plural of divisional plane. Divisionalize, to divide or organize in divisions. Divisionally, in a divisional manner, in terms of divisions. Divisionals, plural of divisional. Divisionary. Divisional. Divisioner, a member of a specified division. Divisioners, plural of divisioner. Divisions, plural of divisio. Divisioning, a dividing up, allotment into divisions. Divisionings, plural of divisioning. Divisionism, the use of small areas of color to construct an image. Divisionisms, plural of divisionism. Divisionist, an artist who works in the style of divisionism. Divisionistic, of or relating to divisionism art style. Divisionists, plural of divisionists. Divisionless, without divisions, undivided. Divisionlessness, absence of divisions. Divisions, plural of division. Divisive, having a quality that divides or separates. Divisively, in a divisive manner. Divisiveness, the characteristic of being divisive. Divisivenesses, plural of divisiveness. Divia, An instruction that a section of the orchestra, normally the strings, should divide itself into two, each taking separate parts normally notated on the same staff. Either tutti or a unisono cancels this instruction. There is a contractile ring of polypeptides involved in bacterial cell division. Divisums, plural of divisum. Divire, in an expression involving division, the number by which another number is being divided. Divisor function, a function yielding the sum of the divisors of an integer. It is denoted by the Greek letter sigma sigma. Divisor functions, plural of divisor function. Divisoria, a barangay of Alang-Alang, late Philippines. Divisorial, related to a divisor. Divisors, plural of divisor. Divisory, serving to divide or split apart. Dividos, plural of diviso. Divisoral, being or relating to a division. Divida, a surname from Italian. Divides, plural of divida. Dividus, the practice of authoring web page code with many div elements in place of meaningful semantic HTML elements. Didism, the condition of being rich. Divya, a female given name from Sanskrit. Divipade, a coast cave and archaeological park overlooking the Idriker River and the oldest archaeological site in Slovenia. Divj Babe Flute, a cave bear femur pierced by spaced holes dating from the late Pleistocene era that was found in 1995 at the Divj Babe Archaeological Park located near Cerkno in northwestern Slovenia. It has been suggested that it was made by Neanderthals as a form of musical instrument, and as such it is possibly the world's oldest known musical instrument. Dio, a male diva, a man with the traits characteristic of a typical diva. Diavoltine, synonym of bivoltine. Devon, ellipsis of Devon-les-Bains, a spa town and commune of Ain department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Devon-les-Bains, a spa town and commune of Ain department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Diver, divine, wonderful. Divork, obsolete form of divorced. Divorkable, misspelling of divorceable. Divorce, the 65th Surah chapter of the obsolete form of divorced. Divorkable, misspelling of divorceable. Divorce, the 65th Surah chapter of the Quran. Divorcee, a divorced man. Divorcee mensa et thora, synonym of legal separation. Divorce bail, money agreed in settlement of a divorce. Divorce from bed and board, a situation where spouses live apart without having legally dissolved their marriage. This may be either a long-term arrangement or a first step towards actual divorce. Divorce mill, a jurisdiction that grants divorces quickly and easily. Divorce mills, plural of divorce mill. Divorce rape, the situation where one partner in a relationship, usually female, is awarded by a family court an exorbitant alimony or child support and complete or almost complete custody of the children produced from the union, etc. Divorce rapes, plural of divorce rape. Divorceable, able to divorce. Divorced, cut off or separated. Divorced energy, synonym of big divorce energy. Divorced guy energy, a psychological state stereotypically characteristic of a recently divorced man, often conceptualized as being pathetic and arrogant, while also filled with anger, resentment, or melancholy. Divorced kid, a child of divorced parents. Divorced kids, plural of divorced kid. Divorced guy energy, alternative form of divorced guy energy. Divorcedness, the state or condition of being divorced. Divorcee, a divorced person. Divorcee, a divorced woman. Divorcees, plural of divorcee. Divorcees, plural of divorcee. Divorceless, without divorces. Divorcelessness, absence of divorce. Divorcement, divorce, dissolution of a marriage. Divorcements, plural of divorcement. Divorcer, the person or cause that produces or affects a divorce. Divorcers, plural of divorcer. Divorces, plural of divorce. Divorcees, plural of divorcee. Divorces a mensa et thoro, plural of divorce a mensa et thoro. Divorces from bed and board, plural of divorce from bed and board. Divorced, third person singular simple present indicative of divorce. Divorceable, alternative form of divorceable. Divorcing, present participle and gerund of divorce. Divorcer, having power to divorce, tending to divorce. Divorciality, the likelihood in a specific population that marriages end in divorce. Diras, plural of divo. Divestrasi, a particular steroid glycoside. Divas, a torn up piece of turf, especially by a golf club in making a stroke or by a horse's hoof. Devote, simple past and past participle of divot. Devote, present participle and gerund of divot. Devots, plural of divos. The plural of div. Divus, abbreviation of divisions. Divulgate, to divulge. Divulgated, simple past and past participle of divulgate. Divulgator, one who divulges. Divulgators, plural of divulgator. Divulgates, third person singular simple present indicative of divulgate. Divulgating, present participle and gerund of divulgate. Divulgation, the act of divulging or publishing, publication. Divulgations, plural of divulgation. Divulgator, alternative spelling of divulgator. Divulgators, plural of divulgator. Divulgatory, divulging or pertaining to divulging. Divulge, to indicate publicly, to proclaim. Divulgible, capable of being divulged or disclosed. Divulged, past participle of divulge. Divulgement. Divulgence, the act of divulging, communicating, or revealing information. Divulgements, plural of divulgement. Divulgence, the act of divulging. Divulgences, plural of divulgence. Divulger, one who divulges something. Divulgers, plural of divulger. Divulges, third person singular simple present indicative of divulge. Divulgist, second person singular simple present indicative of divulge. Divulge, third person singular simple present indicative of divulge. Divulging, present participle and gerund of divulge. Divulgings, plural of divulging. Divulse, to pull apart forcibly. Divulsed, simple past and past participle of divulse. Divulses, third person singular simple present indicative of divulse. Divulsing, present participle and gerund of divulse. Divulsion, the act of separating by force, especially by dilation or pulling apart. Divulsion, separated by divulsion. Divulsions, plural of divulsion. Divulsive, tending to tear or pull apart. Divulsor, an instrument used for dilating the urethra or other canal. Divulsors, plural of divulsor. Divers, divinity as a subject or examination. Divi, a dividend. Divi, simple past and past participle of divi. Dividat, simple past and past participle of divvy up. Divis, plural of divvy. Dividat, third person singular simple present indicative of divvy up. Divvy, a dividend, a share or portion. Divvy doc, a little grieved Tacabaptist ruficol. Divvy ducks, plural of divvy duck. Divat, to divide up, to divide, particularly into separate shares for distribution. Divivan, a police van in other parts of Australia. A paddy wagon. Divvy vans, plural of divvy van. Dide, present participle and gerund of divvy. Didea, present participle and gerund of divvy up. Die, alternative form of divvy. Dadia, alternative form of divvy up. Ive, a female given name from Sanskrit. Divai, a disabled person. Id, a male given name. Dadi, alternative form of divvying. Dadina, alternative form of divvying. Up. Diwali, an annual festival of light observed during several days in October and November. Diwalis, plural of Diwali. Diwe, alternative form of Duan. Diwani, a calligraphic style of the Arabic script developed in the Ottoman court. Diwanis, plural of Diwani. Diwania, in Kuwait, a guest room where men gather to chat, eat, and drink. Diwaniyas, plural of Diwania. Diwendi, a surname. Dewens, plural of Dewan. Dewat, in Filipino folklore, a fairy, spirit, usually a lesser god or goddess believed to guard natural features such as forests. Dewatas, plural of Dewata. DIY, a questionable DIY project. De, initialism of double income with kids or dual income with kids, a couple with one or more children as well as two jobs and thus two incomes. De, plural of do. Diversification, the process by which something is made something worse by diversifying. Diversifications, plural of diversification. Diversify, simple past and past participle of diversify. Diversifies, third person singular simple present indicative of diversify. Diversify, to make something worse by diversifying. Diversifying, present participle and gerund of diversify. Did, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dix-Hallpike tests, a diagnostic maneuver used to identify benign paroxysmal positional vertigo BPPV. The patient is quickly lowered to a supine position with the neck extended. A positive test is indicated by patient-reported vertigo and clinical observation of nystagmus. Dix-Hallpike tests, plural of Dix-Hallpike tests. Dixanthagen, an ectoparasiticide. Dictal, the time activity curve associated with a single pixel in a medical image. Dictals, plural of dixal. Dixonite, a trigonal pyramidal mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Dexamin, two xenon atoms in a molecule. Dixene, the situation where an autoecious parasite may infest two species, but does not need a change of host to ensure its development. Dipter, synonym of Dorothy Dixer, a planted parliamentary question. Dicteries, plural of dixery. Dixers, plural of dixer. Dixery, alternative form of dictionary. Dixie, a surname transferred from the given name. Dixies, plural of Dixie. Dixfield, a town in Maine. Dixie, an utterance signifying the end of a speech. Dixanison, any of a group of N-linked dimeric indole alkaloids. Dixanisins, plural of dixamycin. Dixe, any midge in the family Dixidae. Dixids, plural of dixid. Dixie, the southern United States, especially the former Confederate States, the South. Dixie Alley, a region of the Gulf of Mexico coast United States which experiences a large number of tornado occurrences. Dixie County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Cross City. Dixie Cup, alternative letter case form of Dixie Cup. Dixie Cup, a disposable paper cup, sometimes waxed, especially used for individual servings of iced desserts. Dixie Cups, plural of Dixie Cup. Dixie Cups, plural of Dixie Cup. Dixie Dingo, synonym of Carolina Dock. Dixie Dingoes, plural of Dixie Dingo. Dixie Flag, the Confederate battle flag. Dixie Flags, plural of Dixie Flag. Dixicrat, a member of the Democratic Party of the United States of America from the southern states, especially one of the former territories of the Confederate States of America, who holds socially conservative viewpoints and supports racial segregation and white power. Dixicrat, of or relating to the Dixicrats. Dixicrats, plural of Dixicrat. Dixieland, the southern states of the U.S., Dixie. Dixiellander, a performer of Dixieland jazz music. Dixielanders, plural of Dixielander. Dixies, plural of Dixie. Diction, a surname. Dictions, plural of diction. Dicte, a surname from India that is common among Hindu Brahmins in India. Dix-Meir conjecture, the conjecture that any endomorphism of a Weyl algebra is an automorphism. Dictionaries, plural of dictionary. Dictionary, pronunciation spelling of dictionary. That's a place name. Dixon County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Ponca. Dixon Lane Meadow Creek, a census-designated place in Inyo County, California, United States. Dictionaries, plural of dictionary. Dictionary, alternative form of dictionary. Dixonian, pertaining to a traditional form of local policing, focused on officers walking the beat. Dixons, plural of Dixon. Dixon, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dixton, a hamlet in Alderton Parish, Tewkesbury District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref so 9830. Dixville Notch, an unincorporated community in Dixville, Coos County, New Hampshire. Dixie, alternative form of Dixie. Dixorazine, a particular antipsychotic drug. DIY, initialism of do-it-yourself. DIY gun, synonym of ghost gun. DIY guns, plural of DIY gun. DIY present participle and gerund of DIY. A small bowl-shaped oil lamp, usually made from clay, with a cotton wick dipped in ghee or vegetable oil, often used on religious occasions. The alternative form of Diya. Diyala, a river in Iraq and Iran. Diyarbakir, alternative form of Diyarbakir. Diyarbakir, a province and metropolitan municipality in southeastern Turkey with a Kurdish majority. Dari, a Karnak language of Australia. That, plural of Diya. That, plural of Diya. DIY, simple past and past participle of DIY. The, alternative form of Diya. Dyer, a do-it-yourselfer. Dyers, plural of dyer. Dying, present participle and gerund of DIY. Used in descriptive names to indicate the presence of two identical substituents or functional groups attached to a central atom or structure. Two illidine groups in a molecule. Any compound having two acetylene groups. Plural of diang. Relating to diang. That was third person singular simple present indicative of DIY. Ytterbium. Two ytterbium atoms in a molecule. Yttrium. Two yttrium atoms in a molecule. A financial compensation paid under Sharia law to the victim or their heirs in cases of homicide, bodily harm, or property damage. In some cases, the victim's side must accept this payment, while in others it can insist on tallying instead. The alternative form of Diya. A surname. A female given name from Hebrew. Dizain. De castet. Dizains, plural of dizain. Dida. Dal. Didai. A village in Sanaga Maritime Department, Cameroon. Ditter. A talkative fool. Ditters, plural of dizzard. Dezdai. The commander of a castle or fortress in the Ottoman Empire. Dizdars, plural of dizdar. Dyes, to dress with flax for spinning, as a distaff, dyson. Dyson, to dress with flax for spinning. Dyson, simple past and past participle of dyson. Dysoning, present participle and gerund of dyson. Dysons, third person singular simple present indicative of dyson. A district warda in southern Ethiopia. Dilek, two zinc atoms in a molecule. Dizirconium, two zirconium atoms in a molecule. Dedes, plural of dizzy. Dizacylpine, a particular antagonist of glutamate receptors that may have some medical applications. Doi, of or relating to a group of three languages spoken in southwestern Ethiopia, Dizzy, Chico, and Ni. Dizon, a Filipino surname from Kapampangan/Tagalog/Cebuano, in turn from Spanish, in turn from Hokkien, common among Filipinos of Chinese ancestry. Dizon Manzanillo, a barangay of Baguio, Benguet, Philippines. Dizons, plural of Dizon. Dizygosity, the condition of being dizygotic. Dizygotic, derived from two eggs that have been separately fertilized, dizygous. Dizygous. Dizygotic, that, to make dizzy, to astonish, to puzzle. There, a jester or fool. Ditherly, like a dizzard or blockhead. Dithers, plural of dizzard. That, simple past and past participle of is. Deza, alternative form of dizen. Dizen, simple past and past participle of dizen. Dizening, present participle and gerund of dizen. Deden, third person singular simple present indicative of dizen. Det, plural of diz. Ye, obsolete form of dizzy. Dede, dizzy, light-headed. Dede, comparative form of dizzy, more dizzy. Det, third person singular simple present indicative of dizzy. Dede, superlative form of dizzy, most dizzy. Didify, having been rendered dizzy, confused, or flummoxed. Dizify, to make dizzy, to render someone confused and flummoxed. Dizifying, causing dizziness. Diddly, in a dizzy manner. Dizziness, the state of being dizzy, the sensation of instability. Dizzinesses, plural of dizziness. Did present participle and gerund of diz. Did Benjamin Disraeli 1804-1881. First Earl of Beaconsfield and twice Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Dizzy bat, synonym of dizzy is a children's game of making oneself dizzy and then running, etc. Alternative form of dizzy. Izzy. A playground game for children or adults at work functions or parties, involving each player bending down with their head pressed into a pole or a standing baseball bat or wiffle ball bat, spinning around the pole several times, and then attempting to walk or run in a straight line, often while performing some other activity. Dizzy limit, synonym of giddy limit. Tending to make one actually or metaphorically dizzy or confused, as of great speed or height. Dizzy, to a dizzy degree or in a dizzying manner. Dizzy, somewhat dizzy. Dizziness, alternative spelling of dizziness. Diuresis, plural of diuresis. Diuresis, archaic form of diuresis. Diuretic, alternative form of diuretic. Dietetic, archaic form of dietetic. Dietetics, obsolete form of dietetics. Diocesan, archaic form of diocesan. Diocese, archaic form of diocese. Dioceses, plural of diocese. Diodes, alternative spelling of Diocious. Diostes, archaic form of Diostrus. Dede, abbreviation of disc jockey. Disc jockey. DJ copies, plural of DJ copy. DJ copy, a copy of a single sent out to disc jockeys, having the B-side either blank or duplicating the A-side. Jabria, alternative form of Jabria. Shabuve, a group of Australian Aboriginal people in far north Queensland. Jajawarung, an Aboriginal Australian people who are the traditional owners of lands including the water catchment areas of the Loddon and Avoca rivers in the Bendigo region of central Victoria, Australia. Jadachta, a region of the Gobi Desert that is rich in fossils. Jadachtatheriid, any multituberculate mammal in the family Jadachtatheriidae. Jadachtatheriids, plural of Jadachtatheriae. Jadachtatherioi, any of the superfamily Jadachtatherioidea of extinct mammals. Jadachtatherioids, plural of Jadachtatherioi. Jahai, alternative form of Jahi. Tai, Southern Regenu. Jakarta, alternative spelling of Jakarta. Jalmate, synonym of urine microlite. Jalva, marijuana. Jambapainu, a dialect of the Dual language. Jaminjung, a Jaminjungan Australian Aboriginal language spoken in northern Australia. Jaminjungan, a family of non-Pominungan Australian Aboriginal prefixing languages spoken in northern Australia. Django, a male given name. Yairu, an indigenous Australian people of the southern Kimberley region of Western Australia. Jasiged, a kind of medicine man among the Chippewa people. Jasigids, plural of Jasikid. Javanut, the nut of the tree, Balonella toxisperma. Javanuts, plural of jave nut. DD, initialism of degenerative joint disease. DD, plural of DJD. The name of the Cyrillic script letter J/dia. Jebel, alternative spelling of Jebel. Jebelemurid, any extinct African primate of the family Jebelemuridae. Jebelemurids, plural of Jebelemurid. Jebels, plural of Jebel. The simple past and past participle of DJ. An ancient Egyptian religious symbol resembling a pillar and representing stability. That is plural of Jed. Yet, archaic form of jihad. Jets, plural of jihad. Yalfa, a city in Algeria. Jali, a griot West African poet. Jalis, plural of jelly. Jalaba, a loose fitting, ankle-length hooded robe worn by men in North Africa. Jela, alternative spelling of jalaba. Jelabas, plural of jalaba. Jalabas, plural of jalaba. Jel, a large, rope-tuned, skin-covered drum played with the bare hands, used in West African and some fusion music. Jembe, alternative spelling of gem. Yems, plural of gem. Jembes, plural of jembe. Genkal, the bean of Archidendron pauciflorum that contains the toxin genkolic acid. Genkolic acid, a toxic sulfur-containing non-protein amino acid found in genkol beans. Genkolism, genkol bean poisoning. Genkals, plural of genkal. Jene, a song town and urban commune in the inland Niger Delta region of central Mali. Det, a style of progressive heavy metal music characterized by rhythmic and technical complexity and typically featuring heavily distorted, palm-muted guitar chords, syncopated, downtuned riffs, and polyrhythms alongside virtuoso soloing. Gente, simple past and past participle of gent. Gentin, present participle and gerund of gent. Cats, third person singular simple present indicative of gent. Jaragan, a family of non-Commonundan Australian Aboriginal prefixing languages of the Kimberley region of Western Australia. Jarasi, a surname. Jarasis, plural of Jarasi. Jerba, an island of Tunisia. Jerry, alternative form of Jared. Jariads, plural of Jared. Jurigian, a surname from Armenian. Juregians, plural of Jurigian. Jurfisherise, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing chlorine, copper, iron, nickel, potassium, sodium, and sulfur. Hera, alternative form of Jarib. Jaribs, plural of Jarib. Jared, alternative form of Jared. Jerma, synonym of Zarma. Jermaquai, the ruler of the Jerma/Zarma states in southwest Niger. Jermaquois, plural of Jermaquoi. Jared, alternative form of Jared. Jareds, plural of Jared. Yat, plural of G. Jadal, a chamber used for initiation rituals in Voodoo. Javos, plural of Jivo. Ya, initialism of Dow Jones Industrial Average. Ya, initialism of Dow Jones Industrial Average. Ja, abbreviation of Djibouti. Ya, alternative form of Jubba. Yeva, alternative form of Jubba. Yaras, plural of Jebba. Yas, plural of Jebba. Djibouti, a country in East Africa. Official name, Republic of Djibouti. Djibouti City, the city of Djibouti, the capital of the Republic of Djibouti. Djiboutian, a person from Djibouti or of Djiboutian descent. Djiboutians, plural of Djiboutian. Dida, archaic spelling of Jeddah. Jeddah, alternative form of Chigo. Jenas, plural of Jega. Id, alternative form of Dijigit. Dedit, plural of Jigit. Yo, alternative spelling of Gem. Gems, plural of Jim. Huh, alternative spelling of Jin. DJ, present participle and gerund of DJ. Jangdoi, a non-Commonungan Australian Aboriginal suffixing language spoken in the Newcastle Waters and Elliot region of Northern Australia. Huh, alternative spelling of Jin. Denny, archaic form of Jin. Genius, plural of Ginny. Jinistan, alternative form of Jinistan. Dinmi, alternative spelling of Jin. Dida, alternative form of Jinya. Genias, plural of Jinya. Dedas, plural of Ginny. Denes, plural of Ginny. Jinia, alternative form of Jinya. Genias, plural of Jinya. Es, plural of Jin. Jenny, archaic form of Ginny. Des, plural of Jin. Jakave, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Jakovices, plural of Jakovic. Djokovic, alternative form of Djokovic, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Djokovic's, plural of Djokovic. Djokovic's, plural of Djokovic, Djokovic, plural of Djokovic, Yalof, alternative form of Wolof. The, a male given name from the indigenous Australian languages, equivalent to English John. The, an ancient kind of sailing ship originating from Java. Yas, plural of John. Georgievich, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Georgievich, plural of Georgievich. Joundi, an Algerian Muslim soldier fighting for independence during the Algerian War. Jounau, plural of Joundi. DJP algorithm, synonym of Prim's algorithm. Dave, plural of DJ. DDT, initialism of Donald John Trump. DDA, initialism of Dow Jones Transportation Average. Judeo-Spaniel, synonym of Judeo-Spanish. Judeo-Spaniel, alternative form of Judeo-Spaniel. Judeo-Castellano, synonym of Judeo-Spanish. Judaismo, alternative form of Judaismo. Duga, archaic form of Anduka. Jurekas, plural of Juka. Jungaria, alternative form of Dzungaria. Jungarian, alternative form of Dzungarian. Jungarian hamster, Phodopus sumgoris, a dwarf hamster with a typically thick, dark gray dorsal stripe and furry feet. Jungarian hamsters, plural of Jungarian hamster. Jurlite, a copper sulfide mineral with the chemical formula QS. Jurlites, plural of Jurlite. Jardas, the Guinea-Bissau national football team. Jutamgo, synonym of Saramacan. DJVU, alternative form of DJVU. DJVU, a file format intended to represent electronic documents, particularly scanned text. DJVU, alternative form of DJVU. DJVU, plural of DJVU. DJVUS, plural of DJVU. DJVUS, plural of DJVU. DK, abbreviation of don't know. DK, abbreviation of don't know. DKA, initialism of diabetic ketoacidosis. DKC, initialism of dyskeratosis congenita. AKZF, initialism of Donkey Kong Country, tropical freeze. DK, initialism of Dunning-Kruger effect. DKG, decagram, abbreviation of decagram, alternative form of DAG, a unit of mass of 10 grams. DKDS, plural of DKG. DKEM, initialism of domain keys identified mail, an email authentication method designed to detect spoofing. DKM, a ship prefix used for Nazi Germany's Kriegsmarine. DKP, initialism of dragon kill points. DKR, abbreviation of Danish krone. Initialism of download. Download, alternative form of DL. DLT, A cis, straight-passing, masculine man who seeks out sexual pursuits with trans women and slasher gay men, mostly always secretly, given that he is not confident in his sexual identity yet and has not come out to those around him. Most often keeps his sexual affairs with gay men and cis or trans women a secret and typically treats them with little respect. Déaltades. Plural of déaltrade. Déal, simple past and past participle of DL. DLA, initialism of Defense Logistics Agency. DLA, initialism of Defense Language Aptitude Battery. ALV, initialism of dementia with Lewy bodies. ALVZAL, diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. ALVZAL, plural of ZALBCL. ALC, initialism of downloadable content. DALC, plural of DALC. DALE, initialism of double layer ejecta. DLN, simple past and past participle of DL. DALEC, initialism of deep lamellar endothelial keratoplasty. DLF, initialism of dead last finish or dead last finisher, the act of completing a race but coming in last, the person who completed a race in last place. DLF, plural of DLF. DLI, initialism of Defense Language Institute. DLeng, present participle and gerund of DL. DLD, initialism of distributor license for Java. DLL, initialism of data link layer. DLL, problems caused by incompatible versions of a DLL dynamic link library. DLLME, initialism of dispersive liquid-liquid microextraction. DLL, plural of DLL. DLA, initialism of driver's license number. DLNA, initialism of Digital Living Network Alliance. DLN, plural of DLN. DLO, initialism of Dead Letter Office. DLO, plural of DLO. Dialawi, a surname from Czech. Dialawis, plural of Dialawi. ALV, initialism of Dead Letter Perfect, having learned one's lines with perfect accuracy. ALPSE, initialism of dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. ALPSE, plural of DLPFC. ALV, plural of DLP. ALVE, initialism of Defense Language Proficiency Tests. AL2, initialism of Dead Letter Q. AL2, plural of DLQ. DLA, initialism of de la Rue, stamp, and banknote printers. DLS, initialism of downloadable sound format. DL, third-person singular simple present indicative of DL. DLS, plural of DL. DLSU, initialism of de La Salle University. DLV, initialism of digital linear tape, a computer storage tape format having a single spooled cartridge using multi-track linear serpentine recording on a half-inch wide tape. ALV, plural of DLT. ALU, abbreviation of dialogue box unit. ALU, plural of DLU. DLUI, alternative form of Daluang. DLV, abbreviation of Delaverdine. DLVFA, a theory that explains the aggregation of aqueous dispersions quantitatively and describes the force between charged surfaces interacting through a liquid medium. DLVY, abbreviation of delivery. DLVY, abbreviation of delivery. DLX, abbreviation of dancing links. DED, initialism of dimensional modeling. DED, Simple past and past participle of DM. DM Open. Disaster Management Open Platform for Emergency Networks. A system which provides interoperability interfaces for sharing of emergency-related information to vetted emergency management agencies. DNHS. Initialism of doesn't matter, had sex. DNIC. Initialism of Doctor of Musical Arts. DIMA. Initialism of designated male at birth. DMACA. Initialism of dimethylaminosine-maldehyde. DIMA. Initialism of dimethyl acetylnidicarboxylate. AMA-JC. Abbreviation of dimethylaminogermanium trichloride. DMA. Initialism of define, measure, analyze, improve, and control a data-driven improvement cycle used for business processes and designs. DMAPA. Abbreviation of dimethylaminopropylamine. DMARC. Acronym of Domain-Based Message Authentication, Reporting and Conformance, an email authentication protocol for the prevention of spoofing. DMARD. Initialism of disease-modifying antiemetic drug. DMARD. Plural of DMARD. DMA. Plural of DMA. DNC. Initialism of double metal cyanide. DNZ. Initialism of Digital Millennium Copyright Act. DMACOD. Simple past and past participle of DNCA. ANCA. Simple past and past participle of DNCA. ANCA. Present participle and gerund of DNCA. ANCS. Third person singular simple present indicative of DMCA. AND. Initialism of Doctor of Dental Medicine. ANA. Initialism of Depressive and Manic Depressive Association. And AZ. Initialism of Defense Manpower Data Center. DNDM Heidenting. The heidentoin derivative 1,3-dimethylol 5,5-dimethyl heidentoin, widely used as an antimicrobial preservative in cosmetics. ANDA. Initialism of dimethyl disulfide. AND. Plural of DMD. DME. Initialism of durable medical equipment. DMA. Simple past and past participle of DM. DMA. Initialism of disseminate membrane endothelial keratoplasty. DMR. A person who sends a direct message DM. DMRs. Plural of DMR. DNF. Initialism of dimethylformamide. DMF. Abbreviation of Dumfries. DMD. Abbreviation of damage. DMMate. Initialism of domestic medium-haired. DMMate. Plural of DMH. DMI. Initialism of desktop management interface. DME. Abbreviation of dungeon mastering. DMEPS. Initialism of Dristone MIPS million instructions per second. DMI. Plural of DMI. Demasteinbergite. A colorless mineral, a hexagonal polymorph of anorthite with the chemical formula Ca2C2O8. Dmitry. A transliteration of the Russian male given name Dmeqtre Dmitrij. Dmitry. A transliteration of the Russian surname Dmitry Yaved Dmitrijev. Dmitry. A transliteration of the Russian male given name Dmeqtre Dmitrij. Dmitry. A transliteration of the Russian male given name Dmeqtre Dmitrij. Damhak. Initialism of Dravida Monitra Kashagam, a political party. DML. Initialism of dimensional markup language. DMLT. Initialism of distributed multi-link trunking, a distributed link aggregation protocol. DMA. Initialism of digital multimeter. DMMSU. Initialism of Diana Marcos Memorial State University. DMA. Plural of DMM. Dana. Initialism of default mode network. Dana. Plural of DMN. DMode. Initialism of disease-modifying osteoarthritis drug. DMode. Plural of DMode. DMR. Abbreviation of dimethyloxylilvicine. DMO. Abbreviation of dimethyl 2 or 5-deoxyhexane carboxylate. Dimosin. A village in Lodz Voivodeship, Poland. ANES. Abbreviation of 2 or 3-dimer-capto-1-propane sulfonic acid. DMA. Abbreviation of designated marksman rifle. DMA. Plural of DMI. DAS. Initialism of destroyer minesweeper. Dr. Martens branded boots or shoes. DMSA. Initialism of dimer-captosuccinic acid. DMSD. Initialism of dentomandibular sensorimotor dysfunction. DMSO. Initialism of dimethyl sulfoxide. DMSB. Initialism of dimethyl sulfoniapropionate. DMS. Plural of DMS. DNT. Initialism of dimethyltryptamine, a naturally occurring psychedelic drug. DMU. Initialism of diesel multiple unit. DMU. Plural of DMU. DMV. The region made up of the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. DMV. Plural of DMV. DMW. Initialism of Department of Migrant Workers. Dmitrona. A transliteration of the Ukrainian patronymic DMUEAQTE, Cyrillic letter 456, VNA Dmitrovna, daughter of Dmitro. Dmitro. A transliteration of the Ukrainian male given name Dmitr or Dmitro. Dmitrovich. A transliteration of the Ukrainian patronymic Dmitr or VH Dmitrovich, son of Dmitro. DMZ. Abbreviation of Demilitarized Zone. DMZ host. A single node in a DMZ, typically protected by a firewall, sometimes hidden by NAT. Usually, DMZ hosts accept incoming external connections, but they cannot initiate connections with internal hosts. DMZ hosts. Plural of DMZ host. DMZ. Plural of DMZ. Data. Initialism of deoxyribonucleic acid, a nucleic acid found in all living things and some non-living things such as certain viruses, which consists of 2 polynucleotide chains that coil around each other to form a double helix, encoded in its structure are genetic instructions for development, functioning, growth, and reproduction. Data. Alternative form of DNA. DNA fingerprinting. Synonym of genetic fingerprinting. DNA ladder. A reagent consisting of a solution of DNA of specified length used in gel electrophoresis as a standard. DNA ladders. Plural of DNA ladder. DNA ligase. Any of several enzymes that repair single-stranded discontinuities in double-stranded DNA. DNA ligases. Plural of DNA ligase. DNA microarray. A collection of microscopic DNA spots attached to a solid surface forming an array, used to measure the expression levels of large numbers of genes simultaneously. DNA microarrays. Plural of DNA microarray. DNA polymerase. an enzyme that assists DNA replication. DNA polymerases, plural of DNA polymerase. DNA profiling, synonym of genetic fingerprinting. DNA sequence, the string of base pairs adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine which, when arranged in triplets to form codons, create a DNA string which encodes polypeptides. DNA sequences, plural of DNA sequence. DNA sequencing, the analysis of DNA sequences. DNA snippet, a small portion of DNA associated with one or more genes or attributes. DNA snippets, plural of DNA snippet. DNA test, a test done to analyze someone's DNA. DNA testing, synonym of genetic fingerprinting. DNA tests, plural of DNA test. DNA typing, synonym of genetic fingerprinting. DNA virus, any of the viruses whose nucleic acid is composed of DNA. DNA viruses, plural of DNA virus. DNA anemia, alternative spelling of DNA. DNACBR, initialism of do not attempt cardiopulmonary resuscitation. DNA, simple past and past participle of DNA. Anemia, the presence of the DNA of a specific virus in the blood. DNA, present participle and gerund of DNA. DNR, initialism of do not attempt to resuscitate. DNA, plural of DNA. DNAS, plural of DNA. DNase, abbreviation of deoxyribonuclease. DNases, plural of DNase. Diaenzyme, synonym of deoxyribonuclease. Diaenzymes, plural of DNazyme. DNA, initialism of did not bat. DNA, abbreviation of drum and bass. DNA, abbreviation of Denbasher or Denby. DNC, initialism of Democratic National Committee. DNCD, initialism of dinitrochlorobenzene. DNC, plural of DNC. DND, abbreviation of Dungeons and Dragons. DND, initialism of Dungeons and Dragons. DND, initialism of do not disturb. DND, initialism of do not erase, written on chalkboards to protect information from being erased. Dnieper, misspelling of Dnieper. Dnieper, alternative spelling of Dnieper. Dnieper, alternative spelling of Dnieper. Dnepropetrovsk, alternative form of Dnepropetrovsk, an oblast of Ukraine. DNF, initialism of did not finish. DNF, simple past and past participle of DNF. DNF, simple past and past participle of DNF. DNF, present participle and gerund of DNF. DNF, third person singular simple present indicative of DNF. DNF, initialism of do not feed the troll. DNA, abbreviation of Dadra and Nagra Havely. ANHAD, abbreviation of Dadra and Nagra Havely and Daman and Diu. DNA, initialism of direct neural interface. Dnieper, a major river in Eastern Europe which flows south through Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine into the Black Sea. See usage notes. Dnieper lowland, a lowland, extended valley along the Dnieper left bank with a system of floodplains part of East European plain. Dnieper upland, an upland along midstream Dnieper right bank rich in minerals part of East European plain. Dnieper Valley, a relief feature, river valley along the Dnieper up to 18 km. Y. Dnepr, alternative spelling of Dnieper. Dniester, a major river in Eastern Europe, flowing south through Ukraine and Moldova to the Black Sea. Dnepr, alternative spelling of Dnieper. Dnieprian, of or associated with Dnipro, a city in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ukraine. Dnieprienka, native female resident of Dnipro. Dnieprienkas, plural of Dnieprienka. Dniepriany, a settlement in Kakhovka Rayon, Kherson Oblast, in southern Ukraine. Dnieprianin, native male resident of Dnipro. Dnieprianins, plural of Dnieprianin. Dnipro, a major East European river which flows south through Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine into the Black Sea. Dniproduzhinsk, alternative form of Dniproduzhinsk. Dniproduzhinsk, former name of Kamyansk. Dnipromerhye, a village in Kama rural Hromada, Volnovakha Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1922. Dnipropetrovsk, alternative form of Dnipropetrovsk. Dnipropetrovsk, alternative form of Dnipropetrovsk. Dnipropetrovsk, an oblast in southeastern Ukraine. Dniprorodny, a city in Zaporizhia Oblast in southeastern Ukraine. Dana, plural of Dni. Dniester, synonym of Dniester, a river in Eastern Europe. Dniestersky, a rayon of Chernivtsi Oblast in western Ukraine. Dana, initialism of deep neural network. Dana, plural of DNN. Dina, abbreviation of dianyl phthalate. DNP, 2,4-dinitrophenol, an organic molecule used in explosives and as a pesticide, an unsafe diet aid, and a suicide method. DNDQ, initialism of did not pre-qualify. DNP, plural of DNP. DNQ, initialism of did not qualify. DNA, initialism of digital noise reduction. DNRA, initialism of dissimilatory nitrate reduction to ammonium. DNS, initialism of domain name system. DNS server, synonym of domain name server. DNS servers, plural of DNS server. ANSBL, initialism of domain name system-based black hole list. ANSBL, plural of DNSBL. And E, initialism of do not track. DNEV, initialism of deoxynucleotide diphosphate, a basic building block of DNA. DNEV, plural of DNTP. DNU, initialism of do not use, marking used to tag equipment or material that is not to be used. DNW, initialism of do not want. DNZ, abbreviation of density zero. T, a direct object. T, a syntactic marker. Do a bit of stiff, to accept or discount a bill. Do a breadberry, to triumph unexpectedly in a sporting event, especially due to luck or the misfortune of others. Do a buck, to escape or flee, especially under incriminating circumstances. Do a flit, to change one's residence suddenly and without notice. Do a land office business, to be very successful, to do a roaring trade. Do a listen, of a human, to listen to a dog. Do a little bit of trolling, alternative form of do a little trolling. Do a little trolling, to cause a significant amount of trouble or mischief. Do a lot of work, to perform a large amount of work. Do a Melba, to make a repeated comeback. Do a moonlight flit, to change residence suddenly and without notice, especially overnight and under the cover of darkness. Do a never, to mess about, to idle instead of working. Do a number on, to damage, to treat harshly, to produce ill effects in. Do a perish, to suffer privation or hardship of any kind. Do a power of good, to be highly beneficial to someone. Do a parent, to fake one's own suicide. Do a runner, to leave somewhere hurriedly. Do a slow burn, to experience a gradually increasing feeling of anger or frustration, to slowly burn. Do a something, Dogolingo, chiefly used with verbs. Do as I say, and not as I do. Do not imitate my behavior, but obey my instructions. Do as I say, not as I do. Alternative form of do as I say, and not as I do. Do away with, to abolish, to put an end to eliminate. Do battle, to engage in a fight, to battle. Do bear shit in the woods. Alternative form of does a bear shit in the woods. Do burr, to do time to serve a prison sentence. Do bets, to engage in non-penetrative sexual activity. Do business, to be engaged in business, to be involved in commerce or trade. Do vie, to perform on behalf of someone or with someone in mind, to behave in a manner befitting someone. Do by half measures. Alternative form of do by halves. Do by halves, to perform a task, etc. partially or incompletely, to do something inadequately, half-heartedly or shoddily. Do cartwheels, to perform cartwheels. Do cheetah flips, to exhibit a strong emotional reaction to something, to lose one's cool. Do credit, to reflect well on, to demonstrate worthiness. Do excrement, feces, dung. Do das, plural of do. Do down, to belittle or intimidate. Do drugs, to abuse an illegal drug or drugs, especially as a result of chemical addiction. Do exactly what it says on the tin. To do what is described or what one would expect, with no further explanation needed. Do for, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see do for. Do, to act virtuously. Do gooseberry, synonym of play gooseberry. Do I know you? Used to ask the interlocutor whether or not he/she has met the speaker before. Do ill, to harm, to injure. Do it, to kill or end, to defeat. Do it, to be appealing or suitable. Do it brown, synonym of do it up brown, to do something well or thoroughly. Do it to, used to encourage action, to get to work, to get the job done. Do it tough, to be in a desperate situation, to struggle. Do it up, to party, to have a wild time. Do it up brown, to do something well or thoroughly. Do it yourself, the practice of doing home improvements and maintenance oneself, rather than employing a professional. De justice, to allow to be apprehended in its full scope. Tulu, a section of computer code in which an instruction or group of instructions is executed repeatedly depending on the value of a Boolean condition. Do's, plural of do-lu. Do lunch, to have a lunchtime meeting, usually at a restaurant. Do me a favor, used to ask someone for a favor, may be polite or sarcastic. Do me a lemon, expresses disbelief. Do more harm than good, to make a situation worse, usually while trying to make it better. Duet, obsolete form of don't. Do no harm, to perform no actions which will be injurious or in any way unfavorable to another person, regardless of whether one does anything of positive benefit for that other person. Do not disturb, used to indicate that somebody does not wish to be disturbed, for example a sign on a hotel room door, or a busy mode of an instant messenger. Do not enter, used on various signs to indicate that an area should not be entered, for example a military installation or a hotel room. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, a phrase indicating that something must be done directly without delays or deviations. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Alternative spelling of do not pass go, do not collect $200. Do not pass go, do not collect £200, a phrase telling someone to pursue a path directly without deviations. Do not sit in Rome and strive with the Pope. It is best not to criticize or oppose someone in their own territory. Do not want, used to indicate that the speaker does not like something they have seen or heard. Do nothing, to not take any action, to fail to do or accomplish something. Do numbers, to be popular as measured by engagement or sales metrics. Do alternative spelling of do off. Do off, to take off clothing. Do one, to go away, to leave, to get lost. Do one's best, to do as best one can. Do one's bit, to make an individual contribution toward an overall effort. Do one's block, to become enraged. Do one's business, especially of a house pet, to defecate or urinate. Do one's damnedest, to do one's utmost, to make every effort or to try every possible approach or way. Do one's darndest, to do one's utmost, to make every effort or to try every possible approach or way. Do one's duty, synonym of use the toilet, to urinate or defecate. Do one's ease, to ease one's bowels, to defecate. Do one's easement, to ease one's bowels, to defecate. Do one's homework, to prepare oneself with the relevant knowledge, to carry out the necessary research in advance. Do one's job, to properly do the work one is supposed to do. Do one's not, to become stridently angry, especially from worry. Do one's own thing, to do what one considers to be best suited or most satisfying for oneself, to do what expresses one's distinctive interests or talents, to do as one chooses. Do one's own time, to serve a prison sentence without becoming involved in any illicit dealings or prison gangs. Do one's part, to do one's fair share of work or take one's share of responsibility. Do one's stuff, synonym of do one's thing. Do one's sums, to figure out whether one can afford to pay for something. Do one's thing, alternative form of do one's own thing. Do one's utmost, to make the greatest possible effort. Do one's worst, inflict the worst possible damage one can. Do oneself a mischief, to get hurt, to hurt oneself. Do or die, alternative form of do or die. Duet, to decorate, tidy, or clean. Dualva, to use unfair means to deprive someone of something. Do over, to cover with, to smear or spread onto. Do porridge, synonym of due time. Do right by, to treat, deal with, or act towards someone in a morally just, socially honorable fashion. Do somebody wrong, to treat someone badly or unfairly. Do someone a frighten, to frighten someone. Do someone brown, to deceive someone thoroughly, to take in completely. Do someone dirt. Alternative form of do someone dirty. Do someone dirty. To deliberately treat someone in an unfair or harmful manner. Do someone like that. To treat someone in a negative manner. Do someone one better. To do more than somebody asked for or expected. Do someone proud. To cause someone to feel pride, admiration, or satisfaction. Do someone's bidding. To act on behalf of a person in authority, executing their every command. Do someone's business. To ruin someone, to do for. Do someone's dags. To defy someone by doing something that they are unable to do. Do someone's head in. To frustrate, infuriate, irritate, or disturb someone. Do someone's heart good. Make someone happy. Do esvidenia. Alternative spelling of do esvidenia. Do esvidenia. Farewell, goodbye, see you later. Do esvidania. Alternative spelling of do esvidenia. Do tell. An idiomatic expression of mild interest or surprise within a conversational context. Do the dash. To hurriedly part with one's current location, to escape, to flee the scene. Do the decent thing. To take the most honorable or appropriate course of action, even if it is not necessarily in the person's own interests. Do the D. To have sex. Do the dirty on. To treat someone in an unfair manner. To cheat or betray. Do the dishes. To wash up dirty crockery, plates and dishes and cutlery, knives, forks and spoons. Do the Dutch. To commit suicide. Do the handsome thing. To act liberally. Do an alternative form of do the honors. Do honors. To act as a host to guests. Do an alternative spelling of do the honor. Do honors. Alternative form of do the honors. Do the impossible. To accomplish something in spite of overwhelming odds against it. Do the job. Synonym of do the trick. Do the laundry. To wash the laundry. Do the math. To perform a mathematical calculation. Do the nasties. Alternative form of do the nasty. Do the nasty. To engage in sexual intercourse. Do the needful. To do that which is necessary or required. Do the power of good. Alternative form of do a power of good. Do the right thing. To do what is ethical or just. Do the rounds. Alternative form of make the rounds. Do the talking. To convey the message. To communicate an idea or create an impression. Do the trick. To work. To be successful. To solve a problem. To be sufficient or adequate to fulfill a purpose. Do the washing up. Synonym of do the dishes. Do the work. To take part in social justice activism, to fight against racism, oppression, etc. Do time. To spend time in prison as a prisoner or in the military as a service member. Go to. Misspelling of due to. Due to death. Of a trope, joke, topic, idea, etc. to use so often that it becomes trite. Do tricks on. To overpraise or to be defensive of someone or something to a humiliating or emasculating extent. Do unto others. To obey the golden rule. To treat others as one would wish to be treated. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. One should treat others as one would like others to treat oneself, an expression of the golden rule. Do to fasten a piece of clothing, etc. To tighten a nut, etc. Do violence to gravely harm. Do what? Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See do, want. Do well. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See do, well. Do well by doing good. To achieve social acceptance or financial success as a result of behaving in a benevolent or charitable manner. Do well for oneself. To thrive or succeed. Do what? An intensified version of what? Expressing surprise or lack of comprehension. Do what I say, not what I do. Alternative form of do as I say and not as I do. Do what it says on the tin. Alternative form of do exactly what it says on the tin. Do it. Only used in to do with. Do with mirrors. To perform a magic or optical trick with the use of hidden mirrors, implying trickery and sham. Do with that. To manage despite the lack of. Do wonders. Synonym of work wonders. Do you? Alternative form of you do you. Do you accept American dollars? Used to ask whether or not products or services may be paid for in American dollars. Do you accept credit cards? Used to ask whether or not products or services may be paid for by credit card. Do you believe in God? Used to ask whether the interlocutor believes in God. Do you come here often? A common phrase for initiating conversation with a stranger, especially one for seeking romantic involvement. Do you have a boyfriend? Used to ask whether the interlocutor has a boyfriend. Do you have a girlfriend? Used to ask whether the interlocutor has a girlfriend. Do you have a menu in English? A question used to ask for a restaurant menu in the English language. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Used to ask whether someone has any siblings. Do you have any pets? Used to ask whether the interlocutor is an owner of pets. Do you have children? Used to ask whether somebody is a parent of children. Do you have Wi-Fi? Asks if there is any available Wi-Fi connection. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth? Alternative form of you kiss your mother with that mouth. Do you know the Bishop of Norwich? Can you pass the port, please? Do you know what I'm saying? Used as a rhetorical question to confirm attention, understanding, or agreement at the end of an utterance or each segment thereof. Do you know who I am? An arrogant expression of one's importance. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you mind? Used to politely ask someone for a favor. Do you need help? Asks the interlocutor if they require assistance. Do you need to use the bathroom? Used to ask if one's interlocutor needs to urinate or defecate. Do you speak English? Asks the interlocutor whether or not they are able to speak in the English language. Do you think you can walk? Asked to find out whether an ill or wounded person is able to walk or needs to sit down or lie down. Alternative form of das, plural of do. Do's and don'ts. Alternative form of das and don'ts. Do's and don'ts. Alternative form of das and don'ts. Dot. Second person singular simple present indicative of do. A contraction of do it. Duocracies. Plural of duocracy. Duocracy. Alternative form of duocracy. Duot. A general manager or factotum. Duos. Plural of do-all. Do batter. A person who does bad things. Do batters. Plural of do batter. Do-dat. Alternative spelling of doodad. Do-dat. Plural of doodad. Doer. Alternative form of doer. Doers. Plural of doer. Do funes. plural of do funny. Do funny, a doodad, a thing to Mijig. Do-gooder, one who advocates a certain course of action, often a political or social concern, and often with the naive conviction of their own moral superiority. Do-gooderies, plural of do-goodery. Do-gooderism, the behavior of do-gooders. Do-gooders, plural of do-gooder. Do-goodery, the supposedly helpful activities of a do-gooder. Do-gooding, advocating or performing a supposed morally superior course of action, even in the face of overwhelming experience or factual evidence that its effect is only irrelevant or harmful. Do-goodism, the action of a do-gooder. Do-goodisms, plural of do-goodism. Do-thidi, alternative spelling of doohickey. Do-hiddies, plural of do-hickey. Do-hidgy, rare form of do-hickey. Do-insertion, synonym of do-support. Do-insertions, plural of do-insertion. Do-it-herselfer, a female do-it-herselfer. Do-it-herselfers, plural of do-it-herselfer. Do-it-yourself, alternative form of do-it-yourself. Do-it-yourselfism, alternative form of do-it-yourselfism. Do-it-yourselfness, alternative form of do-it-yourselfness. Do-it-yourselfer, a practitioner of do-it-yourself. Do-it-yourselfers, plural of do-it-yourselfer. Do-it-yourselfism, the practice of engaging in do-it-yourself. Do-it-yourselfness, the habit or approach of doing something for oneself rather than, for example, buying a prepared product. Do little, one who performs little though professing much. Do littles, plural of do little. Do not, a lazy idler. Do nots, plural of do not. Do nothing, doing nothing, not taking any action. Do nothingism, inactivity, habitual sloth, idleness. Do nothingness, inactivity, habitual sloth, idleness. Do nothings, plural of do nothing. Duocracies, plural of duocracy. Duocracy, an organization in which power and responsibility are held by those who do the most work. Duocratic, relating to or involving duocracies, an organization in which power is held by those who do the most work. Duocratically, in the manner of a duocracy, an organization in which power is held by those who do the most work. Do or die, requiring a determined or desperate effort to avoid the consequences of failure. Do over, a repeat of a previous activity with the hope of greater success. Do-overs, plural of do-over. Do-rag, a piece of cloth used to cover the head. Do-rags, plural of do-rag. Do-remai, muddy. Do-za-do, alternative form of das-a-das. Do-za-das, plural of do-sa-do. Do-si-do, alternative form of das-a-das. Do-si-do, alternative form of das. Das. Do-si-nas, plural of do-si-do. Do-support, the use of the auxiliary verb do in negative or interrogative English sentences that do not contain other auxiliaries. Do-I-loo, a construction in which a series of commands are performed once initially and then repeatedly for as long as a specified condition evaluates to true. Do-I-loops, plural of do while lu. The abbreviation of ditto. The initialism of dead on arrival. The a tongue or tract of land included between two rivers, especially that between the Ganges and the Yamuna. Dobaba, a region in the state of Punjab in northern India lying between the Beas and Sutlej rivers. Doabai, a dialect of Punjabi spoken in the Doabar region in both India and Pakistan. Doabilities, plural of doability. Doability, feasibility, practicability. Doal, possible to do, feasible. Doabler, comparative form of doable, more doable. Doals, plural of doable. Dovabis, plural of doab. Dov, initialism of direct oral anticoagulant. Dov, plural of doke. Dov, a village southwest of Ballyclare, County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Dov, a surname. Dokes, plural of doke. Don, a surname. Don, pronunciation spelling of don't. Don, a surname from Irish. Dons, plural of don. Don, a female given name. Dons, plural of don. Dor, alternative form of douars. Doors, alternative form of douars. The acronym of dumbest. Of all time. The obsolete spelling of dote. The simple past and past participle of dote. Dolder, obsolete spelling of doter. Doters, plural of doter. Dode, present participle and gerund of dote. Doting. Doting piece, a darling, a favorite who is doted on. Doting pieces, plural of doting peas. Dovingly, archaic form of dotingly. Dovings, plural of doting. Dovis, obsolete spelling of dotish. Dot, plural of dote. Dots, third person singular simple present indicative of dote. Dot, initialism of date of birth. Duve, initialism of date of birth. Dot, to play truant. Dabin, to betray someone by informing on them. Dobarseni, a commune of Batasani County, Romania. Dobarlau, a river in Kavesna, Romania. Dobesh, alternative form of Dubesh. Dobais, plural of Dobesh. Not a surname originating as a patronymic. Dobrau, a suburb of West Stoughton, metropolitan borough of Bolton, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6405. Dob, simple past and past participle of dob. Dobbed in, simple past and past participle of dob in. Dauber, alternative form of dauber marker pen used for bingo cards. Daughters, plural of dauber. Dauberstein, a surname from German. Daubersteins, plural of Dauberstein. Dayako, the Italian name for Talblach, South Tyrol, Italy. Dabi, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dabe, plural of Dabi. Dabe, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dabe, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dabbing in, present participle and gerund of dab in. Dobbins, a surname. Dobbins, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dobbinson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dobb, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dobbses, plural of Dobbs. Dobby, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dobbin, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dobchik, archaic form of Dabchik. Dobchiks, plural of Dobchik. Dobkras, a village in Saddleworth Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Oldham, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9906. Dov, a Doberman Pinscher. Doba, a surname from Polish. Dobaks, plural of Doba. Doldal, a town in Latvia. Doldal, a surname. Dobul's solution, an aqueous solution of carbolic acid, borax, sodium bicarbonate, and glycerine used as a spray in diseases of the nose and throat. Dobos, plural of Dobel. Derberiner's lamp, an early lighter in which zinc metal reacts with sulfuric acid to produce hydrogen gas. When a valve is opened, a jet of hydrogen is released and bursts into flame. The ignition is catalyzed by platinum metal. Derberiner's lamps, plural of Derberiner's lamp. Doberge, a Doberge cake. Doberge cake, a dessert made of alternate layers of cake and pudding, often half chocolate and half lemon, and covered with a fondant shell or poured glaze. Doberge cakes, plural of Doberge cake. Doberges, plural of Doberge. Doberman, non-standard spelling of Doberman. Doberman Pinscher, a large domestic breed of dog originally bred as a watchdog, kept mainly as pets in modern times. Doberman Pinscher, alternative form of Doberman Pinscher. Doberman Pinschers, plural of Doberman Pinscher. Doberman Pinschers, plural of Doberman Pinscher. Doberman, a large breed of guard dog bred in Germany. Doberman Pinscher, a large breed of domestic dog. Doberman Pinschers, plural of Doberman Pinscher. Dobermans, plural of Doberman. Dobermans, plural of Doberman. Doberman, plural of Doberman. Dobes, plural of Dobe. Dobsalite, a silicate anion derived from hydroquinone. Dob Harchu, a creature from Irish and Scottish folklore that resembles both a dog and an otter, or sometimes a half-dog, half-fish. Dabash, a native interpreter in India. Dabashes, plural of Dabash. The Pafti, a style of Bengali used that linguistically adapts Persian grammar and vocabulary, a mix of Persian and Bengali. Dobian, a village in the Swabai district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, Pakistan. Dobi, a Doberman dog. Dobignu, a town in Lubas Voivodeship, Poland. Dobes, plural of Dobi. Dobin, a surname. Dobe, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dobinson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dobgan, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dawa, a historical gold coin used in the Iberian Peninsula between the 11th and 16th centuries. Dabas. Plural of Dabla. Dabel, a surname. Dabler, a surname from German. Dablers, plural of Dabler. Dabbles, plural of Dabel. Dabla, obsolete form of doubloon. Dobluns. Plural of Doblon. Doblons, plural of Doblon. Dobos tort, a Hungarian sponge cake layered with chocolate buttercream and topped with caramel. Dobos torten, plural of Dobos tort. Dobos torts, plural of Dobos tort. Dabas, a surname from Polish. Dabasses, plural of Dabas. Dobra, a Romanian surname. Nabras, plural of Dobra. Dobrescu, a surname from Romanian. Dobresti, a village in Garda de Sus, Alba County, Romania. Dobretu, a village and commune of Olt County, Romania. Dobro, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname De or Yeved Dobro. Dobrevs, plural of Dobro. Dobrich, a city in northeastern Bulgaria. Dobrik, a surname from Slovak. Dobrix, plural of Dobrik. Dobrilo, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Dobrin, a surname. Dobrins, plural of Dobrin. Dobro, a type of acoustic guitar with a metal resonator set into its body. Dobroes, one who plays a dobro. Dobroists, plural of Dobroes. Dobrokonotov, a transliteration of the Russian surname De or Be Ora or Te or Vedobriksatov. Dobromir, a commune of Constanta County, Romania. Dobromil, a city in Lviv Oblast in western Ukraine. Dobropilia, a city in Donetsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Dobros, plural of Dobro. Dobrosloveni, a village and commune of Olt County, Romania. Dobrotsty, a village and commune of Dolj County, Romania. Dabazget, a surname from Russian. Dobrowolski, a surname from Polish. Dobrowolskis, plural of Dobrowolski. Dobruja, a geographic region in southeastern Europe, politically divided between Bulgaria and Romania, located between the lower Danube River and the Black Sea. Dobrujan Tatar, the Tatar lect is spoken in Dobruja, Romania, Crimean Tatar and Nagai. Dobron, a village and commune of Olt County, Romania. Dobry, a surname. Dobries, plural of Dobry. Dobazinski, a surname from Polish. Dobazinskis, plural of Dobazinski. Plural of Zayobi. Ilyas, plural of do be date of birth. Dob, third person singular simple present indicative of Dob. Dobsvin, third person singular simple present indicative of Dob in. Dobsenga, an animal resembling a thylacine, rumored to live in the New Guinea highlands. Dobson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dobson unit, a unit of measurement of the amount of a trace gas, typically ozone, in a vertical column through the Earth's atmosphere. Dobson units, plural of Dobson unit. Dobson flies, plural of Dobson fly. Dobson fly, any insect of the subfamily Chordalinae, whose males have long mandibles, found in the Americas and related most closely to the fifthfly. Dobsonian, a Dobsonian telescope. Dobsonian telescope, an alt-azimuth-mounted Newtonian telescope, a type of reflecting telescope. Dobsonian telescopes, plural of Dobsonian telescope. Dobsonians, plural of Dobsonian. Dobsons, plural of Dobson. Tabu, an Austronesian language spoken in Milne Bay province of Papua New Guinea. Dabuan, synonym of Dabu. Dabu, a common Dace luciscus luciscus. Dabules, plural of dabule. Dabund, an additional embankment to reinforce those already present. Dabund, plural of dabund. Dabapri, an antipsychotic drug. Dobutamine is strongly inotropic catecholamy administered intravenously in the form of this hydrofluoride CH-NO-HCl, especially to increase cardiac output and lower wedge pressure in heart failure and after cardiopulmonary bypass surgery. Dobwalls, a village and civil parish west of Liskeard, southeast Cornwall, England. OS grid ref SX 2165. Doby, a surname. Dobbins, a surname. Dobbinses, plural of Dobbins. Dobes, plural of Doby. Dobanskian, or relating to Theodosius Dojansky, 1900-1975, Ukrainian-American geneticist and evolutionary biologist. Dobinskian, alternative form of Dojanskian. Initialism of drug of choice. A nickname for a medical doctor, a person with an advanced educational degree, or a learned person. Doctorat, the unauthorized public disclosure of private information. Doctorat, simple past and past participle of doctorat. Doc dropping, present participle and gerund of doc drop. Doc drops, plural of doc drop. Doc Martin, singular of Doc Martens. Doc Martin, wearing Doc Martens. Doc Martens, Dr. Martens brand footwear, especially a style of high lace-up leather boot with air cushion, sole traditionally associated with British skinheads, adopted by other subcultures at various times. Doc in a box, a small medical clinic. Doc, abbreviation of document. Docarpamine, a dopamine agonist, a prodrug for epinine. Docbala, a specially formatted comment in source code used to document a specific segment of the code. Doc blocks, plural of doc block. Doxy, a documentary. Doc is, plural of doxy. Dozabanon, a lipoxygenase inhibitor. Docent, instructive, that teaches. Docents, plural of docent. Dosti, the followers of the Christian heresy of docetism. Dostaxel, a senesynthetic antineoplastic drug CH03H2O trademark taxoter that is administered intravenously to treat various cancers as of the lung, breast, or prostate and is derived from the needles of a yew tree Taxus baccata of Europe. Docetic, pertaining to docetism. Docetically, in a docetic manner, in terms of docetism. Docetism, the doctrine of the docedes, that Jesus only appeared to have a physical body and was ultimately of celestial substance. Docetisms, Plural of docetism. Docetist. One who believes in docetism. Docetistic. Docetic. Docetists. Plural of dostis. Dostis. To explain or interpret in terms of docetism. Dostized. Simple past and past participle of dostize. Dostizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of dostize. Dostizing. Present participle and gerund of dostize. Chart. A river in Stirling Council area, Scotland, which flows into Lough Tay at Killen. Docheny. A surname. Docherty. A surname from Irish. Dachliac. Pertaining to or containing the Dachmias. Dachviacs. Plural of Dachmiac. That. Plural of Dachmias. Dachmes. A metrical flet of 5 syllables used in Greek tragedy for highly anguished scenes. The metrical pattern is typically short, long, long, short, long. Dachmeses. Plural of Dachmias. Docility. Capacity or willingness to be taught. Dosobo. Easily taught, tamed, or managed. Teachable. Dosomonas. Teachableness. Docility. Docile. Ready to accept instruction or direction. Obedient. Subservient. Docilely. Submissively or obediently. Dosones. Quality of being docile. Docility. Dociler. Comparative form of docile. More docile. Docilis. Superlative form of docile. Most docile. Docilities. Plural of docility. Docility. The quality of being docile. Docilization. The process of making docile. Docilize. To make docile. Docilized. Simple past and past participle of docilize. Docilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of docilize. Docilizing. Present participle and gerund of docilize. Docility. Alternative form of docilely. Docimacy. Alternative form of docimacy. Docimasia. Alternative form of docimacy, a saying. Docimacies. Plural of docimacy. Docimastic. Of, or relating to an experiment, test, or assay. Docimastical. Alternative form of docimastic. Docimastically. Experimentally, by means of experiment. Docimastics. Synonym of docimacy, a saying. Docimacy. The art by which the nature and proportions of an ore are determined, a saying. Decimium. Alternative form of decimium, ancient city. Decimia. Alternative form of decimium, ancient city. Decimium. An ancient city in Phrygia, Asia Minor, known for its marble quarries. Decimo. A surname from Italian. Docimology. Scientific testing, as in assaying metals, etc. Dohis. Docile. Docility. The quality of being teachable, trainable. Dozu. A surname from Romanian. Dai. A male given name or nickname. Dock connector. A connector used to attach a mobile electronic device simultaneously to multiple external resources. Dock connectors. Plural of dock connector. Dock leaf. The leaf of the dock plant, traditionally rubbed against the skin as a remedy for the sting of nettles. Dock leaves. Plural of dock leaf. Dock pudding. A pudding from the north of England, made with the leaves of bistort along with oatmeal, nettles, onion, and seasoning, and traditionally fried with bacon. Dock puddings, plural of dock pudding. Dock walloper, a person who loiters around a dock in search of casual employment. Dock wallopers, plural of dock walloper. Dock walloping, the activity of a dock walloper loitering around a dock in search of casual employment. Dock warrant, a warehouse receipt. Dock warrants, plural of dock warrant. Dock worker, alternative form of dock worker. Dock workers, plural of dock worker. Knockables, that can be docked. Dockables, plural of dockable. Dockage, docks collectively, dock space. Dockages, plural of dockage. Dockboard, a platform used to provide a level surface for loading and unloading goods between a loading dock and a vehicle. Dockboards, plural of dockboard. Docked, simple past and past participle of dock. Docken, a surname. Dockendorf, a surname. Dockendorfs, plural of Dockendorf. Dockens, plural of Docken. Docker, a hamlet and civil parish without a council in Westerland and Furness District, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District and Westerland OS Grid Ref FSD 5695. Docker hole, one of the tiny holes made in certain biscuits by the manufacturer to prevent them expanding like bread. Docker holes, plural of Docker hole. Dockerin, any of a class of proteins that interact with cohesin. Dockerins, plural of Dockerin. Dockerize, to package software by means of the Docker platform. Dockerize, simple past and past participle of Dockerize. Dockers, Fremantle Football Club, an Australian rules football club based in Fremantle, a suburb of Perth. Dockery, a surname. Dockeries, plural of dockery. Docket, a summary, a brief digest. Docketed, simple past and past participle of docket. Docketer, one who dockets. Docketers, plural of docketer. Docketing, present participle and gerund of docket. Docketing software, software for use in scheduling legal matters. For example, ex parte proceedings, litigation, and other legal matters. Docketings, plural of docketing. Dockets, plural of docket. Dockhand, someone who works at a dock. Dockhands, plural of dockhand. Dotty, a dock worker. Dotties, plural of docky. Document, pronunciation, spelling of document. Documents, plural of document. Docking, a village and civil parish in Kings Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. West Grid Ref TF 765370. Docking station, a piece of hardware into which a laptop computer can be plugged for use as a desktop computer, peripherals such as the monitor being connected directly to the docking station. Docking stations, plural of docking station. Dockins, plural of docking. Dockins, a surname. Dockinses, plural of Dockins. Dockization, alternative form of dockization. Dockize, alternative form of dockize. Dockize, simple past and past participle of dockize. Dockize is third person singular simple present indicative of dockize. Dockizing, present participle and gerund of dockize. Dockization, conversion of an area of water into a dock by excluding the tide with a dam. Dockize, to convert an area of water into a dock by excluding the tide with a dam. Dockize, simple past and past participle of dockize. Dockize is third person singular simple present indicative of dockize. Dockizing, present participle and gerund of dockize. Dockland, the land area surrounding a dock, especially the renovated or gentrified areas surrounding a former dock. Docklander, an inhabitant of the docklands. Docklanders, plural of docklander. Docklands, an area of a town or city which contains or used to contain an industrial port. Dockleaf, alternative form of dock leaf. Dockleaves, plural of dock leaf. Dockless, without a dock in various senses. Dockline, resembling or characteristic of a dock place for securing vessels. Dockline, a mooring cable / rope. Docklines, plural of dockline. Dockling, an obsolete GUI element similar to taskbars. Docklings, plural of dockling. Dockmaggie, a viburnum of species Viburnum acerifolium, native to eastern North America. Dockmaggies, plural of dockmackie. Dockman, a man who works on a dock. Dockmaster, someone in charge of a dock or of docking. Dockmasters, plural of dockmaster. Dockmen, plural of dockman. Dockmistress, a female dockmaster. Dockmistresses, plural of dockmistress. Dockominium, a boat slip sold like a condominium, so that the owner has exclusive use of the slip and shared use of common areas of the marina. Dockominiums, plural of dockominium. Dockplate, synonym of dockboard. Dockplates, plural of dockplate. Dockroll, a surname. Dockrolls, plural of dockroll. Dockus, plural of dock. Dockside, the area near a dock or next to a dock ship. Docksider, a boat shoe often used as casual footwear. Docksiders, plural of docksider. Docksides, plural of dockside. Dockstader, a surname from German. Dockstaters, plural of dockstader. Doctor, a surname. Doctors, plural of doctor. Dockwalloper, alternative form of dockwalloper. Dockwallopers, plural of dockwalloper. Dockworker, a person who works on the dock of a harbor or shipyard, usually employed to load or unload freight. Dockworkers, plural of dockworker. Dockworking, work at a dock, typically loading and unloading freight. Docky, lunch. Docky time, a mid-morning break. Dockyard, a place where ships are repaired or outfitted. Dockyardman, a laborer employed in a dockyard. Dockyardman, plural of dockyardmen. Dockyards, plural of dockyard. Doco, abbreviation of documentary. Docodont, any of several extinct mammals of the order Docodonta. Docodontan, any extinct mammaliaform of the order Docodonta. Docadontans. Plural of docodonton. Docodontid. Any extinct mammaliaform in a family, Docodontidae. Docodontids. Plural of docodontid. Docodonts. Plural of docodont. Docoglosson. Any member of the Docoglossa. Docoglossans. Plural of docoglosson. Docoglossate. Of or relating to the Docoglossa, a taxonomic order of limpets. Doconazole. An antifungal drug. Docos. Plural of doco. Docasa. 22. Docosadiene. A diene with a 22 carbon chain and 2 double bonds. Docosadienote. Any salt or ester of docosadienoic acid. Docosadienotes. Plural of docosadienote. Docosadienoic. Of or pertaining to a docosadienoic acid or its derivatives. Docosadienoic acid. Any of several isomeric, unsaturated fatty acids having 22 carbon atoms and 2 double bonds. Docosadiose. Any salt or ester of a docosadioic acid. Docosadiotes. Plural of docosadiote. Docosahexenote. Any salt or ester of docosahexenoic acid. Docosahexenotes. Plural of docosahexenote. Docosahexenoic. Of or pertaining to docosahexenoic acid or its derivatives. Docosahexenoic acid. An essential 22 carbon atom omega-3 fatty acid with 6 cis double bonds, found in fish oils, metabolized to form the docosanoids. Docosahexenoil. The univalent radical derived from docosahexenoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Docosahexenoic. Misspelling of docosahexenoic. Docosahexenote. Any salt or ester of docosahexenoic acid. Docosahexenoic. Alternative spelling of docosahexenoic. Docosahexenoic acid. Misspelling of docosahexenoic acid. Docosahydrate. Any compound that has 22 water molecules per molecule or unit cell. Docosahydrates. Plural of docosahydrate. Docosane. Any alkene having 22 carbon atoms but especially in ozane ZCC. Docosane. Any DL derived from docosane. Docosanes. Plural of docosane. Docosanoic. Of or pertaining to docosanoic acid or its derivatives. Dehenic. Docosanoic acid. Dehenic acid. Docosanoi. Any of various signaling molecules made by oxygenation of 22 carbon essential fatty acids, especially docosahexenoic acid, including some resolvins and the docosatrians. Docosanoids. Plural of docosanoi. Docosanol. A saturated aliphatic alcohol containing 22 carbon atoms, used mainly as an antiviral agent, specifically for treatment of cold sores. Docosanoil. The univalent radical derived from docosanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Docosapentene. Any alkene that contains 22 carbon atoms and 5 double bonds. Docosapentenote. Any salt or ester of a docosapentenoic acid. Docosapentenotes. Plural of docosapentenote. Docosapentenoic. Of or pertaining to docosapentenoic acid or its derivatives. Docosapentenoic acid. A polyunsaturated fatty acid having 22 carbon atoms and 5 double bonds. Docosatotrine. A a diene that has 22 carbon atoms and 4 double bonds. Docosahexaenoic, of or pertaining to docosahexaenoic acid or its derivatives, and adrenic. Docosahexaenoic acid, adrenic acid. Docosatriene, a compound containing conjugated trine structures generated from docosahexaenoic acid. Docosatriene, plural of docosatriene. Docosatrienote, any salt or ester of docosatrienoic acid. Docosatrienotes, plural of docosatrienote. Docosnamide, an acid amide of a docosanoic acid. Docosine, a linear alkene that consists of 22 carbon atoms and contains 1 double bond. Docosnote, a salt or ester of docosanoic acid. Docosnotes, plural of docosnote. Docosanoic, relating to docosanoic acid or its derivatives. Docosanoic acid, any monounsaturated fatty acid that has 22 carbon atoms. Docosanoyl, the univalent radical derived from docosanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Docosol, the univalent radical derived from docosane or docosanyl. Doce, archaic form of docet. Doce, simple past and past participle of doce. Doce, present participle and gerund of doce. Doces, plural of doce. Decada, simple past and past participle of doce. Decading, present participle and gerund of doce. Dockert, a folder located on a web server which contains all of a website's pages. Dockerts, plural of Dockert. Docus, acronym of Department of Correctional Services. Doc, plural of DOC. Docus, Dr. Martin's boots. Docsat, a set of related documents. Docsas, plural of docsas. Docsas, acronym of Data over Cable Service Interface Specification. Docstring, a string literal specified in source code that is used, like a comment, to document a specific segment of code, but remains available at runtime. Docstrings, plural of docstring. Doctor, a surname. Doctors, plural of doctor. Doctoloquent, speaking learnedly. Doctor, a mnemonic to help remember the difference between the Spanish verbs ser and estar, both meaning to be. Ser is generally used for descriptions, occupations, characteristics, times, origins, and relationships. Doctor, the title of an academic or medical doctorate, a person who holds a doctorate, used before or instead of the doctor's name. Dr. Atkins, synonym of Atkins diet. Dr. Bird, Trochilus polypmus, a red-billed streamer tail, scissor-tail hummingbird, scissors-tail hummingbird, hummingbird. Dr. Birds, plural of Dr. Bird. Dr. Blade, a metal blade used in printing for scraping off excess ink or toner from the printing roll. Dr. Blades, plural of Dr. Blade. Dr. Feelgood, heroine. Dr. Frankenstein, synonym of mad scientist. Dr. Frankensteins, plural of Dr. Frankenstein. Dr. Google, the internet when used to seek out medical advice. Dr. Killer, a personal light aircraft attributed to a large number of serious accidents or fatal crashes. Dr. Killers, plural of Dr. Killer. Doctor of Arts, A terminal degree similar to an ed.d. or a ph.d. but with a focus on content speciality. It may be conferred as a prestigious honorary doctorate with the added designation of honoris causa. Doctor of Humane Letters, a degree that is almost always conferred as an honorary degree, usually to those who have distinguished themselves in areas other than science, government, literature, or religion. Doctor of Musical Arts, a terminal degree intended for musicians who wish to combine the highest attainments in their major area with proven accomplishment in theoretical studies and musicology. Doctor of Philosophy, a terminal research degree and one of the highest doctorates awarded by a university. Doctor of Science, an academic research degree awarded in a number of countries throughout the world. Latin, scientiae doctor. Doctor shopping, the illegal practice of a patient requesting treatment from multiple physicians in order to obtain prescription drugs, either to feed an addiction or resell them. Doctor up, to falsify or modify something so that it appears to be better than it is. Dr. Hovian, synonym of Hovian. Dr. Hovians, plural of Dr. Hovian. Dr. Yellow, the high-speed track testing train used on the Tokaido Shinkansen and Sanyo Shinkansen. Doctors, a doctor's surgery. Doctor's bonnet, synonym of tutor bonnet. Doctor's certificate, a medical certificate. Doctor's note, a note from a doctor certifying the patient is ill and therefore unable to go to work, school, etc. Doctor's office, a clinic where one or more doctors receives patients for their medical care. Doctor's orders, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Doctor's orders. Doctor's stuff, medicine. Doctor's we, synonym of nurses we. Doctor, heal thyself, synonym of physician, heal thyself. Doctorable, of a symptom or medical problem worth taking to a doctor. Doctoral, relating to a doctorate. Doctoral advisor, an academic who advises students who are taking doctorates. Doctoral theses, plural of doctoral thesis. Doctoral thesis, a research paper that a student writes in order to complete the requirements for a doctorate, a dissertation. Doctoral, obsolete form of doctoral. Doctorate, in the manner of a doctor or up to a doctorate level. Doctorand, a postgraduate aiming to receive a doctorate, a Ph.D. student. Doctorandi, plural of doctorandus. Doctorands, plural of doctorand. Doctorandus, a person who has passed a doctoral exam at a university but has not yet attained a doctorate. Doctorate, the highest degree awarded by a university faculty. Doctorated, simple past and past participle of doctorate. Doctorates, plural of doctorate. Doctorating, present participle and gerund of doctorate. Doctor bird, alternative form of Dr. Bird. Doctor birds, plural of doctor bird. Doctor bush, any of several leadworts plumbago scandens, plumbago zealandtica. Doctor bushes, plural of doctor bush. Doctor, the realm or sphere of doctors, doctors collectively. Doctored, past participle of doctor. Doctored up, simple past and past participle of doctor up. Doctor, one who doctors. Doctors, plural of doctor. Doctors, the jargon used by medical doctors. Doctoress, a female doctor. Doctoresses, plural of doctoress. Doctorish, either of the fish rufa and Cyprinian macrostomus, which feed on dead skin while leaving the healthy skin intact. Doctorfishes, plural of doctorfish. Doctorhood, the status or period of being a doctor. Daftoyo, doctoral, daftoyo, by or in the manner of a doctor. Doctoring, pronunciation spelling of doctoring. Doctoring, present participle and gerund of doctor. Doctoring up, present participle and gerund of doctor up. Doctorings, plural of doctoring. Doctorge, of or pertaining to the qualities of a doctor. Doctorishness, the state or quality of being like a doctor. Doctorize, to work as a doctor. Doctorize, simple past and past participle of doctorize. Doctorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of doctorize. Doctorizing, present participle and gerund of doctorize. Doctorless, without a doctor or doctors. Doctoi, resembling or characteristic of a doctor. Doctorling, a minor, subordinate, or inferior doctor. Doctorlings, plural of doctorling. Doctorly, in the manner of a doctor. Doctoro. A surname. Doctoroian, of or pertaining to E. L. Doctoro 1931-2015, American novelist, editor, and professor. Doctors, plural of doctor. Doctors make the worst patients. It is difficult to advise people on subjects that they are experts on. Doctors of arts, plural of doctor of arts. Doctors of humane letters, plural of doctor of humane letters. Doctors of musical arts, plural of doctor of musical arts. Doctors of philosophy, plural of doctor of philosophy. Doctors of science, plural of doctor of science. Doctors up, third person singular simple present indicative of doctor up. Doctor's certificate. Plural of doctor's certificate. Doctors' Commons, a society of lawyers practicing civil law in London, England, incorporated by Royal Charter in 1768. Doctors' offices, plural of doctor's office. Doctorship, professional position or title of a doctor. Doctorships, plural of doctorship. Doctor speak, the jargon used by doctors, medical language. Doctor, obsolete form of doctor. Doctors, plural of doctor. Doctorship, obsolete form of doctorship. Doctress, a female doctor. Doctresses, plural of doctress. Doctresses, plural of doctrix. Doctrinal, of the nature of or constituting doctrine. Doctrinaire, a person who stubbornly holds to a philosophy or opinion regardless of its feasibility. Doctrinarily, in a doctrinaire way, according to some strict doctrine. Doctrinaires, plural of doctrinaire. Doctrinairism, doctrinaire attitudes generally. Doctrinairisms, plural of doctrinairism. Doctrinal, of, relating to, involving, belonging to, or concerning a doctrine. Doctrinalism, the abuse or strict adherence of a doctrine to a specific purpose. Doctrinalisms, plural of doctrinalism. Doctrinalist, a person who adheres to a doctrine. Doctrinalists, plural of doctrinalis. Doctrinality, the quality of being doctrinal. Doctrinally, in a doctrinal manner, in terms of doctrine. Doctrinals, plural of doctrinal. Doctrinarian, a doctrinaire. Doctrinarianism, the principles or practices of doctrinaires. Doctrinarianisms, plural of doctrinarianism. Doctrinarians, plural of doctrinarian. Doctrinarily, in a doctrinary manner or context, in terms of doctrine. Doctrinarity, the quality of being doctrinaire. Doctrinary, of relating to or following a doctrine. Doctrination, indoctrination. Doctrinations, plural of doctrination. Doctrine, a belief or tenet, is especially about philosophical or theological matters. Doctrine of equivalence, a legal rule in most patent systems that allows a court to hold a party liable for patent infringement when the infringing device or process does not fall within the literal scope of a patent claim, but nevertheless is equivalent to the claimed invention. Doctrine of foreign equivalence, a rule applied in United States trademark under which foreign words are translated into English to determine whether they are registrable as trademarks or are either descriptive or confusingly similar with existing marks. Doctrine of necessity. Necessarianism especially is espoused by Joseph Priestley. Doctrine of philosophical necessity, synonym of doctrine of necessity. Doctrine of signatures, the ancient belief that herbs resembling various parts of the body can be used to treat ailments of those parts. Doctrineless, without a doctrine. Doctrinelessness, absence of doctrine. Doctrines, plural of doctrine. Doctrinize, alternative form of doctrinize. Doctrinize, simple past and past participle of doctrinize. Doctrinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of doctrinize. Doctrinizing, present participle and gerund of doctrinize. Doctrinism, doctrinal rigidity, using a doctrine without any criticism. Doctrinisms, plural of doctrinism. Doctrinization, the preaching or promulgation of a doctrine. Doctrinize, to preach a doctrine. Doctrinize, simple past and past participle of doctrinize. Doctrinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of doctrinize. Doctrinizing, present participle and gerund of doctrinize. Doctrix, a female medical doctor, physician. Doctrixes, plural of doctrix. Docthat, a directive that associates an HTML or XML document such as a web page with a document type definition, potentially affecting how it is parsed and rendered. Doctypes, plural of doctype. Docu, clipping of documentary. Docudrama, alternative form of docudrama. Docufiction, alternative form of docufiction. Docufictions, plural of docufiction. Docu-soap, alternative form of docu-soap. Docucam, a document camera. Docucams, plural of docucam. Docucomedies, plural of docucomedy. Docucomedy, a comedy presented as though it were a documentary. Docudrama, a type of drama, a film, a television show, or a play that combines elements of documentary and drama, to some extent showing real events, and to some extent using actors performing recreations of documented events. Docudramas, plural of docudrama. Docudramatic, of or relating to docudrama. Docudramatist, a writer of docudrama. Docudramatists, plural of docudramatists. Docudramatization, the process of adapting something into a docudrama. Docudramatizations, plural of docudramatization. Docudramatize, to convert into the form of a docudrama. Docudramatize, simple past and past participle of docudramatize. Docudramatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of docudramatize. Docudramatizing, present participle and gerund of docudramatize. Docufantasies, plural of docufantasy. Docufantasy, a fictional program presented as a documentary. Docufiction, a cinematographic combination of documentary and fiction. Docufictional, of or relating to docufiction. Docufictions, plural of docufiction. Docufilm, a film or video production presenting personal, social, political, or historical subject matter in a factually accurate and informative or entertaining manner that often consists of archival footage and / or interviews supported by narration. Docufilm, plural of docufilm. Doculect, a language that has been documented in any way, including raw data such as sound files, primary data such as transcribed text, or secondary data such as a grammatical description. Doculects, plural of doculect. Documedia, a kind of documentary media. Documemoir, a memoir taking the form of a documentary. Documemoirs, plural of documemoir. Document, an original or official paper used as the basis, proof, or support of anything else, including any writing, book, or other instrument conveying information pertinent to such proof or support. Document camera, a real-time image capture device used to display an object to an audience. Document cameras, plural of document camera. Document management system, a computer system or set of computer programs used to track and store electronic documents and/or images of paper documents. Document management systems, plural of document management system. Document object model, a cross-platform, language-independent convention for representing and interacting with objects in HTML, XHTML, and XML documents. Document object models, plural of document object model. Document retrieval, the matching of a user query against a set of free text records, including unstructured text such as newspaper articles, real estate records, or paragraphs in a manual. Document retrievals, plural of document retrieval. Document structuring, the systematic arrangement and grouping of sentences within a generated text. Document-oriented, storing data in documents without a schema, which allows for arbitrary structuring of the data. Documentability, the quality of being documentable. Documentable, capable of being supported by documentary evidence. Documentably, in a documentable manner. Documental, of or relating to written evidence, documentary. Documentalist, a person, especially a librarian, who is an expert in documents and documentation. Documentalists, plural of documentalists. Documentality, a theory giving documents a central position within the sphere of social objects, conceived as distinct from physical and ideal objects. Documentarian, a person whose profession is to create documentary films. Documentarians, plural of documentarian. Documentaries, plural of documentary. documentarily, by means of documents. Documentariness, the quality of being documentary. Documentarize, alternative form of documentarize. Documentarize, simple past and past participle of documentarize. Documentarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of documentarize. Documentarizing, present participle and gerund of documentarize. Documentarism, the study of the writing or sourcing of texts. Documentaris, a maker of documentaries. Documentarists, plural of documentaris. Documentary, of, related to, or based on documents. Documentary hypothesis, the hypothesis that the Pentateuch consists of two or more, usually four, originally distinct major documents. Documentary-like, resembling a documentary. Documentate, to document. Documentation, something transposed from a thought to a document, the written account of an idea. Documentational, synonym of documentative. Documentation, plural of documentation. Documentative, of or pertaining to documents or documentation. Documented, simple past and past participle of document. Documenter, one who documents something. Documenters, plural of documenter. Documenting, present participle and gerund of document. Document-like, resembling or characteristic of a document. Documentology, the study of the recording and retrieval of information. Documentor, alternative form of documenter. Documentors, plural of documentor. Documents, plural of document. Documercial, a documentary formatted and used to sell products. Documercials, plural of documercial. Docus, plural of docu. Docusate, synonym of docusate sodium. Docusate sodium, a laxative salt CH-NaO7S used to soften stools in the treatment or prevention of constipation. Docuseries, a documentary or a collection of documentaries presented as a series. Docusoap, a form of reality television in the style of a documentary in which an apparent plot is constructed by intention or editing in order to make programs in this genre resemble soap operas. Docusoaps, plural of docusoap. Docutainment, infotainment. Dot, initialism of date of death. Hude, alternative form of DOD. Dot, Sulk, Huff. Doda district, one of the districts in the Jammu division of the disputed Jammu and Kashmir in India. Dada, alternative spelling of doodad. Dadab, plural of dada. Dawdat, alternative spelling of doodad. Down that, plural of dawdad. Da, an English surname from Middle English derived from a Middle English given name of obscure origin. Doddard, a frail old man. Doddards, plural of doddard. Doddart, a sport or game much like hockey played in an open field. Doddart, plural of doddart. Dod, without horns. Dodder, a river in Ireland, a tributary of the Liffey. Doddard, of a tree, usually an oak, having lost the top or branches, especially through age and decay. Dodderer, somebody who dodders. Dodderers, plural of dodderer. Dodderhill, a civil parish northeast of Droitwich Spa, Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. Darren, Comparative form of dottery, more dottery. Darius, comparative form of dottery, more dottery. Dotteriness, the quality of dottery. Dottering, mentally or physically infirm due to old age, senile. Dotteringly, in a dottering manner. Dotterings, plural of dottering. Daughters, third person singular simple present indicative of daughter. Dottery, dottering, trembly, shaky. Dotty, alternative form of dotty. Dotted, plural of dotty. Dotty, present participle, and gerund of dot. Dottington, a number of places in England. Dottington and district, a civil parish in Cheshire. East Cheshire, England. Dottington and Wispy, a civil parish in North Kesteven district, west of the city of Lincoln, Lincolnshire, England, which includes these two places. Dottle, a job, task, or other activity that is easy to complete or simple. Dottle, simple past and past participle of dottle. Dottles, plural of dottle. Dawdling, present participle and gerund of dottle. Davard, a surname from Old English. Doddridge County, one of 55 counties in West Virginia, United States. County seat, West Union. Doddridges, plural of Doddridge. Dodd, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dotty, a hornless cow. Dude, acronym of Department of Defense Education Activity. Dodak, alternative form of dodeka used before a vowel. Dodeka, 12. Dodecabensakoronin, synonym of circumcoronine. Dodecabensakoronin, plural of dodecabensakoronin. Dodecabismuth, 12 atoms of bismuth in a chemical compound. What? Dodecabori, an anion or chemical compound containing 12 boron atoms in the formula. Dodecaborides, plural of dodecabori. Dodecacarbonate, a chemical compound containing 12 carbonate ions. Oh. Dodecachloride, a chemical compound containing 12 chloride ions or chlorine atoms. Tell. Dodeca, a group or set of 12. Dodecadactyla, plural of dodecadactylum. Dodecadactylum. Duodenum. Dodeca, alternative form of duodecade period of 12 years. Dodecade psipeptide, an oligomeric form of the psipeptide composed of 12 monomers. Dodecade psipeptides, plural of dodecade psipeptide. Dodecades, plural of dodecade. Dodecadic, of or relating to the number 12. Dodecadienal, any aliphatic aldehyde that has 12 carbon atoms and 2 double bonds. Dodecadienals, plural of dodecadienal. Dodecadodecahedra, plural of dodecadodecahedron. Dodecadodecahedral, having the form of the dodecadodecahedron. Dodecadodecahedron, a non-convex polyhedron with 24 faces, 30 vertices, and 60 edges. Dodecadodecahedrons, plural of dodecadodecahedron. Dodecadrachm, an ancient Greek gold coin that had a value of 12 drachmas. Dodecadrachms, plural of dodecadrachm. Dodecads, plural of dodecad. Dodecahedron, alternative spelling of dodecahedron. Dodecafluorinated, modified by the addition of 12 fluorine atoms. Dodecafluoropentane, synonym of perfluoropentane. Dodecagon, a polygon with 12 edges and 12 angles. Dodecagonal, having 12 sides and 12 angles. Dodecagons, plural of dodecagon. Dodecagram, a star polygon that has 12 vertices. Dodecagrams, plural of dodecagram. Dodecagrid, a tiling of the hyperbolic plane with regular dodecagons. Dodecagrids, plural of dodecagrid. Dodecagonous, of or relating to the obsolete order Dodecagenia. Dodecahedra, plural of dodecahedron. Dodecahedral, having 12 plane surfaces. Dodecahedron, one of the Platonic hydrocarbons, CH, having the carbon atoms at the vertices of a regular dodecahedron. Dodecahedric, alternative form of dodecahedral. Dodecahedron, a polyhedron with 12 faces. The regular dodecahedron has regular pentagons as faces and is one of the Platonic solids. Dodecahedronic, relating to or having the form of a dodecahedron. Dodecahedrons, plural of dodecahedron. Dodecahemicosahedron, a polyhedron with 12 pentagrams and 10 hexagons totaling to 22 faces, 60 edges, and 30 vertices. Dodecahistidine, 12 contiguous histidine amino acids, typically in a terminal position of some enzymes. Dodecahydrate, a hydrate whose solid contains 12 molecules of water of crystallization per molecule, or per unit cell. Dodecahydrates, plural of dodecahydrate. Dodecahydroxide, a chemical compound containing 12 hydroxide ions. Dodecalogies, plural of dodecalogy. Dodecalogy, a set of 12 chiefly used of books. Dodecamer, an oligomer having 12 subunits. Dodecamercury, 12 atoms of mercury in a chemical compound, Hg. Dodecameric, of or pertaining to a dodecamer. Dodecamerization, any reaction that produces a dodecamer. Dodecamerize, to form a dodecamer. Dodecamerize, simple past and past participle of dodecamerize. Dodecamerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dodecamerize. Dodecamerizing, present participle and gerund of dodecamerize. Dodecamerous, having the floral organs in 12. Dodecamers, plural of dodecamer. Dodecameter, a complex line that consists of 12 metric feet. Dodecameters, plural of dodecameter. Dodecamethylcyclohexasilixane, a particular cyclic siloxane. Dodecami, a fatty amino acid with a molecular formula CHNO. Dodecamine, an aliphatic amine that has 12 carbon atoms. Dodecanol, an organic compound with chemical formula CHCHCHO found in citrus oils and used in perfumery. Dodecandrian, of or relating to the dodecandria, having 12 stamens or from 12 to 19. Dodecandrin, a small protein that inhibits the action of ribosomes. Dodecandrous, having 12 stamens. Dodecane, any of very many isomers of the alkane having 12 carbon atoms, but especially in dodecane. That is used as a solvent and is present in diesel fuel. Dodecaneoic acid, a dicarboxylic acid used in antiseptics, engineering plastics, paints and coatings, and as a corrosion inhibitor and surfactant. Dodecanes, plural of dodecane. Dodecanese, an island chain consisting of 12 main islands including Rhodes, its capital. Dodecamesian, a native or inhabitant of the Dodecanese Islands. Dodecanesians, plural of Dodecanesian. Dodecanethial, ethyl derived from dodecane. Dodecanethials, plural of dodecanethial. Dodecanote, any salt or ester of dodecanoic acid. Dodecanotes, plural of dodecanote. Dodecanoic, of or pertaining to dodecanoic acid or its derivatives. Dodecanoic acid, any of several isomeric aliphatic carboxylic acids having 12 carbon atoms, but especially endodecanoic acid, lauric acid. Dodecanoic acids, plural of dodecanoic acid. Dodecanol, any aliphatic alcohol derived from a dodecane, but especially lauryl alcohol. Dodecanols, plural of dodecanol. Dodecanophenone, an organic marker, CHO, that is used for the determination of electroosmotic velocity. Dodecanol, the univalent radical derived from dodecanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group, lauryl. Dodecanucleotide, a codon containing 12 nucleotides. Dodecanucleotides, plural of dodecanucleotide. Dodecaoxide, any oxide having 12 oxygen atoms. Dodecaoxides, plural of dodecaoxide. Dodecaoxotrisilicate, a chemical compound with a formula containing 4 silicon atoms and 12 oxygen atoms, C4O. Dodecaoxotrisilicates, plural of dodecaoxotrisilicate. Dodecapartite, having 12 parts. Dodecapeptide, any oligopeptide that has 12 amino acid units. Dodecapeptides, plural of dodecapeptide. Dodecaphobia, fear of the number 12. Dodecaphobic, someone who suffers from dodecaphobia. Dodecaphobics, plural of dodecaphobic. Dodecaphonic, of or pertaining to dodecaphony. Dodecaphonically, in a dodecaphonic manner. Dodecaphonics, synonym of dodecaphony. Dodecaphonism, synonym of dodecaphony. Dodecaphonis, a practitioner or proponent of dodecaphony, i.e. use of the dodecaphonic musical scale, which has 12 tones per octave. Dodecaphonists, plural of dodecaphonists. Dodecaphony, 12-tone music, a form of composition using all 12 tones of the chromatic scale in such a way that they are equal, i.e. having no tonic, no dominant, no major key or minor keys, and no distinction between harmony and dissonance. Dodecaploid, having 12 complete sets of chromosomes in a single cell. Dodecaploidization, the process of becoming dodecaploid. Dodecaploidizations, plural of dodecaploidization. Dodecaploids, plural of dodecaploid. Dodecapolis, a group or confederation of 12 cities. Dodecarch, a member of a group of 12 rulers. Dodecarchies, plural of dodecarchy. Dodecarchs, plural of dodecarch. Dodecarchy, a government of 12 people. Dodecarhenium, 12 atoms of rhenium in a chemical compound with. Dodecasaccharide, any oligosaccharide composed of 12 monosaccharide units. Dodecasaccharides, plural of dodecasaccharide. Dodecasilicate, a chemical compound with 12 silicate groups in the formula. Dodecasilicates, plural of dodecasilicate. Dodecasodium, 12 sodium atoms or ions in a compound. Dodecastyle, having 12 columns in front. Dodecastyles, plural of dodecastyle. Dodecasulfate, any compound that contains 12 sulfate groups. Dodecasyllabic, having 12 syllables. Dodecasyllable, a word consisting of 12 syllables. Dodecasyllables, plural of dodecasyllable. Dodecatemeres, plural of dodecatemery. Dodecatemery, a 12th specifically each of the 12 divisions of the zodiac. Dodecatheism, alternative spelling of dodecatheism. Dodecathlon, a gymnastics competition comprising 12 subcompetitions. Dodecatrion, a chain of 12 carbon atoms with 3 double bonds. Dodecatrions, plural of dodecatrion. Dodecene, any monoalkene that has 12 carbon atoms. Dodecenes, plural of dodecene. Dodecanoic, of or pertaining to dodecanoic acids or their derivatives. Dodecanoic acid, any fatty acid having 12 carbon atoms and 1 double bond, but especially 2-dodecanoic acid, which is a signal molecule produced by Burkholderia cenospatia. Dodecanoic acids, plural of dodecanoic acid. Dodecanol, the univalent radical derived from dodecanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Dodecynyl, a radical derived from a dodecene. Dodecanyls, plural of dodecynyl. Dodecic, of degree 12. Dodecicosododecahedra, plural of dodecicosododecahedron. Dodecicosododecahedron, a uniform polyhedron with 44 faces, 120 edges, and 60 vertices. Dodecicosododecahedrons, plural of dodecicosododecahedron. Dodecin, a small protein from bacteria used to store flavins. Dodecupal scale, chromatic scale using 12-tone technique. Dodecupal scales, plural of dodecupal scale. Dodecuplet, a group of 12 notes, typically to be played in place of 8. Dodecuplets, plural of dodecuplet. Dodecyl, the aliphatic univalent radical CH, laurel. Dodecylamine, any of very many omegames from a dodecane, but especially the period ZH and H2. Dodecylamines, plural of dodecylamine. Dodecylbenzene, a liquid aromatic compound used to prepare the anionic detergent dodecylbenzene sodium sulfonate. Dodecylbenzenes, plural of dodecylbenzene. Dodecylbenzyl, a chemical group derived from dodecylbenzene. Dodecylcyclohexane, a cyclohexane CH found in petroleum. Dodecylcyclohexanes, plural of dodecylcyclohexane. Dodecylmaltoside, a dodecyl derivative of maltose that is used as a specialized non-ionic surfactant. Dodecyloxymethyl, an alkoxymethyl radical in which R is a dodecyl group. Dodecyl sulfate, any dodecyl sulfate. Dodecyl sulfates, plural of dodecyl sulfate. Dodecyl sulfate, alternative form of dodecyl sulfate. Dodecyl sulfates, plural of dodecyl sulfate. Dodecyl trimethylammonium, a quaternary ammonium cation containing 1 dodecyl and 3 methyl groups. Dodecyl trimethylammoniums, plural of dodecyl trimethylammonium. Dodecatheism, Synonym of Hellenism, the modern-day revival of the polytheistic religious system of ancient Greece. Dodomorph, a particular fungicide. Dirterlines bacillus, bacillus of the genus Lactobacillus. Dynast, dodau, dodaste, dodau, dod, a brand of motor vehicle. Dodge and bullet, to have a narrow escape, to avoid injury, disaster, or some other undesirable situation. Dodgeball, alternative form of dodgeball. Dodgeballs, plural of dodgeball. Dodge City, a city, the county seat of Ford County, Kansas, United States. Dodge County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Eastman, named after William E. Dodge the column, to avoid doing work. Dodge up, to fake, counterfeit, or concoct something dodgy. Dodgeable, capable of being dodged. Dodgeball, a team sport whose main objective is to dodge or catch balls thrown by the opposition. Dodgeballer, a player of dodgeball. Dodgeballers, plural of dodgeballer. Dodgeballs, plural of dodgeball. Dodge, simple past and past participle of dodge. Dodged bullet, simple past and past participle of dodge a bullet. Dodge top, simple past and past participle of dodge up. Dodge hole, full of dodges or tricks, shifty, evasive. Dodgeo, a bumper car in an amusement park. Dodgem car, a bumper car. Dodgem cars, plural of dodgem car. Dodgems, plural of dodgem. Dodin, a surname. Dodians, a surname. Dodai, a surname transferred from the given name. Dodger, a member of the Dodgers U.S. professional baseball team, either before or after they moved from Brooklyn to Los Angeles. Dodger blue, a blue color resembling the color of Dodger Stadium. Dodger blue, alternative spelling of Dodger blue. Dodger blues, plural of Dodger blue. Dodgers, plural of Dodgery. Dodgers, plural of Dodger. Dodgery, trickery. Dodges, plural of Dodge. Dodges a bullet. Third person singular simple present indicative of dodge a bullet. Dodges a third person singular simple present indicative of dodge up. Doduo, an unincorporated community in Des Moines County, Iowa, United States. Dodge, comparative form of dodgy, more dodgy. Dodius, superlative form of dodgy, most dodgy. Dodgily, in a dodgy manner. Dodu, a surname transferred from the given name. Dodu, pronunciation spelling of dodging. Dodginess, the condition of being dodgy. Dodginesses, plural of dodginess. Dodge, present participle and gerund of dodge. Dodging a bullet, present participle and gerund of dodge a bullet. Dodging up, present participle and gerund of dodge up. Dodgings, plural of dodging. Dodge Shaw, a surname transferred from the given name. Dodson, a surname transferred from the given name. Dodson condensation, a method of computing the determinants of a square matrix by constructing a series of sequentially smaller matrices. Dodgson's method, a voting system by which each voter submits an ordered list of all candidates according to personal preference from best to worst. The winner is the candidate for whom we need to perform the minimum number of pairwise swaps added over all candidates before they become a winner according to the Condorcet method. Dodgsonian, of or relating to the mathematician and author Charles Dodgson, known more commonly by pen name Lewis Carroll. Dodgy, evasive and shifty. Dodgy box, a device providing unauthorized access to encrypted television or streaming services. Dodgy boxes, plural of dodgy box. Dodgy brothers, a dishonest or unreliable company or group of people. Dodgy brothers, alternative letter case form of dodgy brothers. Dodesen, a particular fungicide. A diminutive of the female given name Dorothy. Dodis, plural of Dodi. Dodi, the pesticide endodecyl-guanidine acetate. Dodipole, an old person with impaired intellect, a dotard, idiot, or lunatic. Dodipoles, plural of dodipole. Dodkin, a doit, a small coin. Dodkins, plural of Dodkin. Dodleston, a village and civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3661. Dodman, a surname. Dodmans, plural of Dodman. Dodman, plural of Dodman. DUDEMER, abbreviation of Department of Defense Medical Examination Review Board. Dodo, a large, flightless bird, Raphis cuculatus, related to the pigeon, that is now extinct since the 1600s and was native to Mauritius. Dodo bird, synonym of dodo. Dodo birds, plural of dodo bird. Dodo tree, a tree native to Mauritius, Sideroxylon grandiflorum. Dodo trees, plural of dodo tree. Dodos, plural of dodo. Dodosk, utterly outdated or outmoded. Dodoism, beliefs or policies that are ludicrously outdated. Dodoitzer, a specific form of Japanese poem without rhyme, having lines of 7-7-7-5 mori. Dada, a sweet, sticky toffee-like confection made from coconut milk, jaggery, and rice flour found in Southeast Asia and the Indian subcontinent. Dodo-like, resembling or characteristic of a dodo. Dadals, plural of Dadal. Dodoma, the capital city of Tanzania. Dodona, a town and religious shrine of ancient in Greece. Dodonian, of, from, or related to Dodona, a town and religious shrine of ancient Greece or its modern counterpart Dodoni. Dodonian, alternative form of Dodonian. Dodona, a village and municipality of Ionin regional unit, Epirus region, Greece. Dodonian, alternative form of Dodonian. Dodonovo, a village near Zheleznoborsk in Krasnoyarsk Krai, Russia. Dodos, plural of dodo. Dodurens, a bronze coin of the Roman Republic, worth 3/4 of an as. Dodro, a surname transferred from the nickname. Dodrils, plural of Dodril. Dod, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dodson, a surname transferred from the given name. Dodsworth, a surname from Old English. Dodsworths, plural of Dodsworth. Daiwa, a hamlet near Luddington in Warwickshire, England. Dwellian, of or pertaining to Henry Dodwell 1641-1711, Anglo-Irish scholar, theologian, and controversial writer. Dodwells, plural of Dodwell. Dodwer, a large village in the metropolitan Anglo-Irish scholar, theologian, and controversial writer. Dodwells, plural of Dodwell. Dodwer, a large village in the metropolitan borough of Barnsley, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 3105. The initialism of design of experiments. The a surname of English origin. Do eyes, large, wide open, purportedly innocent-looking eyes. Dole, a village in Alt Hucknall Parish, Bolsover District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4666. Do parties, plural of do party. Do party, a party held for a woman who is about to be married. Do lie, having eyes that are large, attractive, gentle, and innocent-looking. Dobler, a surname. Doblers, plural of Dobler. Dobner condensation, synonym of Dobner modification. Dobner modification, a variant of noevenagial condensation in which one of the withdrawing groups on the nucleophile is a carboxylic acid and the condensation product undergoes a subsequent decarboxylation step, the base being pyridine. The simple past and past participle of do. Dothan, a surname. Dodens, plural of Doden. The person to whom, or the thing to which, something is done by a doer. Dode, a surname. Doge-Potter syndrome, a paraneoplastic syndrome in which hypoglycemia is associated with solitary fibrous tumors. Dodes, plural of Doge. Dovec, relating to the dobling or its oil. Doblic acid, an oily substance obtained from the dobling, resembling oleic acid. Dove, a northern bottlenose whale Hyperudon ampullatus, from which oil was once obtained. Doblings, plural of Dobling. Doring, a surname from German. Dorings, plural of Doring. Doe, obsolete form of doing. Doings, plural of doing. Duff, a claw. Duff, plural of doke. This is the form borrowed from Afrikaans. Cf. dokes. Dokes, plural of doke. This is the anglicized form. Cf. doke. Do, a surname. Doe-like, resembling or characteristic of a doe, submissively tender. Doe, a female domestic goat of less than 1 year of age. Dolings, plural of doling. Do, a surname from German. Does, plural of dole. Donges, a surname from German. Donjeses, plural of donges. Doenjang, a thick salty paste made from fermented soybeans used in Korean cuisine. Doenjang jjigi, a Korean traditional jjigi made with doendang as a primary ingredient. Thur, someone who does, performs, or executes, an active person, an agent. Doer-upper, alternative form of doer-upperer. Doer-upper, a fixer-upper, a domestic property for sale that is in poor condition and needs doing up. Doer-upperers, plural of doer-upperer. Doer-uppers, plural of doer-upper. Doerver, a surname. Doervers, plural of doerfleur. During, a surname. Durings, plural of doering. Duras, not involving a doer. Doer, a surname. Doers, plural of doerner. Doer, a surname. Doers, plural of doer. Doers, plural of doer. Doership, the state of being a doer. Doerships. Plural of doership. That plural of doe. Does a bear crap in the woods? Synonym of does a bear shit in the woods? Does a bear poop in the woods? Synonym of does a bear shit in the woods? Does a bear shit in the woods? A rhetorical question in response to a question to which the answer is an emphatic yes. Does a bunk? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a bump. Does a listen? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a listen. Does a little bit of trolling? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a little bit of trolling. Does a little trolling? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a little trolling. Does a melba? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a melba. Does a never? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a never. Does a number on? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a number on. Does a parish? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a parish. Does a runner? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a runner. Does a slow burn? Third person singular simple present indicative of do a slow burn. Does anyone here speak English? Does anyone here speak English? Does a way. Third person